3303. Then will we open the store? Yes. Let's apply again. This time they still applied directly. But unlike last time, the new health department was in the next yard, just a few steps away. So the last time, they said there was not enough space was just a lie. Humans are really cunning. Ha ha ha. Qin Yu laughed and comforted him. Don't say this so openly here. Even in dreams. You should respect it a little. She touched her chin. It's normal for the two departments to be separated. But it's really troublesome to be too far apart. I won't say more. 3303 and Qin Yu went through the procedures again. Although the procedures this time were almost as complicated as last time. They took less time than last time. And they didn't have to run back and forth between several places. The experience was better. But this was just a single county. So this didn't mean anything. Maybe it was just because the county magistrate here was Lin Rui. The reduction of taxes and remeasurement of land are common in the whole country. A few years passed in a flash. And when she returned to the hall again, many officials were standing in the hall at the same time. The mist in the hall dissipated. And the mist on everyone's faces was no longer covered. Because 5 years had ended. And they all had their own calculations in their hearts. Qin Yu and 3303 stood at the highest point. 3303 stood behind her and read the data he got. And Qin Yu also announced the results on her side. Finally, it's about the votes. The people who entered the dream are from all walks of life. And their support is also very important. Everyone was only surprised for a moment when they heard this. This was unexpected but also in line with Qin Yu's behavior logic. In the end, Li Shimin won with 72.5% support. Anyone who has any opinions can raise them. If you don't have any opinions, you can disperse. I have no objection. Then disperse. Apart from daily earthquake predictions, don't bother me with unnecessary things. Human affairs are human affairs. She can't interfere too much. But she thinks the time for the opportunity to come won't be long. After leaving the dream, Qin Yu stayed in the old palace of Xianying with 3303 and continued to adapt to the new form after losing some power. Losing power is not all bad. Because with the emergence of many national wills, the concept of national will is more stable. And national wills can also attack directly. If she were to describe it, they are basically human-shaped self-propelled nuclear weapons. However, the specific power still depends on which country it is. And the strength of national will is also linked to the country itself. Decades later, she heard that Li Shimin died in the Luoyang Palace. And Li Ji succeeded him. His queen's surname was Wu. Qin Yu paid some attention to it. And within a few years, she heard about the two emperors ruling the country. However, since many princesses had ascended the throne since the Qin dynasty, the two emperors ruling the country was only slightly criticized. What caused a stir again was that Wu Xiao ascended the throne more than 10 years later. Originally, this had nothing to do with Qin Yu. It was not the right time yet. She was devoted to living in the old palace and traveling every year. She had not appeared in the court for a long time. Until someone came to her to seek justice like Li Shimin. Qin Yu was stunned on the spot. Frowned and called out, "Yong?" The little fat chick flew in from the side hall immediately. Qin Yu looked at the people below. Say it again. After listening to Wu Xiao's words about her position being illegitimate, Qin Yu's expression was a little strange. She stood up and said, "Okay. Then I'll go with you." The man's face was happy. And he happily led the way in front. He had already arranged the car and driver. If they drove on the main road, they could reach Luoyang in about a day. Qin Yu took 3303 to sit in the back seat of the car. 3303 chatted with Qin Yu privately with some confusion. Why did you suddenly go to Luoyang? Didn't we say we wouldn't interfere? It's okay. I'm not going to help him. Remember what I said before that it's not the right time? This matter is actually an opportunity. An opportunity to tell the world a signal. When they arrived in Luoyang, Qin Yu went to see Wu Xiao at night. She sneaked into the other's bedroom and asked 3303 to pass the note to the other party. And then waited for people to walk out of the inner hall in pajamas. Qin Yu met the other party in the outer hall. This was the first empress in the world whose surname was Nanning. Wu Xiao was not in a hurry. And her expression was not panic. After saluting Qin Yu, she asked, "But those traitors disturbed the motherland?" She was not panicked at all. If Qin Yu really came to preside over justice for those traitors, she would not have come to see her privately first. A little bit. Qin Yu sat on a chair in the hall, supporting her forehead with one hand. What they said was very boring. And their thoughts were not conducive to the stability of Qin. And I think there is no problem with your getting the throne. I came to you for only one thing. If you don't change the name of the country, I will support you. Qin Yu recalled the Wuzhou recorded in the history books of her previous life. Because of this and other reasons, she came to Wu Zetian and rejected those people's unreasonable demands tomorrow. How dare I change the name of the country? You are joking. Wu Xiao had no intention of changing the name of the country. If she changed the name of the country, more people would attack her. There was really no need to do anything extra. And she didn't believe that Qin Yu came to her just for this matter. Is there anything I can do? Come closer. Qin Yu lowered her voice and spoke to her. Do you really think that the profession of emperor should exist in the world? In my opinion, there is no difference between people in Qin. If everyone is really equal, how could they oppose you because you lead the country? Of course, I don't mean to ask you to abdicate, but you just happen to be able to promote progress. The two talked about the words that would be banned if they continued to write. And Qin Yu left the Luoyang Palace late at night. The next day, Qin Yu appeared in the hall when all the court officials were in the hall. The group of people who came to find her were not surprised at all. They took the lead to salute her and welcome her here. A chair was added to the top position. Qin Yu sat on the chair dignifiedly. Tell me, what is the purpose of inviting me here from such a long distance? Some people below also cooperated. When they heard this question, they immediately stood up. It is really unreasonable for the queen to succeed to the throne. Shouldn't it be the prince who succeeds to the throne? Then there was a difficult citation of classics. In short, opposing Wu Xiao's ascension to the throne. Qin Yu waved her hand to signal him not to say anything more. She said, I will only ask you 3 questions, and you can answer them. First, there are no female emperors in history. Why can't she do it? The eyes of the people who were united in opposition drifted. Didn't they say they had found helpers? Why didn't this question seem to help them? Of course, it's because Wu is not among the heirs to the throne. Even if it is really a princess who ascends the throne, we have no objection. But the queen's surname is not Li. And she is not. The man paused and realized that something was wrong. Their statement was untenable, and they were led to say the wrong thing. Oh! Qin Yu looked at the people below with a smile, and asked casually, Then Li Yuan's surname is Ying? That's right. Shizong's abdication was the meaning of taking the capable person to take the position. Now you are talking about whether it is orthodox or not. If you really think so, don't you have to oppose several previous emperors first? Wu Xiao was not alone in the court. With Qin Yu's words, her people gradually started to debate with the opposite side. After listening to the quarrel like a vegetable market for a while, Qin Yu interrupted them. Okay. I think there is no problem now. What do you think? The issue of orthodoxy should not be thought about in detail. They opposed Wu Xiao's ascension to the throne only for their own interests. The little thoughts and calculations in their hearts were about to overflow. And she was annoyed. And Wu Xiao, who was standing on the top, had a certain consensus with her. So it was natural to help whom. As for this matter, with the personal approval of the national will, their so-called unorthodoxy was untenable. Could they still disobey on the spot? Your subjects have no objection. Qin Yu nodded. After leaving Luoyang this time, she would not come to Luoyang easily in the future. Then don't tell me about this again. Unless someone plans to change the name of Qin. I dare not. Qin Yu waved her hand. Forget it. It won't happen again. She still has her own things to do. Although the rules recognize her status, some things are better to get them by herself. During the reign of Emperor Wu, the country was peaceful, and the people were safe. This dynasty lived up to the expectations of the world. And the changes in the past 100 years also gave the world a signal. When Li Yuan ascended the throne, he told the world that the person who ascended the throne did not necessarily have to be surnamed Ying. Li Shimin actively applied for the job and told the world that common people did not have no chance to choose the emperor. And Wu Xiao told the world that the world did not necessarily have to be surnamed Li. People who were neither Ying nor Li could sit in this position. As long as they were capable, they would also be recognized by Qin. Before her death, Wu Xiao also recommended capable people according to Qin Yu's requirements. And then the world would choose. The combination of the two is a historical progress. Although the title of emperor has not been abolished, everyone knows that the past is the past. Time is moving forward. And another turmoil is not far away. Qin Yu watched a series of changes that were easy to be banned, secretly fueled the flames, and officially entered the modern era, and it was time for her to retire. That is of course impossible. Can you retire in modern times? No. She even got a position in, although she was just a small clerk. Her colleagues in the office knew her identity and didn't really have to work overtime 996. But isn't it too much to ask an old man over 2,000 years old to work? Yes. She argued with that group of rules for a long time, until the Qin dynasty was renamed the Great Qin People's Republic. She looked up and said, "Oh," then lowered her head and continued to fool that group of rules. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 years, someone suddenly came to her and said that the old palace in Xianying had become a cultural relic and needed protection. So she was taken to live in a villa in Luoyang. Originally, this was no problem, until she knew that she had a position in and was a secretary general. Qin Yu said bluntly, "I can get a salary for nothing. But I can't work." "It doesn't matter. You are just a figurehead. How can you really work?" Qin Yu believed these lies, crossed out, moved to the villa in Luoyang, went to punch in for work every day, and then turned on the computer to log into the Steam workshop to play games. This can be considered a public travel? She is also very confident. After working so hard for so many years, it is not too much to support her in her old age. She is just playing games at work. Her real job is to predict various natural disasters, and then generate a statistical table with one click. And then the relevant departments will issue warnings. Today is her first day at work. Others in the office are very reserved. They even sit upright during the lunch break and don't talk about other topics, for fear of leaving a bad impression on the motherland. Although they are all serious people on the surface, they can't help but secretly look at Qin Yu in private. Qin Yu had just lost the game on her computer, and she quietly closed the computer. She looked up and saw that many people in the office were secretly looking at her. "Huh? What are you looking at?" Everyone turned their heads instantly. No. Loudly. "What does this file mean? Where are we going to eat after get off work?" Qin Yu raised her eyebrows and chuckled, then opened her phone and decided to order takeout first. The days of fried chicken, potato chips, fat house, happy water were so happy, and she missed the days of ordering takeout by opening her phone for a long time. On the other side, the motherland is smiling, whispering, "So gentle, hee hee hee. How can I be in the same office with the motherland? I will die without regrets." Yes, she hasn't shown up for a long time. It is said that the mother is a homebody and doesn't like trouble. Otherwise she wouldn't even circulate a portrait. Unlike the neighboring countries, they hype up their own countries well on the internet every day, which is boring. That's right. Don't look at your own level and brag about being the best in the world. Laughing. "What are you talking about?" A tall woman approached the door. "Don't talk about these nonsense. Disperse." "Oh!" Several people responded obediently and fled the scene quickly. Although Qin Yu was the Secretary General in name, the real Secretary General was actually this person. The boss had spoken, and they would not stay here without a look. Lin Rui walked up to Qin Yu and performed an ancient ritual, which confused Qin Yu for a moment. "What are you doing, motherland? You just arrived here, and I shouldn't bother you. But the first Global National United Conference is held internationally. Do you want to participate?" Seeing Lin Rui's face clearly, she suddenly asked, "What's your name?" "Lin Rui." "Is there any problem?" Qin Yu sat in the office chair, holding her chin with one hand and looking through her memory. The memory of that dream was quite deep, so she had some impression of Lin Rui. The person and the name, they are too similar. "Oh, nothing. But who said to hold a joint meeting? How could she not know that as the original national will, this should not be initiated by her?" No, she didn't want to initiate it at all. It's not her character to find trouble for herself. Is there anything to talk about? It's just intrigue. Let's remember the grudge against the initiating country first. Don't say she is stingy. Her country is like this. It's the neighboring Lika country. Yuan country has also agreed. In fact, almost all national wills have confirmed that they will attend. And even the promotional posters have been posted. Qin Yu's pupils trembled when she heard this. She said, "Have they entered the entertainment industry? Why are there promotional posters?" Not only that, Lika next door has also filmed a promotional movie. The national conditions are different. That's it. Qin Yu felt unhappy when she heard the name, although she couldn't vent her anger in a different world. But well, she was still unhappy. Anyone who made her work overtime would be blacklisted. If you don't participate, it may be a bit unsociable. You also know that humans are in groups, And you may be excluded. Qin Yu sneered disdainfully. They dare? It's more like I exclude them. She has been chatting with that group of rules for so many years. And it's not without any results. At least if a fight really breaks out, she can pull the rules together. But the group that split from her can't do it. I won't do it. Qin Yu refused the possible poster promotion. She really didn't like this kind of promotion. No. No. Our Qin country doesn't need this kind of promotion. No need for hype. There will only be TV stations and online broadcasts. No reporters. Lin Rui crossed out the poster promotion in her mind and rejected all the subsequent packaging. She realized that even if she really wanted to promote, she couldn't do it deliberately. Qin Yu thought for a moment. If she didn't go, she would be giving the first place to her country. Although the facts could not be changed. But, just hold it in Xianyang. I won't go anywhere else. If anyone objects, tell them. If someone doesn't mind me going to their country, I don't mind. Qin Yu's smile gradually became more unbridled. And she looked at Lin Rui with a meaningful look. Do you understand? Lin Rui's eyes lit up. With the backing, she could do more. I understand. I will get things done. By the way, if there are any national secrets, mark them on the map and send them to me. I will build a barrier to protect them. She had never considered the possibility of a meeting place other than Xianyang. With her there, the meeting place would definitely not be held anywhere else. After the date was set, when it was time to arrange the venue, Lin Rui took Qin Yu to see the venue, and happened to see someone making things difficult for the staff. Who is that person talking? Why are they about to quarrel? Oh, they are from the Lika's advanced team. They want to put their will in the deputy position. But the higher-ups don't plan that way. Even if there is a deputy position, it will be our country's seat. Qin Yu took 2 steps and pulled away the staff who were being tortured. She looked at the person in front of her and said without waiting for the other party to ask who she was, "Why does she sit in the deputy position?" The man immediately began to brag about his achievements, such as the beacon of the new century and the unquestionable great power. Qin Yu winked at Lin Rui, and Lin Rui also smiled. Oh, why doesn't such a powerful country speak its own language? Don't you want to? My great country has enough translations. You can just say it. It doesn't matter. How can I let the guests worry so much? Lin Rui didn't see the reporters or the cameras. When would she not be sarcastic at this time? What's more, the motherland is still standing here. She must defend the status of the mother. The man's face flushed, and he immediately became excited. What a beacon, you don't understand. How can you say that there is nothing about the great country? The highlight is that he is stubborn. Qin Yu recalled that there was no such profession as translator in Qin state. The main reason was that the whole world basically spoke Qin language. Why did they need translators? They were not technologically advanced enough to understand what cats and dogs were saying. So Lin Rui was just talking nonsense. Her main purpose was to be sarcastic. But Qin Yu was in a good mood when she heard it. As for the deputy, Qin Yu smiled. She said softly, I was not allowed to have my hair cut when I was young. I gave birth to the national will of today with my 3,000 strands of black hair. Your ancestors were not even born yet. Qin Yu looked at the conference table on the side. The first seat was her name. Qin. There was an extra seat next to her that was an eyesore. It must have been added by the middle-aged man in front of her. The materials of the signs with the country's name were different. She raised her hand and flicked it. The seat that was forcibly added next to the first seat instantly retreated several meters. The signs with the country's name on the conference table arranged in an elliptical formation all moved back one place. The member of the delegation reacted. WC's method didn't look like that of an ordinary person. And because they used the same language, he understood what the other party meant. Ah! He seemed to have offended the origin country on the spot. No. It's not that this person has always been a homebody and doesn't like to show up in front of the world. Otherwise there wouldn't be a portrait that hasn't been circulated. But this method and this appearance are obviously not human. Terlink remembered that he had just been throwing a tantrum with the staff and asked the accompanying people to forcibly add chairs and seats. And he suddenly became embarrassed. Wasn't it because the origin country had never appeared before that he was arrogant before? It was rumored internationally whether it was because he was injured when the world went from integration to division for the first time. And he was weak, so he didn't appear in front of people. Because of the silence of the global boss. The people below naturally had floating minds. Isn't there a saying that goes, when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is the king. So they also think they are very good. The main purpose of this joint meeting is to strive for the position of the Speaker of the Parliament. They have two plans. If Qin appears, they will wait and see for the time being, and strive for the position of the Vice Speaker of the Parliament first. If Qin does not appear, the position of the Speaker of the Parliament may be in their pockets. Unexpectedly, this development is not what they thought. These ordinary people and those countries that were born later naturally do not know the existence of the rule group. Nor do they know that Qin Yu has been fooling it with the rule group for hundreds of years. He opened his mouth to apologize, but Qin Yu took Lin Rui away without even looking at him, waiting for the two to be far enough apart. Shouldn't the president's deputy be appointed by the president? This is in line with common sense. Lin Rui, it should be so. They have been messing around for too long and have no manners at all. I will have them kicked out right away, in order to prevent Qin Yu from misunderstanding. Lin Rui explained again. It was not the fault of the staff here before. It was mainly because the higher-ups emphasized that we should have the demeanor of a great country, and not be average with those uneducated people. We should try to speak in a nice way. I didn't expect them to be so arrogant. It just gave her the opportunity to be sarcastic. In one word, cool. Qin Yu smiled and did not comment. She looked at Lin Rui with a smile on her lips. The original words were not like this. Ha! I understand it personally. What was said above is more euphemistic. Not as direct as mine. Qin Yu nodded, and finally took a look at the decoration of the auditorium. She was quite satisfied. It was modern, but not lacking in the ancient style of the Qin dynasty. The combination of the two was very clever. The designer who did the interior design here is good. Lin Rui's eyes lit up, and she smiled. She will be very happy to know that you praised her so much. I wonder if I can tell her this. Sure. It's not a big deal. You could accompany me to visit Xianying City. Lin Rui happily agreed and quickly called a special car to pick her up. She also heard that the motherland stayed in the old palace for a long time, so she was not surprised by such a request. One person, one country walked outside the building, and a low-key black car drove over. Lin Rui took a few steps forward and raised her hand to knock on the window of the driver's seat. She bent down and said a few words to the driver inside. The driver unbuckled his seat belt, opened the door, and got out of the car, and handed the key in his hand to Lin Rui. Secretary Lin, remember to drive the car back when the time comes. No problem. Don't worry. Oldly, you go back first or find a place to sit. Be careful on the road. I'll go first. Let's go. Where do you want to go first? Xianying has developed very well in the past few hundred years. The commercial street or the high-tech park? Let's go to the old palace in Xianying. I've been busy working and playing games recently, and haven't come back to see it. Qin Yu confidently pointed out the fact that she was slacking off at work and had no work at all. But Lin Rui, the only one present, didn't care about it at all. As a daughter, what's wrong with taking care of her old mother? There is no problem at all. Okay. I'll call the company over there and ask them to pick us up in advance. If we have to queue up to buy tickets, I don't know how long it will take. Besides, don't worry. There is a quota for tickets sold every day. If the number exceeds a certain number, no one will be allowed in. So it basically has no impact on the maintenance of the palace. Lin Rui drove while introducing the scenery along the way to Qin Yu. Although she knew that the other party was the country itself, she couldn't help but introduce it. Just like a child asking her mother for praise for her own achievements. The pride in her tone could not be concealed. She parked the car at the entrance of the scenic area of the Xianying Old Palace. There were several people standing outside the small door on the side, as if they were talking about something. Qin Yu had good hearing and could hear really looks like. The man surrounded by two boys and girls with his back to them seemed familiar. I'm working now. I don't have time to talk about this. And I have nothing to do with the winner. As soon as this voice came out, Qin Yu's memory deep inside moved. Isn't this the voice of Yingsheng? Different from that of a teenager. More like the voice of an adult. She looked at Lin Rui beside her, who was exactly the same as the Lin Rui she met during the Li Qin period. The world is so big that nothing is impossible. Aren't you standing at the entrance of the scenic spot? Is visiting scenic spots also work? The two siblings came here to queue up on Sunday and happened to run into Qin Zheng. Thinking of what the elders at home said before, they came over to talk to him shamelessly. Unexpectedly, this answer was too perfunctory. He was clearly standing here alone. How could he be working? The two siblings expressed disbelief and wanted to make a final effort. Lin Rui took a few quick steps, pulled the two miners apart, and said in a low voice, Governor Qin is indeed working. And that incident has passed. So why haven't you given up yet? Ing Xia tugged at Ing Shihuang's arm. Brother, why don't we go? If our parents find out, we'll have to write a self-criticism. Ing Shihuang and Ing Xia stared at each other. And Ing Shihuang coughed. This was also proposed by the elders at home. Why do our parents ask us to write a self-criticism? Sorry for disturbing you. But he was so cowardly that he quickly apologized to Qin Zheng. Fortunately, his family had a good relationship with Governor Qin. So he said embarrassedly, Brother Qin, can you please not tell my parents? Oh, didn't you just say that the elders at home proposed it? And you won't be punished to write a self-criticism? Qin Zheng thought the two juniors were cute. But he had more important things to do. So he didn't say much to them. Go. I don't have time to find your parents. Okay. Thank you. Brother Qin. Ing Shihuang was just about to run away with his sister when he ran into Qin Yu. The two minors had never seen someone with such a temperament before. And they were a little dazed for a while. They always felt that their DNA was moving. But they didn't understand why. After Lin Rui talked to Qin Zheng twice, she also came over with Qin Zheng. She patted Ing Xia's shoulder and whispered, What's wrong? What are you doing here? She didn't reveal Qin Yu's identity, mainly because there were tourists queuing next to her. And if she told them, there would be chaos. After all, the people queuing here are either fans of Zulong or Zushen. If she really told them, she felt that they would have to rely on their ancestors to get out of the encirclement today, which would be too embarrassing. Qin Yu, who are these people? Lin Rui got Qin Yu's signal and began to introduce. This is the newly appointed governor of Shi Province, Qin Zheng. Young and promising. Qin Zheng diligent. A good name. When Qin Yu saw Qin Zheng, her guess came true. She was not surprised to hear the name. Sure enough, a workaholic is still a workaholic after reincarnation. This name suits him quite well. Thank you for your compliment. I like this name too. Qin Zheng felt that Qin Yu looked very familiar. But he didn't remember that he had ever seen the motherland. Later, he thought about the other party's true identity. As a Qin person, isn't it normal to feel that the motherland looks familiar? The doubts were temporarily suppressed. Lin Rui's voice was not loud, mainly to guard against the uninformed tourists not far away, and introduced two boys and girls. These two are from the Ying family. I don't know the specific generations. Qin Yu nodded slightly, indicating that she already knew. Then let's go in first. It shouldn't be convenient here. Excuse me. Are you the ancestor? Ing Xia thought of something. She knew a few months ago that the first Global National Joint Conference would be held in Xianying, and the meeting would start in the next week. There are not many people who can be accompanied by the governor of a province and the secretary general of it at this time. The most important thing is that she has never seen her on TV. Qin Yu was not angry after hearing Ing Xia's question. She raised her eyebrows and asked, Is it obvious? Ing Xia's voice was not very loud just now. And now that she knows the truth, her voice is even lower. No. No. I guessed. The little girl Ing Xia pays homage to the ancestor. Ing Xia bowed respectfully and reminded her brother in a low voice. The boy Ing Shihuang pays homage to the ancestor. Ing Shihuang imitated his sister and bowed in a low voice. The two of them had bright eyes. They didn't expect to see the ancestor in advance after going out. They were really lucky. It's worth it even if I get punished for looking for Qin Zheng when I go back today. Qin Yu waved her hand. Okay. No need to be polite. Let's go in together. With Lin Rui and Qin Zheng present, they didn't have to queue up and went straight in through the staff passage. After getting away from the modern buildings outside, the old palace suddenly became quiet. The large area of the Xianying Old Palace made tourists spread out after entering. They walked a little further, and no more tourists were seen. Qin Yu looked around and thought that the protection here was not bad. It was good to have a dedicated person to repair it. There was a sign in the flower bed over there, with a special number and the species introduction and detailed information of the big tree next to it. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Yu looked at Ing Xia and his two siblings. She asked curiously, What were you talking about just now? It stands to reason that she is Qin. She should be able to hear the voices of the world. But she always feels that it is too noisy. She blocked most of the messy voices. Only when she actively wants to listen will the voices of the world enter her ears. Unfortunately, when she came over just now, she just caught up with him and finished talking, and only heard that this matter was related to the winner. Thinking of this, She glanced at Qin Zheng from the corner of her eyes, and teased in her heart. If these two children knew that the person she just entangled was the reincarnation of her ancestor, I wonder what they would think. Replying to the ancestor, this matter is a bit complicated. Shihuang was embarrassed to say it. After all, it was a bit outrageous to ask people to return to their roots with just a painting. In a sense, this is also a family scandal? He was thinking about how to answer so as not to make himself look not so smart. Qin Yu smiled gently, and the tone of her speech was refreshing. Then just say it simply. Have you done the Chinese reading comprehension? Summarize it in your own words. But this sentence also successfully brought back Shihuang's bad memories, and tears burst out. To sum up, our family elders have a portrait of His Majesty the First Emperor, and this portrait looks quite similar to Brother Qin. The family elders were confused, and finally the more they looked at it, the more they felt that Brother Qin should be a member of the Ying family, and then persuaded Brother Qin to recognize his ancestors, and so on. That's roughly the situation. Xia answered this question first, and then she added, but we don't know the details. It was my parents and grandfather who were chatting with Brother Qin at the time. Shihuang listened to his sister's words and nodded vigorously. And by the way, he moved closer to Qin Zheng a little bit and then, and you see, do you think Brother Qin and I do look alike? Looking at Shihuang's confident face, Qin Yu didn't have the heart to hit him. To be honest, Qin Zheng and Shihuang don't look alike. After all, Qin Zheng is exactly the same as in his previous life, and Zheng himself and Shihuang are separated by 1,000 or 2,000 years, and it is unknown how many generations have passed in between. It's normal not to look alike. Yeah, they do look a little bit alike. Shihuang looked a little disappointed. He took out his phone and showed it to Qin Yu. If you don't believe me, look. I secretly took a picture of the ancient painting at home. Then look at Brother Qin. I don't need to say much. They are at least 70% similar. Right? Lin Ri helplessly held her forehead. Looking at this young man was like looking at a fool. How did the Ying family raise their children? They were so honest. That, brother, this is the ancestor. The ancestor and the ancestor dragon have been together for 400 or 500 years. Xia whispered, no need to look at the portrait. Shihuang. Shihuang's face immediately turned red. He said, it's over. I've embarrassed myself in front of the ancestors. Let him hit his head and die. Don't stop him. Puff. Qin Yu was amused by the two siblings. One was naive and honest while the other was whispering to spoil the show. They were a perfect match. The portrait is well preserved. It is indeed a painting made by the painter in the palace back then. Qin Yu identified the authenticity through the screen at a glance. She didn't expect the winner to keep the painting well. She curled her lips and smiled. Are there any other paintings besides this one? There should not be many paintings that are qualified to be preserved by the winner. And after many turmoil, she didn't know how many were left. She mainly wanted to know whether the painting was preserved. If it was, she would persuade the winner to donate it to the museum for public exhibition. The portraits of the second emperor and the third empress are also well preserved. The rest may be too difficult to preserve. We young people usually don't see them, unless there are major festivals. The portraits used for worship are still modern prints. Shihuang counted them carefully, and found that he seemed to have never seen the portrait of Qin in his memory. Of course, the national map does not count. Almost every family has it. Even if you don't have it at home, you can find it by just searching on the internet. In addition to the rare and strategic materials of ancient maps, modern maps are not valuable, unless they are military-based deployment maps or something. But these things are collected by spies, and have nothing to do with ordinary people like them. It is said that their branch is the descendant of the third daughter of Emperor Hua of Qin III. It is good enough to still have a place in Xianying City now. He has no more ideas. Of course, if you want to see it, just say it. All the paintings are fine for you. He didn't even need to ask his parents about this. He could just agree to it. Even if he told his parents, they would probably have the same attitude. Of course, if he could exchange the painting for the opportunity to meet Qin, his parents would definitely be willing. Which portrait of Fusu is preserved? She asked 3303 to paint the portrait, and gave it to Fusu on his wedding day. Later, she didn't have time to pay attention to these things. She had more things to pay attention to. Now is the time for her to instill self-reliance in Qin people, and take care of her old mother. She can also slack off. so naturally she cares about the origin of the painting. Replying to the ancestors, it is the one where His Majesty Fusu is wearing the emperor's dress and crown. But I don't know if there are any other ones. I have only seen that one. Let me see. Xinyu closed her eyes, sensed the location of the painting, and took it from the air. A long scroll appeared in her hand. When she loosened her hand, the painting floated and stretched out by itself. Except for Xinyu. The people around were curious about the content of the painting. They took a closer look and saw a child sleeping on a couch with his eyes closed. The painter carefully painted saliva on the corner of his mouth. The two siblings didn't know that there was such a collection at home. But the childhood of the person who could be remembered by the ancestor. There is almost no need to think about it. In addition to what Xinyu asked just now, the person in the painting is most likely Prince Fusu. However, the portraits of Fusu that have been passed down are generally elegant and gentlemanly. This is the first time I have seen Fusu like this. Ha ha ha. As smart people, Lin Rui and Qin Zheng naturally guessed who the person in the painting was. Lin Rui praised him against her conscience. The child in the painting is very smart and has the style of the first emperor. Qin Zheng's eyes moved slightly. Secretary Lin's ability to lie with open eyes is gradually improving. The evaluation written in the history books is not like this. Qinyu tilted her head slightly and looked at Lin Rui with a subtle look. Are you serious? This child was almost fooled by Confucianism. Although he turned around later, he could only be a regent prince under his father's rule, if he really ascended the throne. To be honest, Qinyu was not very optimistic that he could be like Zheng. It was really a bit exaggerated to say that Fusu had the style of the first emperor. She had seen Fusu. The child was not like Zheng. He was kind and generous, but not suitable for the aggressive Qin. It would be better to say that Qin 3 Yinghua was more like Zheng. Her personality had many similarities with Zheng. Ahem. Do you want to go a little further in? A little further ahead is the old place where you once lived. Lin Rui quickly changed the subject and silently crossed out something. Don't worry. Qinyu smiled and pointed to the lower right corner of the scroll. Don't you think it's a little empty here? Qin Zheng, it's indeed a little empty. There are fewer inscriptions than other ancient paintings. The only 2 lines of handwriting were even just to record the time. No one knew who wrote them. But there were probably very few people who could leave traces on such a painting. I thought so too. Let's go in first. Qinyu took the lead in entering the front yard. She walked around the yard with ease, and came to the center of the yard. The first thing that caught her eye was a sign at the edge of the flower bed in the yard. She looked carefully and found that it was written that when Qin Shihuang was young, he and his subordinates Wang Jian and Meng Tian roasted potatoes here, which was called dry rice. It seems that the censor really wrote down the things at that time. Which is good. I didn't expect that you also found what the censor wrote down. It seems that the person in charge here is very attentive. Lin Rui, so there is such an interesting thing. I believe it will be uploaded to the internet immediately after this area is opened. Qinyu did not comment. She conjured up a new scroll, most of which was blank and waiting for people to paint. Qinyu looked at Qin Zheng with a smile before picking up the brush to paint. And then she drew a young figure in the blank area of the scroll with a few strokes. He was holding a potato skewer in his hand, and he was a little flustered as if he was burned. Qin Zheng? Qin Zheng was a little puzzled. He looked at what he was doing. Could this painting be related to him? Then there was a person of the same age beside the young man, an adult dressed as a close attendant, and the imperial censor squatting not far away, who was recording quickly. This painting was completed in one go without pausing. Xinyu took a look with satisfaction. She didn't draw it because she thought she would never step on the stage. Unexpectedly, she really became the will of the country later. And she didn't think about it at that time. Now that she is revisiting the old place with her old friend, she recalled the regret of the past. She originally wanted to write in the lower right corner of the painting, today I am revisiting this place with my old friend. Fortunately, I made this painting. After thinking about it, she gave up. In the end, there was no title on this painting. After pausing for a while, she still didn't have the bad intention to mark who was who next to the few people. But I believe archaeologists can definitely tell them apart based on their clothes. Then she picked up the pen and wrote 8 words on the one where Fusu was drooling, while sleeping Prince Fusu. Sleeping face is cute. She stamped both paintings with the imperial seal. After the feudal monarchy disappeared, she no longer had an emperor, and the seal returned to her hands. Now she is the only one who dares to use it as a real seal. Usually it is placed in the Luoyang Museum. But she can just summon it if she wants to use it. The more Qin looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. Why did this boy who was busy roasting potatoes look a bit like him in his school days? Hey, the boy in this painting seems to look a bit like Brother Qin? Brother, you think so too? I think so too. There are some similarities with the painting at home. The two siblings suddenly remembered why they were here today, and looked at Qin with suspicious eyes. Xia rolled her eyes, and approached Qin Yu with a sweet smile. Motherland, can I ask a small question? Even the way she addressed Qin Yu changed. Calling her motherland affectionately, trying to get closer, asked. Qin Yu looked at the flattering smile on the face of the beautiful girl who came over, and smiled in her heart. But she didn't show anything on her face. Brother Qin is so similar to these two portraits. Could he be the reincarnation of the first emperor? Qin Yu stretched out her finger and flicked Xia's forehead, and replied with a smile, he is your ancestor. Who calls their ancestor like this? Xia saw that Qin Yu was not angry, and smiled thick-skinnedly without arguing for herself. Before Qin Yu gave a formal answer, Qin denied it himself. Little Xia, you have to believe in science. There are no gods in the world. Even the motherland is a collection of people's will, and has nothing to do with gods. Without gods, there is naturally no reincarnation. It may just be a coincidence that they look alike. Qin Yu nodded. Qin is right. How can there be reincarnation in the world? I have never seen it. She had long been trained to lie with her eyes open, and few people could see anything. So the two brothers and sisters were a little disappointed. They knew that there was no attempt in their family to let the ancestor Xing take off again. But they themselves were open-minded. If it wasn't, it wasn't. It was also very good to be friends with the governor. Shihuang was still a little bit unwilling to give up. He might have surfed the internet too much, and suddenly remembered a famous internet meme the Taoist priest said that there are no immortals in this world, and then turned around and flew away on a sword. He inexplicably felt that this was the situation he was in now. But Qin and Qin Yu both denied it, so he couldn't say anything. Lin Rui didn't get fooled and passed it over, because when she first met, the mother of the motherland looked at her as if she was looking at an old friend she had met before, and she was thoughtful. These two kids are really easy to deceive. She has a guess in her heart, but she can't confirm it, because there is only one person in the world who can confirm the existence of her guess, and this person has just denied it. As for the reincarnation, Qin Yu and Qin both perfunctorily passed it over. One of them really thought so, and the other just didn't want to make trouble. The ethical and moral issues here are difficult to sort out, since it is too troublesome to tell the truth. It is better not to say it. Qin Yu turned the topic back to the paintings, adhering to the idea that it is better to die together than to die alone. She handed both paintings to Xia. You can take these two paintings for now. After you leave, you can donate them to the Xining Museum for public display. It is called a museum, but in fact, the museum originally built in the old capital of the Seven Kingdoms has now become a cultural relic in itself. The new museum is built around the old museum, in order to bring the world together and to integrate the Seven Kingdoms. All the things with heritage value were sent to the museum established in the old capital of the Seven Kingdoms, and an order was issued that no one could enter without permission. It was not until the Qin dynasty that it was really open to the people of the country, and they could visit at will. After thousands of years, the ethnic groups that have long been integrated naturally would not shout slogans of anti-Qin and restoration of the country. It not only preserves the history before Qin, but also achieves the goal of unifying the world. Xia was flattered to take the painting. She didn't expect that not only could she get back the previous painting, but the motherland even gave her an extra one. However, it was a pity that these two paintings were not for their Ying family. But thinking of the content of Qin Yu's personal painting, Xia also became proud, with an expression of honor on her face. She automatically ignored Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and the censor in the painting in her heart. Yes, that's right. This is what the ancestor painted for their ancestors personally. Her expression gradually became excited. Such a good painting must be hung out to show off. Keeping it at home is tantamount to walking in the night with brocade clothes. She felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. No problem. Mother, I will do it well. As she said that, Xia came to Lin Rui. She knew that her words alone were a little unreliable. But if she pulled Lin Rui, the situation would be different. Lin Rui nodded to Xia, indicating that she would help. After this is the palace where you lived after the death of the first emperor. although the history books record that the palace next door was the palace where Yu lived after Ingja abdicated. And there are no more records of where the ancestors lived before. Lin Rui thinks it is in the old palace of Xianyang. After all, Xianyang was the political center before the capital was moved. And the commemorative significance of the old palace of Xianyang after the capital was moved is also very great. If the motherland really has a relatively fixed residence, then apart from the old palace of Xianyang, no other palace has such qualifications. It can be proved that in ancient times, no matter which emperor was in power, the old palace of Xianyang always had special people to study, maintain and repair it. In modern times, Xianyang City has also set up a cultural relics protection department specifically for the old palace, and sent new people to take over the maintenance and repair here. If the old palace in Xianyang was useless after the capital was moved, the maintenance and repair efforts would not be so great. She had read the records in history books that the maintenance of the old palace was carried out every year, and it had never stopped every other year. They installed more things during the maintenance. And this is also a lively tourist attraction. I am afraid that no one knows what happened in that courtyard except the participants at that time. So there is no sign anywhere to explain the interesting stories of the first emperor. There are only a few words in the history books. The more detailed records are recorded by the censor at that time, but they cannot be regarded as official history. At most they are archaeological materials. Lin Rui thought that this time, Qin personally confirmed the certainty of the event. She turned around and asked the comrades in the protection department to put up a sign here and write the little story on it. It would be even better if she could take a photo of this painting as a picture. She has seen the birth of a new tourist attraction. It was the first time for Qin Yu to visit the place where she had lived as a visitor. She felt it was quite fresh. She said, "Just call me Sister Qin later. Keep a low profile." Everyone responded to Qin Yu's words. Ing Xia and her brother were still wondering whether their generation had been raised. And they heard Qin Yu specifically instructing, "You two should call me aunt. Don't think too much." It was indeed an illusion to raise the generation, and it was impossible to take advantage. The two miners were depressed for a moment, and then they became lively and chattered beside them, saying that they had visited it a few months ago, and also said that this was a must-see attraction when visiting the Xianyang Old Palace. Qin Zheng personally introduced Qin Yu. No one in the city has touched the things inside, and the protection line is also pulled, so there is no damage to the items. Secretary Lin just mentioned that there are some extra things, probably the signs used for introduction. Ha ha ha. Governor Qin is right. He must have been here before. Lin Rui's voice was not loud. After entering the courtyard next door, there were more and more tourists. Not far from them, a family of 3 was visiting. Yes, I came here once after completing the work of the protection department. But that time, I came specifically to inspect the project. This is the first time I have visited seriously. Qin Yu asked curiously, "Are you usually very busy at work?" Even traveling is to accompany her boss. It is not that he worked overtime for 400 or 500 years in his last life, and he will continue to work overtime in this life. Qin Yu's scalp tingled when she thought about it, and she decisively denied that she had any relationship with it. Fortunately, the governor is doing things for the people of the province, and I don't feel tired. It is Zhang's lifelong wish to contribute to Qin. Qin Zheng subconsciously said the second half of the sentence, but he paused after he finished speaking. He usually called himself I, but in front of the motherland, he couldn't help but call himself name. The second half of the sentence was quite familiar, as if he had said it before. Then Qin Zheng thought for a moment. This sentence fits his personality and logic. It is totally fine to say it this way. This illusion should be psychological. Lin Rui joked, "That's right. Governor Qin is the king of roles at a young age. We old people are a little scared." The group walked into the courtyard with laughter. Qin Yu saw the sign standing next to the koi pond at first sight. At this moment, she finally remembered the horror of the sign in the scenic area. It said that this huge rock was once the place where Qin Yiji often sat and fed the koi below. It was here that Li Shimin, the second emperor of Li Qin, told Qin about his ambitions here and actively applied for the position of emperor. It also wrote the conversations between one person and one country at that time. Such as Qin used sarcastic words about Li Shimin being so filial that he informed her in advance of the usurpation of the throne. Following that was a sentence since then. The term filial son has an ironic meaning. Qin Yu, thank you. You don't have to remember this sentence. Who wrote the history book so honestly? Finally, it was written quite exaggeratedly that according to Taoism, This is the Taoist temple where Qin Yiji lives forever. The two people who were closer to the sign than them spoke with their backs to them. They said, if we come more often, can we also realize the truth on the spot? Why don't you say that you can ascend to heaven in broad daylight? Oh, don't you believe in science? Do you feel it? What? The man said solemnly and seriously, though well left by Qin Suo. And they didn't know that Qin Benhua was watching them from behind. And he was complaining in his heart whether the proportion of young people with Chinibu was too high. If she herself was infected with Chinibu in the future, it would be a loss. Qin Yu was so embarrassed to hear these words that she looked at Qin Zheng, the governor of the province, and said, "Who put up this sign? There won't be any signs of cups I've used or chairs I've sat on. Right?" Qin Zheng felt guilty for a moment. Most scenic spots have these signs. It's normal. The signs you mentioned do exist. Because at that time, considering that the only way for the public to understand Qin Yiji was to visit the old palace in Xianying, the motherland was not like the group of Wills next door who filmed promotional ads or even movies and acted low-key. So he personally inspected and asked people to add a few more signs. So it was him. But Qin Zheng chose not to say it. Just treat it as a scenic spot routine. Qin Yu fell into deep thought after hearing this. Is this what it means to make people die in society? Qin Yu pretended not to hear what the two middle school students said, but she began to analyze the inscription in her heart. She remembered that when she met Li Shimin, there was only Li Shimin in the room, and the remaining witness was herself. She was not so bored to tell the historian about this. So there was only one possibility that her sarcasm about Li Shimin was recorded. This matter was said by Li Shimin himself. And Qin Yu couldn't figure out what good it would do him. Maybe he let it slip for a moment. Otherwise, why would someone take the initiative to say such an embarrassing thing? The key is that she didn't have time to look at what the historian wrote every day. She was really careless. She led a group of people to ignore the tourists outside and entered the palace. The signs on the things in the room should not be too outrageous. The previous owner of this palace was Yingzheng, and later it was the emperor's residence. Later, after the capital was moved, it was where she often stayed. After Yingzheng's death, and before the capital was moved, she had never appeared in Qin. At that time, she was still talking about her own things with the other two in the system space. As soon as you enter the palace, there is a sign with a map of the palace next to the inner door. It says that 33 emperors with the surname Ying have lived here. There is also a thoughtful reminder in the brackets. 33 emperors who were deposed halfway are counted. If you don't count the emperors who were deposed halfway, this number will be discounted. The most famous one is the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shihuang Yingzheng. For 400 or 500 years, the nominal owner of this palace was Qin Shihuang Yingzheng. In the middle and late period of his reign, Yingzheng expanded the territory outward. He set up a business outside and did not live in Xianying for a long time. This palace became vacant, and the princes and princesses who were left to supervise the country lived in another palace in the old palace of Xianying. The specific location and route of the East Palace are attached later. JPG. Seeing this, Qin Yu felt that the sign was written normally. She nodded with satisfaction. It's not like the people in the scenic area don't know how to write signs. Walk 2 steps forward, bypass the screen, and go to the inner room. The decoration inside is somewhat different from the earliest Qin period. The furniture inside has already had a modern prototype. After all, if there were any new inventions at that time, the Xianying Palace was the first to install them. So this palace is not completely in accordance with the ancient style. The sun is just right under the window. 2 chairs are placed opposite each other on both sides of the table. The warm sun shines on the table. Qin Yu seems to be able to see the country and the people sitting opposite each other with the toast. There is a small sign on the table that is a bit eye-catching. It says that Qin Zi likes to sit here and drink tea in the afternoon, and he likes to sit on the right side. Qin Yu, are there no attractions to visit? 2 steps further ahead is a small couch for resting during lunch break, with a sign next to it. Qin Yu felt that she was no longer surprised. She would not be surprised if she saw a sign for a brush used by Qin Shihuang. It was just that the content on the sign shocked her greatly. It started with Zhizong, the last emperor of the Ying family, died on this couch. If it was just this sentence, then there would be no problem, because she did ask 3303 to move Yingzha's body to the couch. The people who came in to collect the body later saw the body of Yingzha after it was moved. It was okay to understand it as death. Such a record was indeed normal. But the next sentence is not so good. And it goes on to say, but later, After protective excavations, archaeologists conducted a scientific autopsy to solve the mystery of Zhizong's death. After modern scientific tests, it was found that Zhizong did not die of illness. He did not have any signs of illness. Instead, arsenic residues were detected on his bones. So the emperor actually died of poisoning. But at that time, the first emperor of Li Qin announced to the public that Zhizong died of illness. The history books also recorded that Qin Zi also confirmed this statement. But later historians reasonably suspected that Li Yuan did it for his own orthodox status. However, this matter later had its consequences. After Li Shimin found Qin Zi and actively applied for the job, Li Shimin ascended the throne and became emperor, and Li Yuan was forced to abdicate. It can be seen that Qin Zi may also be dissatisfied with Li Yuan. Qin Yu, how come I didn't know that Li Yuan poisoned Ingzhe? When Li Yuan proposed to cover up Ingzhe's suicide with death due to illness, she also agreed with him. Otherwise, when the minister who suspected the cause of Zhizong's death because he refused to perform an autopsy came to her, she would not have agreed with Li Yuan. I'm afraid Li Yuan didn't expect that after hundreds of years, someone would open the coffin and perform an autopsy. If she were gone, Li Yuan would have to bear the blame. At the bottom, there was even a small area circled, with a small word interesting written on it. Perhaps it was because Li Yuan and Li Shimin had set a good example. Such things were not uncommon during the Li Qin period. For example, Li Shimin's two sons fought each other, and Li Ji took advantage of it and succeeded in ascending the throne. For example, Wu Zetian directly proclaimed herself emperor after Li Ji's death. Originally, Wu Zetian's enthronement was not legitimate, but her opponent was so powerful that he sent this empress to the throne legitimately. The pig opponent followed Li Shimin's example and found the will of Qin, and wanted the ancestor to do justice for him. However, as the will of the people of Qin, does it really care what the surname of the person sitting there is? If it cared, there would be no abdication of Zhizong. So the minister's little thought obviously did not come true. The ancestor did not care what the surname of the person sitting in that position was, and he asked the opponent speechless in front of many court officials. Minister, when the emperor dies, the prince should succeed to the throne. How can a woman usurp the throne? The ancestor, did the ancient Qin emperor have no daughters? Minister, this woman is not from the Li family. The ancestor, is Li Yuan's surname Ing? Minister, otherwise, how can he be called a pig opponent? He didn't even think about how Li Yuan got to the throne. He didn't even understand the preferences of the ancestor before asking for help. She obviously cared more about whether the person sitting in that position was really capable, and whether he could really lead the Qin people to live a good life. After this incident, the foundation was laid for the people of Qin to rule the country later. The model of the family-run country since Emperor Wu had cracked. She thought about it and decided to explain. Even if it wasn't for Li Yuan's reputation, it was to defend Ingzhe. Being poisoned was too cowardly. In fact, what is recorded in the history books is true. Ingzhe's death by poisoning had nothing to do with Li Yuan. He committed suicide by taking poison. You will know it by considering the situation at that time. The two miners opened their mouths wide. They were wondering if the answers to the history test paper would be changed again. Of course, Li Yuan didn't force him to death. When Li Yuan knew about this, he was so shocked that he asked for a doctor. Qin Yu sighed. He committed suicide to atone for the sins of those who died in the war. It was not as complicated as the political struggle you think. I saw him die with my own eyes. From the perspective of current psychology, he should have been under too much psychological pressure and felt too much guilt. Anyway, since it had been explained to this point, Qin Yu decided to quibble for the next few people. Li Shimin was hired through normal competition, passed the interview, written test and practical operation, and was not forced to abdicate. It was Li Yuan's own will. Qin Yu talked nonsense seriously, defining Li Yuan as abdicating voluntarily, and didn't care about the other party's nostalgia for power back then. If Li Shimin could live to hear the motherland defending him, he would surely be moved to tears. Li Ji, well, he was indeed lucky. Mainly because he was the only one left among the remaining children who committed crimes. And there was no choice. What do you mean by not legitimate? Isn't Wu Zhao's ascension to the throne normal? Now that her husband is dead, can't his wife inherit his property? What's wrong with Wu Zhao inheriting Li Ji's throne? It's normal. This brand is nonsense. Remember to change it later. Lin Rui immediately replied, okay. I remember it. Just remember it according to what you just said? Qin Yu looked at Lin Rui. After a moment of silence. Just write it like this. No. Write less of this unofficial history. Write more of the official history. Qin can understand that this is also a means for the scenic spot to attract people. For the economy of Xianying City. She decided to let Yingzheng sacrifice together. The painting just drawn does not need to be sent to the Xianying Museum. Just put it in the yard just now. Remember to put up a sign. It can be a little exaggerated anyway. It is not too outrageous. It is not good for her to sacrifice a country alone. If you want to sacrifice, let everyone sacrifice together. No problem. Lin Rui agreed with a smile. And sent the real historical events she just wrote down to a friend who studies history. There are not many opportunities to listen to the ancestors tell stories in person. Although her friend cannot be there in person, she can tell her about it. After seeing this, Qin no longer wanted to continue to visit. Mainly because she felt her scalp tingling as long as she thought of the signs everywhere in the old palace of Xianying marking what she had done here. She now misses the simplicity of the old people. And wants to say to them, look at how terrible your descendants are. Qin keenly noticed Qin Yu's expression. And he took the initiative to speak. We have seen the most important places in the old palace of Xianying. And other places are no different from ordinary palaces. Why don't we go out of the scenic area and find a place to eat? And then discuss the joint meeting in the near future? Qin Yu, as expected of our good son. He is still so thoughtful for us after reincarnation. I am really moved. Lin Rui just said, the place has been arranged. And we can set off now. I wonder if you want to take these two children with you. The two siblings were immediately excited when they heard it. So there is still something for them? Although they knew that the hope was not great. They still looked at Qin Yu with some expectation. The opportunity to have a meal with the motherland may only come once in this life? Qin Yu glanced at Yingzheng inconspicuously. For the sake of Yingzheng, it is better to take these two minors with him. She nodded in agreement. After lunch, she also saw the lively and playful nature of the two siblings. So who did they inherit their personalities from? They were not as calm as Yingzheng, nor as gentle and humble as Fusu. Maybe it was a genetic mutation. After the last separation, Qin Yu saw Yingzheng again on the day of the joint meeting. As the governor, Yingzheng was very concerned about this meeting. Before Qin Yu entered the meeting room, she was resting in the lounge nearby. Lin Rui was asking her if she wanted to see the image designed for her by the special designer they hired. Because her image was freely changeable. She didn't need to consider whether the clothes she designed could be made. Even if they couldn't be made, Qin Yu could make them directly. Qin Yu took Lin Rui's mobile phone from her and began to look through the various concept pictures in the album. First, she excluded the overly complicated dresses. Although this was an important occasion, it was not suitable for overly complicated dresses. The modified dresses that were lighter and combined with modern style were more suitable. However, as a person with difficulty in making choices, Qin Yu didn't decide what to wear right away. She looked through the photos with some entanglement. This is what difficulty in making choices is like. It is really difficult to choose the best-looking one from the good-looking clothes. She was not in a hurry to arrive, so she could just think about it slowly. Which one do you think is better? Lin Rui was looking at them carefully, trying to pick the most suitable one from the middle. When she heard Qin Yu's surprised voice, why are there men here? To be honest, she is not discriminating. But these are all extended from her. So it is no wonder that she was shocked when she first saw them. Lin Rui paused. She already had the answer in her mind but still asked seriously, are you talking about the countries participating in the meeting? Yes. Otherwise, it is normal for the staff here to be both male and female. And it is strange for a country to have men as its will. Qin Yu looked at Lin Rui, looking at her with a look. And after looking at her for 2 seconds, she changed her seat. She turned on the computer in front of her, which could view the surveillance footage in the conference room. She even suspected that she had sensed it wrongly. If she hadn't sensed it wrongly, then was there something wrong with her? No way. She had performed what she had promised, and hadn't done anything wrong. She was definitely not responsible for this. Lin Rui changed her position, and stood behind Qin Yu to watch him operate the computer skillfully. This is a long story, and it happened many years ago. You didn't like to ask about political matters, and you weren't very interested in foreign countries, so you didn't know about this. Originally, Lika was indeed a woman, but after the founding of the country, she changed her sex to show that she was different. Although it's strange, it's true, but the reason is my guess. They may just want to break away from their relationship with you. So, Qin Yu paused. And when Lin Rui said the reason, she had already turned on the surveillance footage. And the footage was exactly the same as what she had sensed. If it wasn't her problem, then it was Lika itself. After thinking about it for a while, it didn't seem strange for the other party to do this. After all, she said that the national will was related to gender because the people in the country generally call the motherland mother. Well, it seemed that it was no big deal to change the personality of her national will in order to distinguish herself from her. She didn't understand. She was shocked. The Lika people are really crazy. Do they have some problems with their brains? It really opened her eyes. She had only seen human beings change their gender before. But now the national will can also change its gender. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly, and she looked at the computer screen with disgust. She couldn't help but say, if he wants to have nothing to do with me, let him get out. It's annoying to watch. Her voice was impatient. And then she realized that something was wrong. Are the remaining transgender people in the same group as the Lika country? What about the remaining ones? Why do I think he is not the only transgender person? To be precise, she was not sure what the external gender of the national will that was born after the power was dispersed. But 90% of the women in this conference room had explained the problem. In short, the problem was not her. Anyway, no one in the country at that time deliberately observed whether the foreign will was male or female. The exchange of resources between countries was only in the last 200 years. And it was the first time to hold a joint meeting between national wills. She said that all the people were women. And no one could stand up to refute her. As for foreign history books, she didn't even consider them. She just said they were fake. How could history books be as real as her living history? Oh, those countries claim that their national will was born male. In fact, there have been investigations in China. It's because men are superior to women in their country. And they think women are not worthy of being the appearance of the national will. So maybe it's because of this change of sex? Although Lin Rui quite agrees with her conjecture. This conjecture has not been recognized by those transgender countries. So she just used the word maybe. But no matter what the motherland thinks, she supports it. Qin Yu felt even more uncomfortable when she heard this. She and Ingzheng spent so much time unifying the world, and subtly achieved gender equality in the process of technological progress. In the end, it was split, and history was reversed. You said? Lin Rui looked at Qin Yu's expression. She understood the motherland's thoughts. Although she was madly excited but still said, it's not good to provoke a war. Qin Yu was discouraged directly. And it was also for her that this was a civilized era. How could she provoke a war? Peace was the most important thing. She felt that it was better for her to surf the internet less recently, and stay away from the hot-blooded teenagers. Otherwise she couldn't help it. She would be influenced by the Qin people in China. And the prosperous times that had once unified made everyone more or less have the seeds of unification in their hearts. It was normal for her to have such thoughts. But it was the first time she said it in front of Lin Rui. Just this one, Qin Yu said casually. And then she transformed into a dress according to the picture on the phone without even looking at the screen of the phone. This was a simplified dress. A fusion of modern simple style and the solemn dress of the Qin dynasty. The upper body was simple and not as troublesome as wide sleeves. And the lower body had the hem of the pre-Qin style, which was nearly ankle length. While changing clothes, she no longer concealed the strangeness of her body, and her golden eyes showed that she was not an ordinary person. The ordinary makeup that she had put on for shopping disappeared. And she still used the makeup that she had used thousands of years ago. The light golden lines around her eyes depicted the mountains and rivers of the Qin state. Lin Rui was stunned. It was the first time she saw the motherland look so solemn. She was so approachable that she almost forgot that she was an unattainable national spirit. Looking carefully, she found that the lines were still dynamic, and staring at them seemed to pull her into the turbulent river. Just when she was about to drown, she felt someone patted her shoulder, and raised her eyes to see the motherland standing beside her. Okay. You should also prepare your work. Oh. Okay. I'll go right away. Lin Rui walked out obediently. And as soon as she closed the door, she remembered that it was not right that she had anything else to prepare. Wasn't everything ready? And the meeting room was almost full? The meeting was about to start, and the motherland wouldn't want to skip the meeting temporarily, although it was very unfilial to think so. The more Lin Rui thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. And she turned around and wanted to go in again. Secretary Lin. What are you doing here? She was stopped by someone and turned around again. It turned out to be Governor Qin. What's the matter? Come to ask about the situation. Ah. So it should be soon. Lin Rui was not sure whether it was soon or not. Even if Qin Yu decided to leave the country alone, she could understand it. After all, this meeting itself was not what the motherland wanted to hold. Click. The door was opened from the inside, and Qin Yu came out and met Qin Zheng's eyes. She smiled and nodded. I'll go to the meeting room first. Rui, do you want to follow me? She didn't ask Qin Zheng, because it was reasonable to bring a secretary to a meeting, but it was a bit abnormal to bring the governor. Qin Zheng only felt that the pair of eyes was very familiar. After the country and the person were gone, he was still standing there. He stretched out his hands and held something in the air. He seemed to have seen it before, from an upward angle, holding things that he couldn't see or remember in his hands. He solemnly promised to stick to it for a lifetime. When Qin Yu walked around the corner and saw Qin Zheng still standing there, she suddenly had a question. Does reincarnation follow the rules, or is there really a hell? If there is a hell, why does this child look like he didn't drink mangpa soup? She laughed at herself in her heart. Wasn't she clear about whether there was a hell? What was certain was that human reincarnation followed rules, and there was no such organization as the hell. Lin Rui opened the door of the conference room first, and Qin Yu walked in. The conference room, which had just been filled with some conversations, suddenly became quiet. All the countries and people's eyes were focused on Qin Yu at this moment, and their cameras were also aimed at her. Qin Yu walked with a breeze, looking straight ahead, and walked to the top position by herself. She didn't care about the countries sitting here, because they couldn't beat her anyway. The camera followed Qin Yu's footsteps and faithfully broadcast this scene. Lin Rui followed him in and whispered to Qin Yu who were the people filming not far away. Those people are from the TV station broadcast. Only the central station is here. The local stations and the network broadcasts are all broadcasting from the central station. The few people next to them, who look different from the Qin people, are international media. But there are no reporters among them. And there is no session for reporters to ask questions. Just complete the meeting according to the previous process. Qin Yu said him. To be honest, she really felt that this meeting was not important. What's the point of a group of humanoid self-propelled nuclear weapons sitting down to hold a meeting? In the end, human affairs will still be solved by humans themselves. She sat down in her seat, glanced at the reminder manuscript placed on the table, and casually said, since everyone is here, let's start. She didn't say a word of extra words. She was still very kind and didn't say anything to stir up trouble. The lighthearted start shocked the countries sitting below. Humans may not feel it clearly, but they can clearly feel the pressure coming from the top as they are in the same national will. The original country is unhappy. They also felt nervous for the first time in their lives. They had never felt this way since they were born. Even though they were influenced by their compatriots, they never felt nervous. The momentary silence in the conference room caused question marks to float in the major live broadcast rooms on the internet. Such a big thing. Can the broadcast signal have problems? The screen in the live broadcast room began to stagnate, as if it was stuck. And the reaction of many viewers in the live broadcast room was also a bit big. The main reason for the commotion was that other countries besides Qin came to watch the fun, and they really wanted to ridicule Qin. Luo Mei? 34512, I laughed. Didn't they check it before the meeting? Really? 75678, couldn't Qin fix the network cable in advance? It's really embarrassing for the joint meeting to do this. A cute little Qin person, yes. Your country is the most powerful, advanced and cultured. Even when you come to our live broadcast room to quarrel, you are considerate enough to type it on the public screen in Qin language. You are really knowledgeable and well-mannered. Luo Mei, I am happy. Do you like Qinwen so much? Don't you have your own text? Why do you steal ours? Are you unwilling or don't want to? It's not that you don't have it. After the first digital ID started to mock, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly increased. Most of them were rebuttals, and there were also sarcastic and ironic ones. The public screen was also occupied by quarreling barrages, and no one cared about what the content of the meeting was. After all, most of the people who came to this meeting were here for Qin Yu to show up. The old man Zusheng had not even circulated a portrait, so they were naturally curious. Yes, is there a possibility that your broadcast was also stuck? I just went to the next door to take a look. It's exactly the same as here. Even if your camera and we were specially divided into two groups, it was stuck. It's almost the same. But when the first person found that all the live broadcast rooms were like this, the barrage behind them also quickly reacted and firmly supported this statement. 23578, are you here to watch the pantomime? The 10,086th wife of the ancestor. If you are blind, I suggest you go to an ophthalmologist. Can you use your brain before you speak? Go to your live broadcast room and check. This is all stuck. 34512. Then this is also in Qin state. It is also your wireless network that has problems. It is impossible that we pulled the network cable for you in your country? 58273. Although Qin is very good looking. Is it too late to change nationality now? 34512. Can the person in front have some backbone? I despise you people who love beauty the most. 75678. Stop talking nonsense with Qin people. If you really need money for repairs, I can donate 5 yuan to you. A cute little Qin person. What's wrong with changing nationality? We were all Qin people hundreds of years ago. What's there to argue about? Wanren, haha. Scolding Qin is scolding yourselves. 75678. You are still bragging about something that happened hundreds of years ago. Open your eyes and look at the world. It is modern now. Qin Shihuang died 800 years ago. The CPI support is real. Can you guys watch the live broadcast carefully? The camera has been switched. How could it be stuck? Director, are you there? If you are, just say something. I want to see the close-up. The live broadcast room screen turned and it was indeed switched to a different angle. Since it was not a stuck problem, many viewers in the live broadcast room also began to observe the details carefully. And the barrage was rarely reduced. The 10,086th wife of the ancestor. Director, are you there? If you are, just say something. I want to see the close-up. A cute little Qin person. Director, are you there? If you are, just say something. I want to see the close-up. 58273. Director, are you here? If you are, just say something. I want to see the close-up. Then, there was a series of copy and paste. Not only the Qin people themselves were posting, but also those spirit Qin people were posting. They were here to see the country, not to really listen to the meeting. If they were interested in the content of the meeting, wouldn't it be better to just read the documents published above? Why would they need to wait here for the live broadcast? Wanren, where are the live broadcast room managers? Can you block all those people with numbers in their names? They come here to stir up trouble, and don't even bother to give nicknames. For fear that we can't tell that you are from the next door? Zhu Sheng's 10,086th wife. If you must ban someone, remember not to hurt someone by mistake. Zhu Long's 10,010th wife. We are really destined to meet each other. By the way, don't ban me when you ban someone. See clearly when the room manager takes action. 58273. Don't ban me. I love Qin. I am in a foreign country, but my heart is in Qin. Administrator 404. 34512. 75,678. 23578. My account has been banned due to excessive language that does not comply with the civilized platform regulations. Please pay attention to the barrage etiquette when watching the live broadcast. 58273. I escaped a disaster. Ha ha ha. Room manager, I love you. Wuh. The CPI support is real. Director, I know you are at home. Don't be silent. Hurry up. Close up. I don't know if there were too many people shouting in the live broadcast room and the director saw it, or if the director and many viewers had a tacit understanding and directly put the camera on Qin Yu's face. Anyway, the atmosphere in the conference room was still tense, and the director openly slacked off and admired the beauty of the motherland. The barrage was cleared in an instant, and Qin Yu's profile appeared in the live broadcast room in its entirety. Long hair like crow feathers, dignified temperament and solemn expression. Lips slightly pursed as if in a bad mood. Light golden lines between eyebrows, and eyes shine under the lights in the conference room. And if you look closely, you can see that these lines are not static, but change shape every moment. Just like a river flowing endlessly. The golden pupils can make people drown in them at a glance. And this appearance is even more special for most Qin people. Those who truly love Qin will find her eyebrows and eyes gentle, and their hearts will calm down at a glance. And they want to get close to their motherland. And those who were born in Qin, but think of themselves as foreigners, looking at that face will make their backs cold, as if they are full of blades. 10086 wives of the ancestor. Woohoo! So beautiful. So beautiful. Thank the director for letting me see my ancestor's wife. PR. Pants flying JPG. Wanren, what a strange name. Wipe your sweat JPG. A cute little Qin person, calm down. Don't embarrass us Qin people. Take off your pants. Please go home and take them off. Zhu Long's 10010 wives, I'll fly too. Pants flying JPG. 62893, it doesn't feel like anything. There's no handsome guy from our country. Our country is really fresh and refined among all the women. A cute little Qin person, the lick a country netizen in front. Please calm down. Transgender is indeed quite outstanding among all the wills. We admit this. Wanren, how come there is still a fish that slipped through the net? The housing manager is here to work. It's really unlucky to see him. Yes, gently put down a brazier. Wanren, cross JPG. 62893, what do you know? You should respect the freedom of transgender in our country. This is the embodiment of freedom and democracy. You are a bunch of feudal old antiques. Yes, I am anxious. Some dogs are anxious, but I won't say who they are. Alaska, you insulted the dog. A cute little Qin person. How can you not respect the freedom of transgender in other countries? You must be jealous. You can change your gender freely. How can you be free and democratic? We are the beacon of freedom and democracy in the new century. Foaming at the mouth JPG. Yes, ha ha ha. Administrator 404, 62893 has been banned due to excessive language that does not comply with the civilized platform regulations. Please pay attention to the barrage etiquette when watching the live broadcast. This is unfair. This is unfair. Why don't they ban them for cursing? What's wrong with us telling the truth? This is not free speech. Administrator 404, this is unfair. The account has been banned due to excessive language that does not comply with the civilized platform regulations. Please pay attention to the barrage etiquette when watching the live broadcast. Wanren, good fellow. The room manager is crazy. The one in front didn't even check which country's live broadcast room this is in. He deserves to be blocked for jumping like this. It's like being pinched. Spiritual Qin people, good job. Spiritual Qin people, after changing my nickname, I feel that my waist and back are no longer sore. And I have more energy to work. Qin, my hometown that I miss so much. When will you take me back to China? Woo woo woo. Yes, who are you in the front? Spiritual Qin people, I am the one in the front. 58273, I just escaped a disaster. Thanks to the room manager Owo again. Yes, so it's a foreign friend. I know you are anxious. But don't worry. Once we expel the traitors and make room for you, you can go to the embassy to apply for Qin citizenship. Seriously JPG. Spiritual Qin people, really or not? Don't lie to me JPG. A cute little Qin person, ha 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 ha. Don't fool foreign friends in front. You are grabbing bamboo shoots. As the housing management killed all sides, the live broadcast room became harmonious again. And everyone's topics began to change. A cute little Qin person. It seems that it would be good if there was only the side face of the motherland in the live broadcast today. Hee. Of course. It would be better if there was a front face. Director, we want to see the front face. Many barrages in the live broadcast room once again launched remote commands, typing and sending barrages to ask to see the front face. For a time, the barrages asking the director to cut the camera again filled the screen. But fortunately, most people had foresight and had turned off the barrages blocking the screen, leaving only the barrages below and above that did not block the picture. Yes, will there be motherland peripherals for sale on Taobao after this meeting? I suggest printing more. The 10,086th wife of the ancestor, I support it. Who understands the pain of having to go to the museum's peripheral online store to buy peripherals before? The audience in the live broadcast room started discussing the subsequent peripheral issues directly. As for what this meeting was about, they really didn't care much. And those who cared probably wouldn't come to the live broadcast room to watch it, and just read the national documents directly. Although there were so many comments in the live broadcast room, it was actually less than a minute. Qin Yu glanced at the countries below, who were either smiling or lowering their eyebrows. She changed to a more relaxed posture and sat down, holding the prompt manuscript on the table with her right hand and reading it. Why? You had to hold this meeting in the first place. But now you have nothing to say. The many national wills in 2 rows laughed awkwardly. There were not many people who could speak properly in this low pressure. They didn't want to stammer and embarrass themselves at this time. For a while, the meeting room was full of glares. And most of the targets were Lika. If he hadn't been idle, they wouldn't have to suffer here with him. A cute little Qin person, so domineering. Worthy of being our mother. The 10,086th wife of the ancestor, Mom Deep Affection JPG. The live broadcast room was a large-scale scene of shouting for Mom. And the meeting room was a large-scale rebellious scene of unfilial sons. The scene couldn't continue to be deadlocked. Qin Yu saw the sign raised by the staff not far in front. And she took back her aura very face-savingly. The other national wills also breathed a sigh of relief. They all saw the persuasion sign raised by a Qin person just now. And now they are really a little moved. As the aura was withdrawn, some countries also started to make trouble. First, Ing, the younger brother of Lika, started the conversation. The topic was normal. Talking about global environmental protection. But then it was a bit abnormal. Yes, here it comes. The old topic is here again. Because Qin is the strongest. All the pollution on Blue Star is attributed to Qin. 6. A cute little Qin person. 6 is here. You don't really think moral kidnapping works. Right? The 10,086th wife of the ancestor. 6. And the audience in the live broadcast room didn't buy the nonsense that Ing said. It was all ironic. Qin Yu didn't feel like listening to the beginning of the second half, and just watched him finish his words coldly. She raised her fingertips and turned a page of the paper in her hand. So, what are you going to do? Ingwa smiled and said, the National Joint Conference is permanent. And the parliamentary constituent countries are all countries with will. And the council countries. Qin Yu raised her hand to signal him to stop. I only know that there is a parliamentary president in this conference. But I don't know what council countries there are. In fact, this backup plan is also planned by Lika and Ing. They have long thought about what methods they will use to make up if they fail to seize the position of vice president or even president. And the council countries are one of them. Although it is only a joint meeting between national wills. Real power may not be there. But it is also very important from the perspective of appearance and public opinion propaganda. It is definitely necessary to occupy a favorable position. Ingwood just wanted to introduce the concept of the council countries. But he found that he could not speak. He was manually muted by Qin Yu. Because the situation in the conference room was broadcast globally. She could not directly ban Gua openly. But muting was still possible. A cute little Qin person. Why is this annoying silent? I saw him opening his mouth, and he obviously wanted to say something. Spiritual Qin people? Was he banned? The room manager can ban the account. Isn't it normal for our mother to ban the unfilial son? Alaska, good ban. I think unfilial sons like Ing should be banned. Bunny on the moon. I agree. It doesn't matter if the account is useless. Just cancel it, and open a new one to start over. 23675. Isn't this a one-man show? Qin's wolfish ambitions were exposed too quickly. It seems that Ing is confused and doesn't understand the concept of the council. Then, there is only one chairman for this meeting. What do you think? Of course. I am not an arbitrary country. So you can compete for the position as secretary. If you want to apply, you can contact me privately. Or hold a job fair now. Except for the handful of countries in Lika. The other countries naturally have no objection. Because they have a clear self-awareness. And they are also seriously considering how to write their resumes to be selected later. A white curly-haired lady spoke up. She said, no objection. This is a great decision. Oh, yeah, this is the country next door. Erlu. I like white-haired lady. Hee. It's so pretty. Hee. Wife. Zulong's 10,010th wife. Hee. She's also my wife. Qin Yu didn't know about the confusing seniority in the live broadcast room. She looked at the sensible countries below with satisfaction and finally smiled faintly. Then it's decided. Zuxing's 10,086th wife. No. I'm stunned by her beauty. Mom's smile is so gentle. Hee. I took a screenshot and used it as wallpaper. Luanren, I don't know why. There were so many things said in the meeting. But I didn't listen to a single word. Luanren, never mind. Is there any blogger who can make a makeup tutorial? I also want to do the same makeup as my motherland. Of course. Qin Yu's dynamic makeup is difficult to imitate except for special effects. The requirements of the live broadcast room audience are simply embarrassing for beauty bloggers. Even if they try their best without special effects, they can only make a static version of the high-end version. However, the matter of beauty tutorials is a matter for the future. This joint meeting did not say much useful and practical content. After all, the leading country at the beginning of this meeting wanted to use this meeting to compete for international status. But now this purpose has failed, and a lesson has been learned. They are always a generation lower than Qin. And it is impossible to dream of being on equal footing. Just look at Ing, who can't speak after leaving the venue. I don't know when he will be banned. After the meeting, many national wills almost walked around Ing and Lika, fearing that they would also be banned. They also understand what Qin is to them. It is the initial starting point of all national wills, and their common mother. Of course, it is the same for Lika and Ing. It's just that Lika and Ing are colluding with each other to try to be on equal footing with Qin. If they say it, it's just being inferior to others. If that person is still there, they might change their name to City Will now. Will should know how to be content. Since the last meeting, Qin Yu's live screenshots have been made into many emoticons. Among them, she looked at Lika with a look of disdain and disdain. Many netizens unanimously decided to add the word that said, haha, you can't do it anyway if you keep talking. Bump. Qin Yu is currently at the junction of 3 countries. In addition to her, there are 2 other national wills staying here. One is Erluo, and the other is Yas. With 3,303, they just make up a mahjong table. Except that 3,303 participated as a city will. Qin Yu and the other 2 are genuine national wills. Qin Yu heard about Erluo and Ross from Lin Rui. Both of them are on good terms with Qin. She has been doing some diplomatic actions recently. The building they are in is located in the border city of Hancheng. The fireplace in the house is burning brightly, and the cold wind outside cannot enter at all. 3 of a kind. Luo threw a card casually. She glanced at the remaining cards in her hand and frowned. She felt that she was going to lose to Yasi. 2202, hello. Senior. Number 2202 requests communication. Qin Yu paused and agreed to the access of system 2202. 3303 didn't know where the main system came from, and was still using its own database to calculate how to play next. If everyone present except it were ordinary people, then the outcome of this game would be no suspense. And it would win. But except for this system, there were 3 national wills present. It could cheat by using database calculations, and the other 3 could also use their huge thoughts as a large database to calculate. According to the game theory of relativity, when all 4 countries/unions are using cheats, it is equivalent to no one using cheats. Of course, there is another situation. That is, to see whose cheat is more powerful. Yong, your level is not very good. You have to go back and practice hard. Yas and Erluo are also under great pressure, since they learned that Yong present is the so-called city will. They have been thinking about whether the national will become the city will after the degeneration. However, playing mahjong with their mother is more important at this moment, and they only occasionally sneak a glance at Yong. 3,303. The other 3 are still thinking about mahjong. Although Qin Yu is also playing cards seriously, part of her attention has been focused on the conversation with 2202. Qin Yu, are you said by the main system to cooperate in depth? 2202, yes. Yes. I waited for the previous host to die, and the binding was naturally released before coming here. I am really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Qin Yu did not want to embarrass such a polite unification, so she asked directly. Qin Yu, okay. Are you looking for a host here? 2202, yes. There is a new module in the main system. I am here to experiment with it. It is a live broadcast module. Please rest assured that it will not have any impact on this world. The audience will not be selected in this world. Moreover, the coordinates of this world are also protected by the main system during the live broadcast. I have already picked the host before I came. He is a graduate of Xianying University, and is related to Lin Rui, your current colleague at work. Qin Yu was naturally in a good mood for 2202's behavior, and she simply looked through the terms and conditions and found no disadvantages. Qin Yu, okay. I agree. If the host you like agrees to bind, then there is nothing else to do. If she disagrees, just choose another one. 2202, okay. Okay. I'll go now. Thank you for your support. And this is the training fee given to you by the main system. Qin Yu, didn't the training start yet? 2202, actually. It's me. Ha ha ha. If you think there is anything wrong, please tell me QWQ. You must believe that it is because I am too bad. Not intentional. Qin Yu just felt funny in his heart. Which anthropologist is this paying protection fees? Yu, okay. Go ahead. As long as you don't do anything illegal in this world. I don't bother to care about you. 2202, okay. Thank you, Senior. Yu, wait a minute. I won. I can't beat you. Mother, can't you let Yuhua come? It's too difficult for you to come in person. Yas pouted and acted coquettishly to Yu in a soft voice, saying that mother asked me to do it once. Yu smiled and responded, next time. Next time. After 2202 cut off the connection with Yu, a system floated over the Qin kingdom. It first determined its own position and the position of the target host. Before coming, it knew about the selection of the host from the main system. Its senior actually had a veto, so it decided to choose a human under the jurisdiction of the senior as its host. After coming to this world, it first learned about the settings of this world and the international situation, and carefully selected Lin Rui's sister Lin Ruyuan as its host. Firstly, this person is Lin Rui's sister, so I'm sure the senior will be relieved. Secondly, Lin Ruyuan's major is history. Now, 2 years after graduation, she is either collecting historical materials or on the way to collect historical materials. If you say she is busy, she is really busy. If you say she is not busy, she is indeed very idle. The most important point is that this person's income is average. She spends too much money to collect historical materials, and her sister Lin Rui has to help her from time to time. 2202 thinks that it will definitely work if she tempts with money. It has already thought of the words to say later. After calming down the excited data, it landed on the windowsill outside Lin Ruyuan's room. It turned into a cute little white fox, stretched out its claws, and knocked on the glass window. After waiting for a while, no one came, so it knocked on the glass window again. This time, the curtains in the window were opened. The window was facing Lin Ruyuan's desk. When she opened the window, she was holding a pen in her right hand. 2202 glanced into the room. There were pieces of paper on the table, and the computer was also turned on. Lin Ruyuan was stunned when she saw 2202. Should there be a white fox in Xianyang? Although she was a student of history, she still had common sense. It didn't look like there would be a white fox in Xianyang. Hello, Lin Ruyuan. I am System 2202. You can call me by my number, or by the Wanjia Live Broadcasting System. I am here. Bang, the window closed with a sound. I, target host. Please listen to me. Don't be so cruel to a weak and helpless system like me. After 2202 shouted, there was no movement in the house. Fortunately, in order to save money and for quietness, Lin Ruyuan rented a house in the suburbs. She did not live in the house near the city in Xianyang. There were few people around, and no one heard what 2202 said. This was also scanned before 2202 shouted. It was not fearless enough to speak publicly in front of humans other than the host. Lin Ruyuan closed the window, and her hand holding the pen trembled slightly. She must have heard it wrong. After the establishment of the new Qin state, it was not allowed to become a spirit. How could the fox outside speak? Fake. All fake. She sat back in the computer chair, opened the computer document, and wrote and drew on the paper. There was something in the Qin Shihuang period that she had never understood. If there was more information to prove it, it would be great. Just as she was lost in her own thoughts, she even wondered whether she should ask her sister if she could contact the motherland to ask for her help. There was a scratching sound outside the window, and a pleasant voice, "Host, don't be silent. I know you are at home. If you don't open the window, I will call everyone over." Lin Ruyuan pinched her eyebrows, closed the pen and threw it on the table, took a deep breath and stood up. She smiled and opened the window again. "What do you want to say?" 2202 saw the slightly dark smile of her target host, and her voice weakened. "Well, can you let me in first? It's a bit inappropriate for me to stay here." "You still know it's inappropriate." Lin Ruyuan's tone was a bit weird, and she made way. But she didn't ask the other party to come in personally, but sat back in the chair and looked at 2202. Who knows what this thing is? If she has to invite the other party to come in, it will be a big loss. 2202 raised its paw and walked into the room, closing the window. It said in a flattering tone, "I am really a system. Do you want to take a look at our system's contract? I know you are short of money. How about you become my host, and I will give you tasks to help you make money?" Lin Ruyuan raised her eyebrows. The other party could have come in directly, but he still asked her first. Thinking about it, it was quite polite. "Okay. Tell me, What benefits do I have? Of course, you can make money by completing tasks. And the source of this money is absolutely legitimate. Of course, if you don't want to make money, you can exchange it for something else. You can check the system mall for details. This needs to be bound to see it. Right? Don't play tricks. Say something else useful. Isn't this enough? 2202 tilted his head. But you are short of money for your research project. Aren't ancient books expensive? I'm tempted. But for a guy like you who came from an unknown source, these chips are not worth my risk. I still have to complete the task. Right? Then I don't have time to do research. You should find someone else. There are many idle college students in Xianying University next door. I suggest you find them. Wait. Host. I am legal and compliant. Our system is a good system that abides by the law. Lin Riyuan's eyes moved slightly from her own manuscript, and she gave 2202 a look. Prove it. The national will of the country you are in knows about this. If you don't believe it, go ask your sister. Ask her office. No. Ask her if the Qin will send someone to find you. Lin Riyuan saw 2202's firm look, and still called her sister. Hello? It's me. Riyuan. I want to ask someone here who said that the motherland asked him to come to me, and asked you to prove it for him. Is this true? She also knew her sister's position. Given the status of the State Council, it seems reasonable to know this. Wait a moment. I'll go ask my mother. Lin Ri thought this was very strange. She was just about to find a professional department to investigate this person when she saw her motherland, who was supposed to be far away in Hancheng, come back and appear right in front of her. I did ask him to go. Lin Rui was stunned for a moment and put down her phone. Okay. I'll talk to Riyuan later. Do you have any other instructions? No. We have reached a beneficial agreement. You just need to ask your sister to agree to that person's request. But if there are any excessive requests in the future, don't worry about me. Just refuse directly. After that, Qin Yu walked out of the office and opened the chat interface with 2202 in his heart. Okay. Is there anything else? 2202, thank you. Senior sister. Thank you so much. After Lin Riyuan got the confirmed news from Lin Rui, she didn't completely believe it. She said, what if you lie to me? Host. I'm just a small system. I can lie to people. But can I lie to the will of the country? In fact, it can be lied, but the original country is not within the scope of the lie. Besides, with his strength, he may not be able to lie to the will of the ordinary country. Lin Riyuan thought about it and nodded. Okay. I agree for my mother's sake. You kneel down and I still have a project to do. I'll talk about the mission after I finish it. Huh? 2202 was dumbfounded. Why are humans so difficult? Hey. He was so happy when his last host found him. He complained that there were not enough tasks every day. Who would lead him to do a project? Host. Actually, our batch of systems are installed with new modules. The Wanjia Live Broadcast module. The previous modules were generally within the world, but this time it is across the world. So experiments are needed. You see, the old lady Qin has agreed. Can you spare some time to listen to me talk about the precautions for novices? Yes. I'm listening. You continue. 2202 looked at Lin Riyuan's constant movements and almost shouted, you are obviously not listening. Does the host like history very much? Yes. You can see it at a glance. Then you are not curious about the history of other worlds? 2202 continued to seduce. And it took out some of the information stored in its library. These are all videos made by the same batch of hosts, or live broadcast replays. This part of the live broadcast is about history. I think my colleague's record should be mainly to spoil the plot for the ancients. Host, do you want to take a look? Lin Riyuan was a little moved, but still refused. I haven't studied the history of Qin thoroughly, so I won't participate in the historical research of other worlds. Besides, I can't edit videos, let alone how to be a host. Why don't you change the host? 2202 walked around anxiously, sitting down from time to time to pull his hair. Other systems just send tasks, and the host comes up with ideas. Why doesn't the host here cooperate? And he has to come up with ideas. 2202 searched the database for a long time, and sent a distress message to Qin Yu again. Since this host is interested in history, it's better to cater to his interests. 10 seconds later, 2202 got a packaged data packet. And he suddenly became confident, walking with his head held high, with the senior sister as his backing. He is invincible. Ahem. Host. I've thought about it. Don't you like history? Yeah. Lin Riyuan looked cold, but her ears were perked up to listen to 2202's words carefully. I learned some history from Qin, the ancestor you often call. Where's the thing? Show me. The task you mentioned is not negotiable. Lin Riyuan almost jumped up excitedly. Even if the ancestor has lost some memories due to thousands of years of division and wear and tear, what she knows must be the most comprehensive in the country. It's a pity that no one in the country has the face to disturb Qinyu. If she had the clues given by the will of the country, it would be easier for her to study history. However, she knew that she couldn't rely entirely on these fragmented memories. It was also very important to organize memories and verify them from multiple parties. For those who study history, logical reasoning ability cannot be poor. Don't worry. Don't worry. I've thought about it. Host. It doesn't matter if you can't edit videos. I'll do it. It's okay if you don't know how to be a host. Just think of it as giving a lecture. Is that okay? You've watched Lecture Room, right? It's just telling people from other worlds what you know and learn. When you talk, I'll give you appropriate pictures and videos. For example, if you talk about a lost cultural relic, if it's in my database, I'll give you pictures. We win-win. What pictures and videos of events? Of course, watching videos like Shihuang taking a bath is not allowed. We strictly abide by the laws and regulations of this world. The most important thing is that it doesn't have it, and there's no way to watch it. 2202's righteous words made Lin Riyuan's face turn red and black. What are you thinking about? How could I talk about such a thing? Where's your information just now? Let me take a look first. Look, these are all videos made by other hosts. But it's boring to talk about what has already been said. The host can consider innovation. Lin Riyuan spent a day watching some videos with non-repetitive content at 1x speed. She frowned and closed the last video. She tapped the table lightly with her fingertips. Their world, Qin, died in one generation. Although pretending to be indifferent, Lin Riyuan's trembling voice still revealed something. For thousands of years, the mark of Qin has been deeply engraved on this land. As long as the Qin people have normal brains, they love this land. So when she saw the video of the top 10 prodigal sons in history, she almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. She stretched out her hand and pinched her own philtrum. 2202. You are here to harm me. I think I need to be rescued. Calm down. Host. The history of this world is 1 in a million. Even 1 in a million. Do you know how special the country you are in is? It has gone through ups and downs from ancient times to the present, and has never perished. Host. Now is the time for you to serve your motherland. The live broadcast room is also connected to a small number of future interstellar worlds. Yes, the kind of science fiction you think of. They like archaeology. You can find a way to cheat some technology or something. Or save enough points, and I will help you change it. Host. Cheer up. Lin Riyuan's voice was muffled. I'm not familiar with cheating people, so I'd better teach honestly. The main reason is that she is not sure she can cheat those people with advanced technology. Where will my live broadcast room be broadcasted? Basically, it is the historical world and parallel world you just saw. These worlds are close and consume less energy. For example, interstellar worlds cannot be connected for the time being. Lin Riyuan glared at 2202. Aren't you just making big promises for me? 2202 laughed awkwardly and didn't answer. Although Lin Riyuan said that 2202 was making big promises for her, she still chose to put her own subject aside and dug out her papers from graduation thesis to recent years from her computer documents. She just noticed that the history of those worlds was really different from the history of her motherland. So it was impossible to spoil the story. This had been talked about too much. She decided to mainly talk about the history she was familiar with, starting with the paper she had written before. Host. Do you want to choose the audience? 2202 was looked at by Lin Riyuan, and her voice became smaller and smaller. The more you can save, the better. Emperor or generals, princes, etc. must be profitable. She stood up and flipped through the bookshelf beside her and took out a folder. This was the information she had collected herself. If she changed the name, it would become 5 years as emperor and 3 years as crown prince. She had already thought about it. So she would cut the leaks of the emperors and princes first. This should be the richest profession in many neighboring worlds. Yes. After all, host, you have to pay rent next month. And you can't borrow your sister's. Lin Ryuan, has anyone told you that you are too direct? 2202, it's okay. After 3 days of emergency preparation, Lin Ryuan said she was ready. She set up a live broadcast room at home. After telling 2202 to fix the screen, she took out a rough book bound with A4 paper. The top page was written in black and white, 5 years as emperor and 3 years as prince. This was something she was going to use to cheat people out of money, to promote her business. After confirming that all the documents opened on the computer were what she needed, she made a ritual gesture to 2202. In 222 BC, in the first year after the first emperor unified the world, a sky curtain appeared in the sky, revealing many future events to the first emperor. Originally, everyone in the Qin state thought this was a good thing. After all, it represented the recognition of Qin by the heaven, until there were more and more sky curtains of various kinds. Ing Zheng could guess what the second half of the sentence was after listening to the first half of the sentence said by those later generations. The content of the sky curtains was getting more and more boring. Even the common people were used to watching them. From the initial riots to now, as entertainment after dinner. Now there are 3 sky curtains hanging in his great Qin sky, which are usually played in turn, and occasionally played together. He has even more sky curtains in his hands, such as the bronze mirrors in his palace, or floating directly in front of him. If they could not be closed actively, he would like to try to cut off most of these things and leave only the most useful ones. What's being shown on the screens outside today? Li Si, who had just come in, bowed respectfully, Your Majesty. There's nothing being shown on the 3 screens today. What about the small ones? As an important official of the Qin state, Li Si had a complete set of small screens. So Ing Zheng asked Li Si directly. He was very excited at the beginning, but now, he was too lazy to turn over the small screens. Your Majesty, today 50% of the screens are talking about Li Shimin, and 30% are talking about Lu Che. The remaining 20% of the content has also been watched. Oh, Ing Zheng said coldly. He was used to it. Let them continue to watch, and report if there is anything different. At this moment, clouds and mist shrouded the front of Ing Zheng, and another sky curtain appeared. Ing Zheng frowned. And there was a new one. Li Si, give the new one a number. Yes. After saying that, he wanted to wave the sky curtain away. Every time a new sky curtain appeared, it was either about the fall of Qin Shihuang or the fall of Qin Shihuang. He was angry at the beginning, but now he has no feelings. Li Si, did Hu Hai admit his mistake? Your Majesty, the ashes of Mr. Hu Hai have been scattered in the sea for more than 3 months. Well, you can go down. Yes. At this time, a woman's figure appeared in the sky curtain, and behind her were a lot of books. She was Lin Ryuan sitting in the study. She smiled and said, Good morning, everyone. I am Lin Ryuan, a lecturer of the 100 Schools Forum program. 2202 was an assistant in an invisible place, and did not forget to complain a little. He was too lazy to even come up with a name for the program. He really deserves to be the host. When it comes to history, the most important thing to mention is Qin, the first unified country. Ing Zheng, next. The Qin dynasty will end. Another boring content. He reached out to click the red cross in the upper right corner. But, after all, she is the motherland of all of us. The first unified country. And the motherland of all of us now. As everyone knows, my great Qin has experienced 31 emperors with the surname Ing. If the one who is deposed in the middle is also counted, strictly speaking, there are 33 emperors with the surname Ing. Ing Zheng? What do you mean by well-known? How come he doesn't know? Today we are going to talk about our first emperor, Qin Shi Huang Ing Zheng, who reigned for a full 463 years. Ing Zheng? Wait a minute. Li Si, don't leave yet. Sit down and listen together. Someone, go and tell Xiao He and the others to come over. Everyone who has studied history should know a very interesting thing. Right? Because our emperor Qin Shi Huang lived too long. Qin I to Qin 6 were all emperors, who were posthumously conferred by the emperor after the death of the crown prince or princess. These 5 emperors had never been emperors before their deaths. Ing Zheng, wait. Isn't it said that there are no gods in the world and no immortality? Then we can know that the real Qin who took over from brother Zheng was the daughter of our Qin's 6th emperor, Ing Zhao, the crown princess appointed by Zheng Ge. Let me first talk about my research topic. The woman in the picture picked up a book with 5 years as emperor and 3 years as crown prince written on it. Yes, there is a reason why our great Qin can continue to this day. Although the imperial system has been abolished, we cannot deny the efforts of the wise rulers of all dynasties. This book is written by me, and the materials in it are all selected from the emperors of the great Qin. As the voice fell, the live broadcast room also flashed the portraits of emperors one after another in due time. Zheng became interested. He had known from many sky curtains that the imperial system would be abolished in the future. But this was the first one he saw that abolished the imperial system, but did not change the country's name. Although it is not the Qin of this world. It is Qin. It is Qin. For the 5-year emperor section, I think everyone knows who the characters are from. Zheng Ge has contributed a lot of material to us, the descendants, for more than 400 years. It's useless for us modern people to learn these. But what if we travel through time? After learning them, we can definitely travel through time and become a wise ruler. Even if we don't travel through time, it's good to buy them and keep them. It contains not only the policies of the time, but also many historical anecdotes, including many about the emperor. Moreover, there are many cases in the book, and there are examples of various situations, such as Li Shimin, who applied for the job through his own efforts and ascended the throne directly from the prince to the emperor, and Wu Zetian, the first person in history to be promoted from the queen to the emperor. I dare not say anything else, but I will teach you how to usurp the throne. Li Si looked shocked. What did he hear? The Qin state never perished where the sky curtain was, but the emperor's surname was Li, not Ing. Even though he had heard many treasonous words, he still felt dizzy when he heard Lin Riyuan say that he would teach you how to usurp the throne. At this time, a bullet screen passed by the lower left corner of the live broadcast room, 2202. Didn't you say it was a lecture? You're selling books after just a few words? The anchor should do something serious. Zheng didn't know that this was Lin Riyuan's system reminding her, and just thought that there were other people watching this live broadcast room. After all, it was not the first time he had seen such a sky curtain before. He tried to post a barrage, and a prompt popped up remaining barrages January 1st. Do you want to use it? After all, I have to make a living, and I can hardly pay the rent next month. Lin Riyuan opened the cover and showed the inner page. With a line of clear handwriting on it, 996 is the emperor's blessing, and 007 is a must for wise rulers. Zheng no longer hesitated, and he wrote a barrage. There are immortals in the world. And aren't elixirs also a lie? How can people live so long if they can't become immortals? After posting, he skillfully searched for a while, found the reward button, and chose to reward a small gold cake. Sure enough, the voice of the later generations in the picture paused, obviously seeing the barrage he sent out. Lin Riyuan was a little surprised when she heard the tip, but after seeing the question in the barrage, she was not surprised anymore. She said, thanks to the netizen named Shihuang Zheng for the tip. Your nickname is quite interesting. Do you also want to live for 400 or 500 years, like our Zheng Ge? Then you are overthinking. There is a reason why our Zheng Ge lived so long. Zheng Ge was a rare person who could see the will of the country when no one in the world could see the national spirit. He was blessed by the will of Qin, which is our motherland. Of course, he could live so long. And it is not enough to be blessed. There should be more conditions. Otherwise, Zheng Ge would not be the only one in history who lived for more than 400 years. Zheng? Since it is a live broadcast room of all worlds, it is impossible for this live broadcast room to be only in the Qin dynasty. Why can Shihuang Zheng live for more than 400 years? Zheng is not the only one who has this doubt. There are also many emperors who are watching the live broadcast together. Some of them have seen countless sky curtains and have gained a lot of benefits from the sky curtains. It is difficult for them to be attracted by the sky curtains again. But there are also some who just saw the sky curtain for the first time. They were shocked by this magical little image that just appeared. Han Dynasty. Emperor Wu of Han Luche expressed dissatisfaction. Where did this new sky curtain come from? The Qin dynasty had long been destroyed. The words in this sky curtain did not match the reality. Moreover, Qin Shihuang could get the blessing of the country. So why couldn't he? If he couldn't, then there would definitely be no one else who could. So it was fake. All fake. Other sky curtains said that Qin Shihuang and him were called Qin Huang Han Wu, and that the combination of the two of them was tied together. Why didn't Qin Huang take him with him when he was immortal. This is unfair. They are all emperors. How come he has never seen the national will of Han? Lu Zhuzu angrily posted a comment. The story is well written. But it would be better if the protagonist was Emperor Wu of Han. This kind of book will not sell at first glance. The first year of Jiangwen. Zhu Yunwen saw this strange object that suddenly appeared and thought it was a good omen. He didn't expect that the woman in the picture would be so rebellious, and said she wanted to usurp the throne. She also said that the Qin dynasty was passed down from generation to generation. How could it be possible? The Qin dynasty fell in one generation, which is recorded in the official history. This crazy woman is just like his uncles. No. He has to send an order to ask if his uncles can see these things. If they can see them, they can't be kept. It's still light to just oppose them as commoners. This is definitely not a goddess, who is spreading rumors and confusing the people to disrupt the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di, who was far away in the Prince of Yan's mansion, found the things in front of him quite interesting. Although he thought that he had no mistakes in his understanding of history, he was still quite interested in the strange picture that said that Qin Shihuang lived for 400 or 500 years. How about buying a copy and taking a look? Such a strange thing. This book must have some magical features. Well, it is definitely not because of the sentence, "We will teach you everything about usurping the throne." After he had this idea, a prompt popped up on the sky screen. Do you want to buy 5 years as the emperor and 3 years as the prince? He saw the small words below reminding only gold is accepted, and regretfully gave up paying with the Ming dynasty treasure notes. He ordered someone to bring 100 gold coins and asked the attendant who came with the gold to click to buy it. In this way, a pure white book without any fancy words fell into his hands. 5 years as emperor, 3 years as crown prince. Interesting. Lin Riyuan was arguing with 2202 in her heart because of its sudden interruption. You suddenly posted this comment. It will look weird if there are no other modern comments later. If we are exposed, you can bear most of the responsibility. 2202 was shocked. It was not a system in this area before. And this was the first time it worked, because it could only refer to those who could play videos in this world. So it didn't think much. It could only go to Qin Yu to explain the situation, hoping that the senior sister could forgive it once QAQ. Not to mention that Lin Riyuan was pointing fingers at 2202 in her heart. She didn't stop talking. It can be said that the barrage of comments from Emperor Wu of Han Luche came in time. She paused for a while, and it didn't seem strange. She actually knew that these people with the title of emperor were real. But she was not really here to lick the ancients. So she just pretended not to know. Even if it was the Qin Shihuang of a parallel world. He was not their brother Zheng. So Lin Riyuan was quite calm when she saw the barrage of comments from Ying Zheng. And even the jokes were made casually. Emperor Wu of Han? My friend, do you really want to be an emperor? Have you thought of a title for yourself? Then you should buy this book. I am not exaggerating. The content of the book covers all kinds of situations. Whether it is becoming a prince or princess, and waiting for the father or mother to die of old age to succeed to the throne normally, or usurping the throne and forcing the real father/mother to step down when there is a prince, or being promoted from the queen to the emperor. The book has detailed tutorials. How to be a good prince or princess is also described in detail in the book. Qin I to Qin 6 all said it was good after reading it. Don't you really want to buy a copy? She is really selling books seriously. Seeing that the anchor in the live broadcast room had no reaction to his reputation as Emperor Wu of Han, and his attitude was completely different from the mini Tianmu he had seen before. Emperor Wu of Han was helpless. But he still cared about the fact that Qin Shihuang Yingzheng lived for more than 400 years. He had seen mini Tianmu before. But all of them had the same argument. That becoming an immortal was fake, and the elixir was poisonous. Immortality? Impossible. It was hard to find someone who didn't follow the usual path, and didn't like to talk to him. He thought about it, glanced at the ministers below, and called Wei Qing out, "My dear, come!" Although he didn't want to admit it, people in later generations did like his 2 generals more, and even liked his 2 queens, but only disliked him and called him a pig. The emperor was really silent and shed tears. Emperor Wu of Han was silent after hearing this, and Luche cried after hearing this. Linger, recommended from D Station. Isn't the anchor talking about history? Why is he selling books here? Chomping Ho Wei Qing, hello girl. If it is true that the first emperor lived for more than 400 years, how can such a condition be achieved? Shumgu, I love you. Did the high school history class upstairs take a waste? Isn't this all written in the history textbook? Night-Eye Morning Star, wow. Is that person above role-playing? Didn't you learn about Wei Qing before cosplaying? Night-Eye Morning Star, is there a possibility that your title of Marquis of Chongping was given to you by the first emperor? This paragraph is on page 13 of the second volume of the history course for the first year of high school. Lin Ruyuan looked at the comments said by the netizen who just came in. And she couldn't help laughing. She said, what this netizen said is right. General Wei Qing was indeed given the title of Marquis of Chongping by the first emperor. According to unofficial historical records, our motherland was also there at that time. Brother Zheng, I love you, really? The ancestor was also there at that time? Yes. But this incident is not recorded in the official history. And it is actually questionable. This is also the meaning of the existence of those of us who study history. It seems that everyone doesn't want to listen to my sales pitch. So forget it. Let's answer the question about Wei Qing, the Marquis of Chongping first. The specific situation is all in the book I just mentioned. Really? You can find it by looking carefully at the part about Qin Shihuang. Okay. Let's talk about something else. Not selling books. When Lu Che heard this, he waved his hand. Isn't it just buying a book? He bought it. After searching for a while on the small sky screen floating in front of him, he found the purchase button. But after clicking it, a prompt popped up. Sorry. The item you want to buy is sold out. Please wait for the anchor to restock it. Lu Che? Lu Che looked at the ministers at the first table below. Who have you bought it? Your Majesty. No. The voices of No came one after another. Lu Che was not just complaining about Lin Ruyuan selling books. Now he just wanted to ask how many books she had prepared. Why they were gone as soon as he clicked in. But when he wanted to send a barrage again, he found that it couldn't be sent out. He had just used up his only chance. You all try to see who can send a barrage and ask why this book is gone. Lin Ruyuan knew that she couldn't sell this book to the few modern people who just entered the live broadcast room. What's the point of buying such a rough thing? Wouldn't it be better to buy a hardcover online? She changed the subject. Let's talk about Zhengde. I won't go into details about the common sense that our Zhengde succeeded to the throne at a young age. But does anyone know what strange things happened in the Xianying Palace after Zhengde succeeded to the throne? Official history records that the first sword made of 100 refined steel in Qin was forged with the help of the Black Bird. This sword is the Qin Shihuang sword we are familiar with. Our Zhengde carried it with him for more than 400 years. When he died, he was also buried in the Qin Shihuang mausoleum. The swordsmith Qingyu was also recorded in the official history. However, after current research and reasoning, the black stone held by the Black Bird at that time, it should be coal. At first glance, there is nothing wrong with this. Right? At most, it looks a little magical. If this happened during the term of another emperor, we might have to doubt whether this was a good omen created by his own boasting. But this is His Majesty the First Emperor. Based on the information we have learned, I boldly guess that the Black Bird that helped Qin has a lot to do with our motherland. And the origin of the Black Bird and Qin is very deep. The ancestors who founded the Qin state were from the same lineage as the Shan dynasty. And even the totem was the Black Bird. The Black Bird pattern, like the later dragon pattern, is a pattern that represents noble status. And the official history also records that the image of our motherland first appeared in front of people was a beautiful and dignified woman with golden pupils and strange patterns on her face. But her arms were covered with black feathers. And later they changed into human arms. Let me make another bold guess. In fact, Qin had already had contact with Zheng Ge before he unified the countries. Although the official history records that the will of the state emerged after the unification of the world, most historians now believe that Zheng Ge could see the motherland long before the unification. This is also proven by evidence. For example, potatoes, sweet potatoes and corn, which fed the people of Qin at that time, appeared after King Zheng of Qin ascended the throne before the unification. But now that technology is advanced, we know that some of these things are not from Qin. Who could cross mountains and seas to bring things back to Qin at that time? It must be our motherland. Then we can infer another fact. Zheng Ge is different from the people of the world, because the people of the world can only see the true face of Qin's will when Qin changed from a vassal state to an imperial dynasty. But Zheng Ge could see it long ago. More importantly, there is no record of the earlier Qin kings seeing the will of the state. Our Zheng Ge can be said to be the most special person before the unification. It is unknown whether there will be such a special person after the unification. because everyone can see the motherland at that time, even if there is a special person like Zhengde. I am afraid that only our motherland knows about this matter. Ingzheng put down the 5 years emperor and 3 years crown prince in his hand. He just glanced at the contents of the book. The content is detailed and does not seem to be made up. There are also colorful pictures. Moreover, the anchor does not seem to know that his live broadcast room will be broadcast in the Qin dynasty, which makes it more credible. If someone really took the time to write such a fictional history, then he does not understand what the other party is thinking. Do they love Qin so much? Judging from the content alone, Ingzheng judged that the lecturer named Lin Riyuan in the Sky Curtain was telling the truth. There really was a person who lived for more than 400 years. And Ingzheng, who had seen so many sky curtains, naturally knew what corn, potato and sweet potato were. He had to admit that he envied his other self. He had tried so hard for so long, but had never found something. But he easily got other things. Isn't this the Qin state feeding another him? Originally, he thought that the appearance of the Sky Curtain in this dynasty must be his adventure. But now, it can only be said that there is no harm without comparison. The Sky Curtain is stronger than the national will. It has to be thrown away. Ingzheng is willing to exchange all the Sky Curtains for a motherland. Put your hands together and close your eyes, JPG. Anyway, he knows almost everything he should know now. It is a very cost-effective deal to exchange the Sky Curtain for the appearance of the motherland. But this deal has a fatal flaw. No one will do this kind of deal with him. Of course, I think getting all this is not without price. First, let's think about a question. What is human desire? What is the difference between national will and human? What is the desire of national will? Why is national will not connected with the previous king of Qin? I personally think that without desire, there is no motivation. For example, if your boss asks you to pay for work, will you agree? No one would. Why would I do something that has no benefits? Of course, this boss's behavior of not paying wages and taking labor for free is illegal. It is a serious violation of Qin law. Then why did the motherland help Zhengde live for more than 400 years? For family affection? Zhengde, I love you. It is not impossible that the motherland likes Zhengde so much. Eyes move. Phoenix Yufei. Ha 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 ha. Erfing. Don't accept it. He was able to successfully drive Li Yuan off the stage because of the support of the motherland. The motherland must also like him. Why didn't Erfeng live for more than 400 years? Zhengde, I love you. That means it's not enough love. Shaking fingers, JPG. Tang Dynasty. Li Yuan? You're not done yet. Are you? You're going to tell me again about how his second son forced him out of office. And isn't this the Qin dynasty? Why did he become the emperor? Even if it was the Qin dynasty, he would have become the emperor for no apparent reason. And he still couldn't escape the fate of being driven out by that rebellious son. He thought for a moment and posted a comment. Li Yuan. The emperor emeritus. Shouldn't the emperor of the Qin dynasty have the surname Ing? He didn't say anything more, because he couldn't change his nickname after posting this comment. And it would seem silly to say more. Feng Wang Yufei. Are you acting seriously? Of course. The last emperor with the surname Ing abdicated to Li Yuan. And the condition was that the country's name could not be changed. This edict was written by His Majesty the First Emperor, just to protect the motherland after his death. If I hadn't known that they were mother and son, I would have counted on the spot. Before Li Yuan was shocked by this operation, he saw another comment coming out. Night and Morning Star, to be honest. I think Li Yuan pretended to be too good and deceived Zhizong. If he could directly pass the throne to Li Shimin, the prosperous era might have arrived a few years earlier. As a result, he was forced to abdicate by Li Yuan. If I were to give the throne directly to Li Shimin, there would be no middlemen making a profit. Feng Wang Yufei. The emperors of the early Qin dynasty did have the surname Ing, but the surnames in the later period became more diverse. After that, there were no emperors, and the Qin dynasty was finished, and it became the Qin state again. Li Yuan was angry and sad. How could he be a middleman making a profit? There are several Tianmu, and everyone said so about him. Even this Tianmu, whose history is very different from other Tianmu, said so. As early as before, when the number of sky curtains reached a certain level, they discovered that some of the people speaking in these sky curtains came from the same world, while others came from different worlds. Because sometimes multiple sky curtains would broadcast together, and some people in the sky curtain said good morning, some said good afternoon, and some said good evening. The most important thing is that there were a few live broadcast rooms that had broadcast the future. But the seasons on them were not the same. At that time, a minister proposed that these sky curtains might not be the same world, and the people in the sky curtains were not their descendants. If they knew what was happening now and had changed, then the future generations in the sky curtains would not say that they had not changed the previous history. From this, they deduced that all the sky curtains were not in the same world as them, and that the sky curtains were not all in the same world. Just like this new appearance in front of them, it brings the possibility of a whole new world, and also tells them an extremely tempting news. Qin Shihuang Yingzheng lived for more than 400 years. He calmed down his mood, silently called the maid beside him to ask Li Shimin what he thought about this matter. Like Li Yuan, Li Shimin originally did not intend to look at this newly appeared sky curtain. When this sky curtain first appeared, he felt fresh, and now that he knows more, he feels a little boring. However, when he heard that Qin Shihuang lived for more than 400 years, he still frowned and tilted his head with some doubts. Guanyin, do you think this is true? Among the many sky curtains, only she has a different statement. He naturally thought in his heart, it must be fake. How could it be true to become an immortal? When he heard everything that Qin Huang did for Qin, Li Shimin couldn't help but look shocked, and his mood was a little complicated. If it were him, he might not do this. Once such an edict is written, it is equivalent to tacitly allowing the traitors of later generations to have legitimate reasons to seek power and usurp the throne. How can we guarantee that the traitors of later generations will definitely do what is required in the edict after death? When thinking this way, Li Shimin completely ignored that in another world, the first person to accept Shizong's abdication was his father Li Yuan. How confident was the Qin emperor in his descendants? No, it should be said that he was so confident in himself that he believed that even the traitors who wanted to usurp the throne in the future would follow the edict he left behind and not change the name of Qin. And listening to what Tianmu said now, it is certain that the people of later generations did not disappoint Qin Shihuang. Even if the emperor's system was abolished, the Qin state still existed. Li Shimin, Guanyin maid, I envy you. Empress Chansun comforted him with gentle words. She called Li Shimin Taizong in a somewhat taunting way, Your Majesty, don't envy others. Don't people in later generations love Emperor Taizong of Tang very much? Hee. This is what I should do. Seeing her husband instantly happy again, Empress Chansun smiled dotingly and said nothing. Alas, Emperor Qin really loves Qin, and his descendants are completely incapable of matching Qin's status. He also loves Tang. When will Tangs will come to love him? The fans who watch the live broadcast know a lot, but the host does not think that it is simply because of emotional reasons such as family affection. Just like what the fan Feng Wang Yufei said, if it is purely for emotional reasons, why can't Zhengde continue to live? Now this question has been answered. The motherland may not have wanted to at that time, but it could not, because scientific research has found that the limit of the human body is between 400 and 500 years. If you really want to continue living, you can consider uploading your consciousness to the internet in science fiction novels, or taking over a body in fantasy novels. And reincarnation is also fine. And according to the technology at that time, even now, living for more than 400 years is unscientific. Let's talk about the previous question. I won't talk about how complicated human desires are. I think there is also national will, but it should be different from humans. We can observe that every time the national will appears in the official history of Xia, it does things that benefit the people. Note that I am talking about the people, not a small group of people in the ruling class. From the beginning of the imperial examination and gender equality to the later abolition of agricultural taxes, those who benefited were not vested interests. And the only two times recorded in official history that the motherland interfered with the selection of emperors was for Li Shimin and for Wu Zetian. After they came to power, they both had one thing in common: the lives of the middle and lower classes were much better. In addition to this, there are of course other desires, such as the matter of territory. It can be seen from the fact that Qin Shihuang worked hard to unify the world throughout his life. In the end, in the later years of Qin Shihuang, the blue star was renamed Qinxing, and the moon was renamed Qinyu. Today, the moon is still Qinyu, but unfortunately Qinxing is no longer called this name, because of the existence of Qin Shihuang. There is also that very famous video. Come! Enjoy the territory map of our Qin state from Qin state to Qin dynasty to Qin state. 2202 was very tactful, and put the video on the whiteboard that was prepared in advance, which was placed behind Lin Ruyuan on the right. The world map was displayed on the whiteboard in a long strip. And then a small black spot appeared in the middle of the left side. This black spot became larger and larger. And the specific year in the AD was marked next to it. In the 412th year of Qin Shi Huang's reign, the entire map turned from blue to black. And there was no longer a trace of non-Qin territory. Qin dynasty. Sitting in the Xining palace with many ministers looking at the sky curtain, Eng Zheng's heart was pounding. In his bedroom, there was a world map that the painter had drawn from another sky curtain. But this time he looked at it again with a different mood. This was him in another world. If he could do it, why couldn't he? Li Si was sitting next to Eng Zheng, and he also saw the expression of His Majesty. He was also very tempted. But the difficulty of conquering the world was still too high. Although there were benefits from the sky curtain, the sky curtain did not teach shipbuilding. Going to sea is really a gamble with life. Even the later generations in this new sky said that it took His Majesty more than 400 years to succeed. Their Majesty. Li Si felt that no matter how envious they were, they might not have the motherland. But as a smart man, he knew that he should shut up when he should. And it was enough to know it in his heart. Speaking it out would be courting death. Shao He also saw His Majesty's expression. And the second smart man chose to shut up. Lu banged silently. Immortality is illusory. It is better to enjoy life in time, knowing the two desires of the motherland. I'd like to make an impolite guess. Although the 6 cards before Zhengge were also very strong. Rare cards and super rare cards are different. Why can't we find all of them? Just like the skills and games have CDs now. There must be a price for the motherland to do such things. Otherwise, why didn't other countries find the princes? In addition to the fact that no one could see the will of the country at that time. I personally think that they didn't dare to gamble because the stakes were too high for them to afford. What is so important to the will of the country? Of course it's the country. The country itself, or the destiny of the country. Our motherland won the bet. And the later strength of the Qin state was enough to feed back to her. And all the costs she paid could be recovered. Why can't Li Shimin do it? Judging from his achievements, if he lived longer, he should be able to go further. But it's still the CD theory. You can understand how many good things the Qin state had during the Qin Shi Huang period. Even now, archaeological discoveries have shown that the physical constitutions of people before and after Qin Huangzheng are incomparable. This is undoubtedly done by the motherland. And these things plus Wei Jingge's reversal of fate. Is there really no price to pay? So here's another Huabei theory. If you don't pay back the money you borrowed, or if you owe the money for the next few hundred years, can Huabei still lend you the money before you pay it back? Definitely not. We can also get a glimpse of this from official history. When Qin 7, the real Qin 2, was in power, we could still occasionally see records of the motherland. And then, there were fewer and fewer. At that time, some people even thought that the motherland had abandoned the Qin state. It was not until the end of the Qin dynasty that the motherland reappeared. Everything is always priced when you get it. If you don't have to pay, it only means that someone has paid for you in secret. In addition, when the first emperor left, after that, the territory of Qin 8 began to shrink. I guess the motherland's recovery speed was also slow, and it did not reappear until the reign of Emperor Zhizong. And Li Shimin happened to appear at this time. If he was born 200 years later, maybe the motherland would have recovered. At that time, the two powers would have joined forces to once again conquer the world. Unfortunately, there is no if in reality. Phoenix Yufei, after listening to the host's explanation, I suddenly felt that Li Shimin was born at the wrong time. Damn! Another regret? Ahem. Don't be too sorry. After all, the feudal monarchy disappeared 300 years after his death. It seems that being born 200 years later can't do anything? When Qin Yu received 2202's application, she didn't think much about it, and agreed to live broadcast in this world. After all, it was a person from this world telling the history of this world. Is there anything that can't be said? Then she saw Lin Ruyuan's sincere analysis, and finally concluded that she had paid a lot for Qin to be what it is today, and even gambled on whether she would disappear. Qin Yu, is that so? Although she did owe a lot of foreign debts to the main system for Qin, they were all paid off. In fact, she didn't seem to be at risk of disappearing. However, Lin Ruyuan's analysis was very reasonable, and she found a reason for her absence. Good. Keep making it up. She likes to listen. Qin Yu opened a small account and manually gave Lin Ruyuan a thumbs up. She even sent some historical material she knew to 2202. No one knows better than her how to motivate people to work. She knew, like JPG, the motherland can win the bet, which is also closely related to the person she chooses. So please allow me to praise Xingge. You only know that 996 is illegal now. And it is a scam passed down from the capitalism next door. Do you know how painful it was when Xingge was working 996,007? Ahem. This paragraph is deleted. In fact, I don't know how Xingge evaluates his work and rest. But from our perspective as descendants, Xingge is indeed the undisputed king of rolling. Without him rolling for more than 400 years, there would be no Qin state's current transcendent status in the international community. If you think 996 is okay, then please take a look at Xingge's reign. He was in power for 996007 until he passed the throne to Qin 7. For more than 400 years. Is he still a human being? No wonder there is a saying in Mencius, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a man, it will first test his mind and will, exhaust his muscles and bones, starve his body, deprive him of all his possessions, and disturb his actions, so as to stimulate his heart and harden his nature, and increase his ability. Such a great responsibility will not fall on people like me. Although the anchor is working hard now, I have been thinking about retirement all the time. I dare not think about working for more than 400 years. Let alone working 996007 for more than 400 years. This is not a job for humans. So think about it now. It is normal that only Xingge can see the motherland at that time. After all, such a ruthless person may not appear once in 1,000 years. Even if the conditions are the same. How many people can? How many people can replicate Zheng Ji's achievements? How many people in history can say, I can do it too? We 996,007 still get salaries. But Zheng Ge, according to official historical records, his living standard is not lower than the average of many emperors. That is, not extravagant but not very simple. Apart from eating and drinking, he has little time for entertainment. In the busiest year, he only gave himself a day off during the Chinese New Year, and 2 of them were used to maintain relationships with ministers, which is similar to our current company annual meeting. Relaxed, but not completely relaxed. That's the feeling. Night I'm Morning Star. I feel sorry for the ministers who work under Zheng Ge. I am in tears. Not really. Besides not being able to be greedy under Zheng Ge, they still had their holidays, and were given bonuses for overtime work, which was roughly equivalent to overtime pay. Let me tell you another funny story. At that time, Qin 6 had 4 children, a boy and a girl. When they heard that Zheng Ge was really going to pass on the throne, the 2 of them gave up. It was not that they didn't want to be emperor, but considering the territory of the Qin dynasty at that time, being an emperor meant exchanging their lives for the Qin dynasty's national destiny. Night I'm Morning Star, I know this. When Qin 7 took over, the territory of our Qin state covered the entire planet. It can be said that once you are in power, you must work 007. If you slack off a little, you will be labeled as a spendthrift. Yes, at that time, Zheng Ge really left a very full treasury for Qin 7. At that time, Qin state could be said to be rich, which is not an exaggeration. Our Zhao Jie also worked very hard, among the many emperors of Qin, except for the first emperor and several emperors who were posthumously conferred titles. The territory of Qin state was the largest. She guarded the territory of Qin for her whole life. And she also lived 996 like the first emperor. It's just that she died a little too young. But this is compared with Zheng Ge. In fact, Zhao Jie still lived longer than the average life expectancy of the ancients. But she can't be called very long-lived. If Zhao Jie gave herself a reasonable vacation, I feel that she could live another 5 or 6 years. This tragedy also told the emperors who came after him that not everyone could be as extravagant as the first emperor, and that holidays should be taken normally. Looking back on Zheng Ji's life, the most generous time he spent money on himself was probably the construction of the Imperial Mausoleum, and the spectacular burial pit of the terracotta warriors. Zheng Ge is probably also a figurine enthusiast in modern times. It was also from the burial of the terracotta warriors that the Qin abolished the system of burying people alive with the dead. No matter what the reason was, no living person could be buried alive with the dead. Those who dared to disobey would have their clans exiled. At first, they were exiled to Shu, and then to the south, and later to Siberia to dig potatoes. In summary, It was a more and more ruthless system. And because the price paid was too high. After this law was implemented for decades, no one in the world dared to bury people alive with the dead. In a sense, this provision was automatically removed from the Qin law. But if there are still perverts who want to do this now, we still have other legal provisions to punish the criminals. Great Qin. The minister sitting below secretly glanced at the face of Yingzheng above. They were shocked by the explanation in the sky curtain. Being an emperor for more than 400 years was not for enjoyment or power, but for working for Qin for more than 400 years. At this time, they only wanted to learn from future generations. 6. Whoever wants to be this kind of emperor can be it. They are not worthy of it. Ask yourself. They only have a day off a year and work continuously for more than 400 years. They really can't do it. Yingzheng's focus is different. His first reaction is whether there are potatoes in Siberia. Should we send someone to find them? When the attention returned to the statement of the future generations in the sky curtain, he had already ordered the abolition of burial alive with the dead. In fact, he also learned about 996,007 from other sky curtains. In addition, the first page of the book that the anchor showed as soon as he came out 996 is the blessing of the emperor. And 007 is a must for a wise monarch. He already knew what the future generations required of the emperor. Maybe he was too good as an example in another world. So that the future generations thought that 996 was the minimum standard for the emperor. As for himself, well, it is better to focus on health preservation at present. He wants to live a few more years. At least to educate Fusu well. Not to mention how much he looks like him. At least he can protect the Qin dynasty. He doesn't want Yingzhou anymore. At least he is 400 years away from him. Now he wants to know how he chose another heir. And whether he can give him a reference. Whenever he thinks of the issue of heirs, he begins to envy Li Yuan, who has such a good son, but still insists on establishing the eldest son and the legitimate heir. Every time he sees the Xuanwu Gate incident from the sky, he wants to ask Li Yuan if he is sick. And if his son doesn't want it, he can give it to him. If there was someone like Li Shimin among his children, he would immediately depose Fusu and replace him with a crown prince. No, he didn't seem to have time to establish the crown prince, because he wanted to struggle a little more. Although people in later generations regretted that he failed to pass the throne to Fusu. From what people later said, he could see more, and passing the throne to Fusu might not have had any good results, judging from the fact that Fusu committed suicide immediately after receiving the order. What kind of image did he have in his son's heart? Why did he put him together with Meng Tian? This is not better than Zhu Di. Zhu Di didn't have many soldiers at the time, but he knew that Jing An would resist. Meng Tian had hundreds of thousands of people under his command. Forget it. Don't think about it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Who of you can post more comments? Ask her who Qin Ershi and Qin Shidu are. And what do you think of these two? If there is someone else among his children who can take on the responsibility besides Fusu, it is not too late for him to train him now. As long as he doesn't take elixirs and keeps healthy. I believe that even if he can't live for more than 400 years, he will not die young. If Qin Shi is of the right age, he will insist on it, and then pass the throne to Qin Shi directly. Your Majesty. See just asked? Tang Dynasty. When Li Longji heard Tianmu say that in another world, Emperor Qin Shihuang worked continuously for more than 400 years, he took a deep breath. If this is true, it is too terrifying. I don't know why this sudden Tianmu said this. It can't be to criticize him for indulging in fun. But he has worked hard for the Tang Dynasty for half his life. So what's wrong with taking a vacation? Doesn't Tianmu also say that we should combine work and rest? Li Longji selectively ignored the other words Tianmu said, and remembered to combine work and rest, and deleted the word work by himself. He said, this sky curtain doesn't seem to be harmful. Maybe the heavens saw that I was too tired and sent it to me to take a good rest. The people around him always read his expression and immediately began to praise him for his wisdom. Li Longji was so flattered that he didn't even know his last name. Left Prime Minister Li Si, what are the names of Qin Ershi and Qin Shi respectively? How do they compare to His Majesty Yingzhou? Li Si's comments were also considered. Although they were emperors of later generations, they all had the last name Ming, so it was appropriate to call him His Majesty. Well, the second emperor of Qin must be Fusu. To be honest, none of Jing's sons and daughters are that good. Fusu is the strongest one. Fortunately, he lived a long time. It doesn't matter if his descendants are mediocre. Anyway, He did all the work alone. Feng Wang Yufei, ha ha ha. I really laughed out loud when I talked about this. Throughout history, there is only our Zheng who has such bad luck in drawing cards. Fortunately, Prince Fusu has good luck in drawing cards, and drew Qin Shi Yinghua. Ing Zheng, indeed. Even a rubbish like Xu Qizhen has someone to clean up his mess. Resentment. Zheng Gu, I love you, ahem. It's already good. After all, 6 cards were released before. It seems that it is not in line with the rules to release rare cards later. If this is a card pool, the opponent will report Zheng Gu for cheating. Those unworthy descendants did not cause any harm to the Qin dynasty. They were usually sent out to serve as local officials after passing the examinations. Their basic treatment was no different from that of officials who passed the examinations normally. The better one, Prince Fusu, was made the crown prince. But he remained the crown prince all his life. The second emperor of Qin was given the title posthumously. The highest position he achieved was probably when Jingde went out to expand the territory. He stayed in Xianyang to supervise the country. His historical evaluation is not bad. In short, he was a king who maintained the status quo. At that time, the king who maintained the status quo was quite suitable. After all, it was Jingde who held the real power. Fusu stayed in the rear and did not need to expand the territory. As long as he was sane, there would be no big problems. Most of the princes and princesses selected by Jingde during his reign were of this type. And the results were obvious to all. Jingde had been away for many years, and there was no major chaos in Xianyang. Even if there was a chaos, it would be suppressed. In fact, apart from Fusu the second emperor, the other princes and princesses selected by Jingde have another characteristic, which is that they are ruthless when necessary and have the heart to deal with unstable factors. Fusu's biggest shortcoming is that he is too kind. He can't bear to do things to the extreme. Fortunately, the capital established by Jingde at that time was convenient for communication with Xianyang. So he dealt with any chaos himself. It is too difficult to change a person whose character has been formed. Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin nodded. Indeed, Fusu's kind character is not bad. But it is not suitable for a prince who wants to compete for the throne. If Fusu had led Meng Tian to clear the court, Qin might have been able to last for a few more generations. Kindness is for the people, and it is really unnecessary for the treacherous people in the court. However, considering who Fusu's father is, it is indeed a bit difficult to let him rebel and clear the court. Qin Dynasty. Ing Zheng also agrees with the host's point of view in the sky. Kindness is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Whether it can be turned into an advantage depends on who the kindness is directed at. Well, I am more looking forward to the descendants, who can be ruthless when necessary. And Fusu, who was kneeling on the side, blushed and turned pale. He understood the flaws in his character. But he glanced at his father, who was sitting in the first seat, and his thoughts were confused for a moment. When he was watching other screens before, he found that his father envied Li Yuan very much. Especially some screens compared him with Li Shimin in a very mean way. Both were forced by their brothers. One was forced to death, and the other was forced to rebel and ascended the throne. It was also at that time that he clearly saw the disappointment in his father's eyes. And envy. But he also thought that if it were him, he might still not be able to kill his brother. Ming. Zhu Di laughed when he saw this. He must learn from Emperor Taizong of Tang. Only fools learn from Fusu. Zhu Yunwen couldn't tolerate him. So let's see who will eventually rule the world. For example, at that time, Prince Fusu had a younger brother who made a mistake. And his crime was a bit serious. What he said at that time can be translated as, "My brother is wrong. And it's also my fault. Because I didn't discipline my brother well." It seems fine to say it simply. But the corrupt scholars know that there are people around him who advocate that family disgrace should not be made public, which is obviously contrary to the rule of law. It was also at this time that our Qin 3 Yinghua stood out. History records that when Zheng Gu knew that Yinghua persuaded Fusu to punish him severely according to the law, he was astonished and thought that this child was like him. So he took him to teach for 2 years. Ahem. But this astonishment is just for listening. It should be the same as the nature of being born with a jade in the mouth. They are all used as political capital. As for why Zheng Gu allowed this record to be passed down, I think there is no need to delete this part. Not to mention that Zheng Gu is really satisfied with Yinghua. Of course, he chose to forgive her for making a little rumor. Oh, you can make me astonished? As a person, he knows himself very well. although this record is probably false. He must be very satisfied with Qin 3 for recording it. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for having such an excellent son. The Qin dynasty will have successors. Li Si immediately began to congratulate, and his ability to read people's expressions was excellent. Fusu also straightened his back and listened carefully to what was said in the sky. His 2 sons are not named Inghua, so they are probably not born yet. And he doesn't know in which year the child will be born. Let's wait and see. It would be even better if we could find out who her biological mother is. Although Inghua is Fusu's child and was taught by him in the first half of her life, she didn't learn it thoroughly. She learned the superficial kindness, but her heart, to describe it in modern terms, she is a complete idiot. It may be because she was taught by Zheng for 2 years. Ha ha ha. But I always feel like I'm spreading rumors about Zheng when I say this. Ha ha ha. Let me give you another example. Before Inghua became the crown princess, Fusu taught her to be gentle and kind, and her character was virtuous. This is written in the imperial edict that established the crown princess. If you are interested, you can search it. However, if she is really like what is written in the imperial edict, if it is written the same, Zheng probably would not have established her as the heir. The incident I am going to talk about next was quite famous during the period when Inghua was the regent, and it can still be found in history books now. The offender this time is still a member of the royal family, Inghua's cousin Ingqi. The background at that time was that Zheng sent all his grandchildren to serve as local officials. But this is different from enfeoffment. They have to make achievements, and their salaries are no different from those of ordinary officials in the same position. The benefit is that if they do a good job, they may be promoted to the crown prince. But the crown princess at that time was already Inghua, so there is basically no benefit. But the punishment for making mistakes is heavier. In simple terms, it means accompanying grandfather to work 996. According to the current division of continents, Zheng was already on the edge of Asia at that time. This Ingqi thought he was good enough. The emperor was far away, and we were still a royal family. Who could control me? He thought he was good enough. He went up. He died suddenly. There are really few royal family members who were caught on the spot for accepting bribes. This Ingqi was the first in history. Then everyone knows who Zheng is. Ingqi was afraid and cowardly. He wanted to find someone to save him. At this time, Fusu had retired and was enjoying his old age. So he naturally looked for the current princess, who is currently in Xian, Inghua, the young regent. Ingqi went to the Eastern Palace with a large sum of money. It's fine if he accepted the bribe himself, but he didn't want to make up for it after the incident, and he wanted to spend money to get rid of it. The answer of Inghua at that time can be summarized as, I know that you didn't mean it. Cousin, we are siblings with blood ties. Why should relatives be so distant to send gold and silver? She used the hint skill on Ingqi, but refused to accept the gold and silver. It may also be that Inghua's appearance is too deceptive. Ingqi didn't find anything wrong and left the Eastern Palace happily with his large sum of money. While you poked, there's nothing wrong with giving our Ahua an award for Best Actor. If you ask me, it's just that he acted so well that the historians believed it. Planet, I don't know why, but I have guessed the follow-up. Ingqi is really a rare weirdo in history. Ingzhum can also guess the follow-up from Lin Ryuan's weird expression. He is looking forward to how this junior will deal with it. The remaining people had different expressions. Is it possible to establish a princess as the crown prince when there are many princes? But judging from the performance of later generations, this seems to be quite common. Li Si, who always knows how to guess the emperor's mind, is already thinking about how to write the memorial to establish a princess as the crown prince when Inghua is born. When the court was held a day after tomorrow, there was an unexpected incident. There was a dispute in the court about the handling of Ingqi's corruption, bribery, and exploitation of the people to make money. A corrupt scholar pleaded for him, saying that the sister should not punish the brother. In short, he said a lot of nonsense, which I am too lazy to repeat. At this time, a censor named Wang jumped out to oppose, saying that the Qin law stipulates that the royal family and the common people are punished equally for crimes, and sometimes even more severely. Inghua waited until the two sides quarreled before calling a halt. Her words were also very interesting. The translation in summary is, I think Wang Yusher is right. This is the rule set by my grandfather. I have no choice. If I don't listen to Grandpa, I will be too unfilial. How can I face Grandpa when he comes back? In order to abide by the filial piety, I decided to kill my cousin. You should have no objection. Right? If you have any objection, I can write a letter to ask Grandpa what to do. Don't worry. I will definitely write down your thoughts. While you poked. 6. If you have any objection, go to my grandfather. Zhenggu, I love you. No. Wait a minute. Why do I feel that Zhenggu is also responsible for this? This logic actually makes a little sense. Using magic to defeat magic is right. Lin Ruyuan smiled and said in a serious and funny way, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our Emperor Yinghua is so kind. How could he deliberately play his own cousin? Although it seems that she was persuaded by Wang Yushi and others. If we carefully study the relationship between Yinghua and the ministers in the court, we will find that she married Wang Yushi's younger brother when she got married 6 months later. I don't believe that Wang Yushi didn't work for Yinghua. Yinghua went to see him off on the day of Yingqi's execution. She said, I am very sad. Hua Yuchu, ha 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 ha. Bumbu lives here. This is a black-hearted white lotus. 666, no matter how you look at it. Killing your cousin is too cruel. They are not even out of the 5th mourning period. While you poked, I understand. That corrupt scholar is called Lulu. Lin Ruyuan's smile faded a little. And her tone was a little weird. Why don't you feel sorry for the ordinary people whose families were destroyed by Yingqi? No one really thinks they are superior. Right? While you poked, that's right. Don't discuss me here. Besides, isn't Arahua kind? Didn't you see the historical records that she went to send Yingqi okay? If I went there, I would have scolded him. Mute him. The behavior of provoking war in the live broadcast room is not allowed. User Lulu has been muted by the anchor for excessive language. Zhenggu, I love you. She agreed on the surface. But she killed him in the backhand. She is worthy of being my Zhengji's granddaughter. Ha ha ha. Yes. This is the difference between Yinghua and Fusu. She can really kill when necessary. If Fusu is an ordinary king who maintains the status quo, then Yinghua is an upgraded and strengthened new version, loaded with more powerful functions. While you poked, for example, killed my cousin. Brother Zheng, I love you, ha ha ha. What a hell joke. Based on the information currently available, Ying Zheng was moved. He was a king who could protect the Qin state. But he was not blindly kind, and had all the necessary means. He looked at Fusu. Why didn't his father act like his daughter? Among your children, is there any named Yinghua? Father? No. Fusu answered his father's question in a daze. And he was still shocked that his daughter actually killed her cousin with such an outrageous reason as observing filial piety. He didn't understand. He was greatly shocked. If I remember correctly, Yingqi seemed to be his second brother's child. Only 2 years old this year. Ying Zheng glanced around. Li Si had just posted a barrage. So what else was left here? He looked at Fusu again. Ask yourself. Who is Yinghua's biological mother? Yes. Fusu posted a barrage on the sky screen with mixed feelings. Prince Fusu, may I ask who is Yinghua's biological mother? Hua Yuchu, do I need to ask this? Didn't Fusu have only one wife? Zhenggu himself only had one wife. Madam Chu. How could his son dare to marry a second wife? And I remember that monogamy was implemented during Zhengji's reign. I can't remember clearly. Ha ha ha. In fact, there is controversy about whose child Yinghua is. Because the official history records that the 17th daughter of the emperor was made the crown princess. However, the official history also records that Fusu had only 5 children in his life, not counting those who died before the age of 8. The one with the most children is Fusu's younger brother. Some people say that Yinghua is not Fusu's child, and her parents are someone else. But I think Yinghua is indeed Fusu's child. As for why he is ranked 17, it may be that Jinga ranked all the children of that generation together. The reason for this order is that the princess at that time was chosen from all the children of that generation, not just Fusu's children. However, this phenomenon is rarely seen after Jinga's death. After all, everyone has selfish motives and wants to pass the throne to their own children. Jinga's standard for selecting people is obviously to choose the best one, regardless of whether the parents of the current prince or princess are princes or princesses. As for Yinghua's number of Fusu's children, there is no detailed record. As the netizen Huayu said, excluding the possibility of an illegitimate daughter, Yinghua's biological mother cannot be someone else. Ying Zheng looked at Fusu silently. He thought for a moment, since the descendants in the sky curtain said that there is no detailed record of how many daughters Yinghua had. Fusu, You must pay attention to the daughters born in the future, recalling the knowledge about childbirth obtained from other sky curtains. He ordered, this matter cannot be rushed. We must let my Hua be born with a healthy body. Fusu? He was jealous. He didn't have such treatment. Although Ing Hua would be his child in the future, he still envied her. He always felt that his daughter and his father were father and daughter. And he was the one who was adopted. You know what to do. Yes. He must know how to do it. From now on, he will only have children with Wang, especially those daughters born. Sui dynasty. Emperor Wen of Sui, really envious. I guess Shihuang on the other side has seen it. With such descendants and the benefits obtained from the sky curtain, Qin must have no crisis of extinction in the second generation. And he looked around at his daughters, and couldn't find a daughter like Ing Hua. If there was a daughter like Ing Hua, and they married Li Shimin, the death of the second emperor of Sui should not happen. After thinking about it, he still posted a comment on the sky screen. He believed that with his ability, even if he was not an emperor, he would be a famous minister. So he said, Emperor Wen of Sui Yangjian, are there any children of Yangjian like Ing Hua who can take over the great responsibility? Lin Ruyuan frowned when she saw this question. She felt that this was embarrassing her. There were many people named Yangjian in history, but the most famous one was that one. She smiled and replied, I didn't expect that there were so many fans who wanted to be emperors in our live broadcast room. Now it's not a big deal. You can buy an emperor's clothes and wear them out. It's okay. At most, it will be regarded as performance art. Just don't go crazy and do fraud. I am Shihuang. I am not dead. Transfer me 50,000 and wait for me to ascend the throne again, and I will make you a general. If you really do it, the police will arrest you at your door the next day. Feng Wang Yufei, ha ha ha. When the host said this, I remembered a news story a while ago, that someone used Shihuang to defraud, and was later caught by the police and prosecuted for fraud. Then the Ing family in Xianying also sued him, accusing him of infringing on others' reputation rights. The court actually sentenced him to 2 more years. It was so funny. For a while, a large video flashed across the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. Lin Ruyuan looked at it, and found that there were so many people in her live broadcast room without realizing it. But why didn't there be so many comments when she was talking about history so enthusiastically just now? She felt a little resentful. Sure enough, everyone still likes to listen to gossip. Shihuang himself. He has 8 points to talk about. These later generations are too bold. Sometimes they call him Jinga. Sometimes Shihuang. And sometimes they use him as a banner to deceive people. He looked at the few people who were trying not to laugh, although they didn't show it on their faces. He knew that they must be laughing in their hearts. In this case, he should work more overtime from now on. Li Si, Xiao He and others? Lin Ruyuan received a tip from 2202, which means that the emperor from some unknown world next door gave the money. She looked serious and asked 2202 who this emperor was in this world. After reading the specific information, Lin Ruyuan showed an expression of as expected. And her guess was correct. Okay. Let me answer this netizen's question. Yang Jian is a well-known minister in history. Of course, he is not famous for his own ability, although he is indeed very capable. But he is famous because of his son Yang Guang. During his tenure as an official, his son Yang Guang deceived his superiors and loved luxury, which ruined the Yang family. He was also the first person to create the sentence "My father is Yang Jian." Yang Jian, who was already in the retirement stage at the time, was also dragged into the water. Yang Jian was reprimanded by the emperor. Yang Guang was killed by the emperor at the time because of too much corruption and bribery. Because the contrast is too obvious. He was a capable minister, but his son was such a spendthrift. He also created a famous sentence that has been passed down through the ages. There is no specific record of Yang Jian's other children, so they should not be very good either. I've strayed a little bit. Let's talk about Brother Zheng. Our Brother Zheng is the most worthy emperor of all time. It can be said that all emperors in later generations have used him as a template to learn. Although 007 is difficult to learn, 996 is still possible. Throughout the history of our Qin dynasty, almost all wise emperors were at 996, and the average emperor was also at 956. The next point is that only the best emperors were at 996. The afternoon shift. The afternoon holiday. The worst is the kind of from now on the emperor will not attend the morning court. Sui dynasty. Yang Jian took a deep breath and didn't listen to the sky curtain blowing Qin Shihuang. He tried to calm himself down, but couldn't help but shouted angrily, "Where is Yang Guang's rebellious son?" Empress Devu was startled. She reached out and patted Yang Jian's back. "Your Majesty, the rebellious son has been executed." Yang Jian wanted to drag him out and whip his corpse, but he thought about it and held back. He was so angry that he wanted to curse, but he didn't expect that he would be dragged out and laughed at in a different world and history. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. Qin dynasty. Ing Zheng couldn't help but smile. Although the praise was not for himself, but for another him, he was still happy to see his ideas and work attitude being affirmed. Others didn't dare to speak, and communicated with their eyes below. It was unknown how long His Majesty's good mood could last. We have almost finished talking about the official history today, so let's talk about some gossip about our brother Zheng. Brother Zheng? I love you, great. I love this. Tell me more. Phoenix Yufei, 111. Looking at the comments that were instantly posted, Lin Ruyuan sneered in her heart. Sure enough, no matter how interesting the official history was, she didn't react. But she got excited when she heard gossip. Ha! Qin people. Does everyone know that there are more things in the old palace of Xianying recently? It seems that not many people know about it. The number of tourists in the old palace of Xianying is limited every day. The sign has only been there for a few days, so it's normal that few people know about it. The host lives in Xianying, so I went to see it before. Do you think that Brother Zheng ascended the throne at a young age, and was calm and domineering from childhood to adulthood? So he finally unified the world one day? Phoenix Yufei, 111. I have seen the portrait of Qin Shihuang donated by the Ying family. The man in the painting is so majestic and domineering that he is simply another husband of mine who lived thousands of years ago. Brother Zheng. I love you. Don't you like Li Shimin? Don't compete with me for Brother Zheng. Phoenix Yufei, Erfeng is my wife. Monogamy is reasonable. Stop. Stop. The anchor is almost drowned by pants. Then you probably haven't seen this. Come on. Assistant. Let's show the pictures. A painting presented in ink appeared on the whiteboard behind Lin Ruyuan. 2202 also showed the painting taken from various angles, as well as very close-up shots. She smiled mysteriously. Everyone can guess who is in the painting. Brother Zheng. I love you. It can be exhibited in the old palace of Xianying. No way. The one wearing the Black Emperor's uniform is Brother Zheng. Phoenix Yufei. It turns out that Brother Zheng is the same as us. Suddenly, I feel that our Brother Zheng is very down-to-earth. Is it sweet potato or potato that is roasted? The two people next to him are not Meng Tian and Meng Yi. Night-Eye Morning Star, but this picture looks very new. Not like a cultural relic. Is it real, or is the management of the old palace in Xianying deliberately hyping it up to attract people? You guessed it right. But there is no Meng Yi in the picture. Lin Ruyuan pointed to the paintings projected on the whiteboard and introduced them one by one. From the clothes, this busy boy is our Zhengge. Wasn't he super cute when he was a child? The one next to him, who is about the same age as Meng Tian. And the other adult is Wang Jian. The one who is about to enter the painting should be the censor who recorded Zheng Ji's daily life at that time. Regarding the doubts of the Night-Eye Morning Star fans, I have also had them before. But please take a closer look at the seal in the lower right corner of this painting. Do you think these 8 words are familiar? Yes. These 8 characters are the 8 characters engraved on the imperial seal of our great Qin. Now the imperial seal is kept in the Xianying Museum, and no one can take it out for use. The management of the Xianying Old Palace has marked on the lower right corner of this sign that the seal on this painting is from the imperial seal. Just because no one can take it out for use doesn't mean that no country can use it. You all know what the host is going to say next. Now only the motherland can use cultural relics as seals. I don't need to tell you who drew this painting. Right? Li Si looked at the picture of the imperial seal released by Lin Ruyuan in surprise, as well as the handwriting carved on the imperial seal. Although the font on it was simplified a lot, he still recognized his own handwriting. It seems that the words on both imperial seals were written by him, but the words on them are not quite the same. Looking at the subtitles given to them by the sky curtain below, he compared them with the ones he had written. The jade seal that passed through his hands was inscribed with "Receive the mandate from heaven. Long live and prosperity." While the jade seal displayed by later generations in the sky curtain had the words "Receive the mandate from Qin. Long live and prosperity." The painting only has the seal of the imperial seal, and no other signature. However, the management staff of the old palace in Xianyang hinted secretly. I think there is some unknown story in between. Speaking of the imperial seal, I must say that the authenticity of this painting painted by the motherland herself is unquestionable. And the words engraved on the imperial seal can also show another side of our Zhenga. Feel the weight of these 8 words. There is also a little story that this imperial seal was actually a gift card by Zhenga for the motherland. But it is not recorded in official history. What is recorded in official history is that on the day Zhenga proclaimed himself emperor, the last ceremony was that the motherland personally handed the imperial seal to Zhenga. Since then, Daqin has welcomed her partner for more than 400 years. In fact, I want to say some more. Ha! Without saying anything else. Just looking at the imperial seal, you can understand how much Zhenga loves Daqin. Zhenga, I love you. Zhenga, really. I cried to death. And from thousands of years ago, only Zhenga has received a painting personally painted by the motherland to commemorate the scene at that time. At this time, we can appropriately ignore Ming Tian and Wang Jian. They are not important. Then let me ask a question. Who is the most beloved little baby emperor of Qin? Phoenix Yufei. Zhenga. Zhenga, I love you. Zhenga. Hua you poked. Our Majesty the First Emperor woo woo woo. Daqin. Yingzheng listened to the impudent address of the woman in the sky, and the one who had floated on the barrage before, wanting to marry him as his 10,086th wife, and suddenly felt that people in later generations were too unrestrained. Before, at most, he could only watch one person in the sky being unrestrained. But now, he had to be forced to watch so many people being unrestrained. The name of little darling was really too presumptuous. If Lin Ruyuan dared to say it in front of him, he would punish her on the spot and punish her to be the 996th of Daqin for life. But it would be nice if this could become true. Thinking of this, he looked at Li Si, who was very handy and had the handle in his hand. Did you hear it, my dear? Li Si. Ah. What did I hear? Should I hear it or not? I shouldn't be in the palace. I should kneel outside the door. I heard it. Well, I'll leave the matter of carving the jade seal to you. Since the other self can do it, he has to try it too. Just in case it works. Yes. Fortunately, it wasn't to settle accounts with him. Li Si silently wiped the cold sweat in his heart. Okay. Today's live broadcast ends here. See you tomorrow at the same time. Next time we won't have any lectures. Let's talk about which other little fairies the motherland has loved besides Brother Zheng. Qin Yu was having a lot of fun watching the live broadcast. Anyway, she was not the one who was socially dead. When she saw Lin Ruyuan mention the new painting she had drawn in the old palace in Xianyang, she gave a thumbs up to her previous decision. It's just a sign. Let's do it together. Happy JPG. Later, when she heard Lin Ruyuan say what she was going to broadcast next, her smile froze, and the ice cream in her hand didn't smell good anymore. This doesn't need to be said. It really doesn't need to be said. Qin Yu can't be happy JPG. Her heart is just in the shape of a durian, with people standing on each tip. What else can she do? She loved it. No, she didn't deceive others' feelings. Why should she reflect on it? Less self-reflection. More accusations against others. Reflection is impossible. She will only contact 2202 to ask it to block Qin Zheng, although he doesn't remember anything about his previous life. But what if? After all, the sudden reincarnation is also very strange, and she will continue to bother that group of rules when she has time. Well, in fact, she thinks that as long as the person himself can't see it, it can be regarded as nothing happened, and there will be no real Yingzheng who will jump out and accuse her. Yingzheng in the next world doesn't count. That is a parallel world and has nothing to do with her. Qin Yu, 2202. Why does Lin Ruyuan want to talk about this? Of course I like every Qin person equally. Nuclear goodness. 2202, Cac. The host said that he didn't notify me before. Senior sister. What should I do now? Qin Yu, this live broadcast room blocks Qin Zheng. I will let her continue to open it, even if it is gossiping about how many wives Yingzheng has in the future that he has never met. 2202, okay. Okay. This is my first time to be a system like this. I am not familiar with the business. Next time this will not happen. I will block the live broadcast room on Qin Zheng's electronic device. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and closed the live broadcast room, since the next live broadcast is about her excitement. There is no need to watch it. Not watching equals nothing happened. However, after Lin Ruyuan finished her closing remarks, she did not immediately close the live broadcast room, because she saw a particularly confident barrage speech on the barrage, saying that if he was the emperor in their world, he would definitely be the most popular. Lin Ruyuan's mouth twitched. This netizen named Shihuang is very confident. Let's open a vote before ending the live broadcast. The smile on her lips was slightly perverted. Once she thought that there was really Zheng Ge from the parallel world next door watching. She couldn't stop her desire to make trouble. She said, just now I saw a netizen with an interesting nickname, called Zulong's 10,010th wife. So let's vote. Let's open this ticket. Question. Do you want to be the wife of Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng? The one of the hundreds of thousands? Funny. Option 1. Yes. Option 2. No. Okay. I'm really going offline this time. I still have work to do. I can't live broadcast all day. If nothing goes wrong, I will live broadcast tomorrow. If you like to listen to the host's chat, you can come. Lin Ruyuan went offline. But the live broadcast room was not closed directly, but the screen was black to make up for the time. She remembered that there was a task in the system that was almost done, and she wanted to try to see if she could get a bug. After Lin Ruyuan left, the barrage in the live broadcast room also refreshed because of this problem. Phoenix in flight, 111. If you don't want to, you are not a human being. Funny JPG. Shuchi, 1. Although I am a man, I ordered it. What about you? Brother Zheng, I love you. As Google, 111. I am a man. I also do it. Brother Zheng, I love you. The scheming little zero. Fork non-tongue out. Shuchi, what's wrong with being a man? Can't a man be a wife? I'm so angry. When can a man stand up? Phoenix in flight, HHHH. I'm dying of laughter. Daqin. Ing Zheng? Have you asked me before? And you just opened the vote without authorization. Li Si. Xiao He and others who were watching on the side were shocked. They didn't understand and just felt that the later generations were too enthusiastic. After being angry for a while, Ing Zheng quickly calmed down, and a smile unconsciously climbed up the corners of his mouth. Is this what the Qin dynasty looks like after 1,000 years of inheritance? It's great. He has learned a lot of opportunities from this guy. Since the other one can do it, he may not be unable to do it. Although he cannot live forever, he can support the great Qin to continue to move forward. No matter how far he goes, he will have no regrets. Li Si chatted with his colleague Xiao He with his eyes. Your Majesty. Is he stimulated? Xiao He, this stimulation is a bit big. After the broadcast, Lin Ruyuan got what 2,202 promised. She got a detailed historical material about Qin 3 Yinghua. In addition to the information that was too detailed to eat every day, it almost covered what happened when Yinghua executed important political orders. Lin Ruyuan, great. Start researching. Live broadcast? What is that? She doesn't know. So the live broadcast on the second day was naturally postponed. But fortunately, Lin Ruyuan did not forget to log into her account and post a dynamic request for leave in the gap between studying historical materials. So the emperors and generals of all time and space saw a notice. Lin Ruyuan, I got the historical materials of Qin 3 Yinghua yesterday and am studying it. So I can't live broadcast today because of something. Sorry. My dears. Just like your 3 consecutives, I will definitely notify you next time before the broadcast. Emperors who have been waiting for a day. Do you know how long they have been waiting? This person in the future has no professional ethics. He asked for leave as soon as he said he would. Do you know how anxious they are without this strange sky curtain? Lin Ruyuan didn't know, because she was still bent over the table and doing her own research in full swing. The historical materials this time were very detailed, and she could write the paper that she couldn't put down but couldn't write before. Live broadcast is not as important as the paper. And this is a cheat given to her by the motherland, which means that she said it well before. Next time, keep up the good work and say more good things. He. 2202 used its physical form of a little white fox to walk around on Lin Ruyuan's desk, trying to disturb the host and ask her to go live quickly, and then was picked up by Lin Ruyuan and thrown off the desk. 2202? Host. Are you still a human? How could you do such a cute little animal? Yeah. You're right. I'm not a human. And neither are you. So don't bother me with my research. Okay? Lin Ruyuan admitted that she was not a human without even raising her head. Lin Ruyuan, as long as I admit it, I'm invincible. This again aroused a lot of question marks in 2202's head. And it walked to its own nest, a cardboard box with a blanket, and began to regret it. It should have known that the host's elder sister could be the Secretary General of the State Council and the Academy. So her younger sister must not be a good person. The most important thing is that it must abide by the law when working under the senior sister. And it is well known that the laws of this Qin state that 996 is illegal. It does not want to be the first system to be sued by the senior sister in the human court, crossed out. It stretched out its claws and conjured a light screen in front of itself. It began to browse the network of this world. Because human emotional ups and downs can also be used as a kind of energy. So how many worlds it can put the live broadcast room in, and how big the sky can be put are all related to the popularity. Although it is indeed not a human. It knows how to ride on the popularity. So it manually linked the question that Lin Ruyuan posted yesterday to a popular historical drama. In addition, Lin Ruyuan was the first to reveal the reason for the new painting in the old palace in Xianyang. The video clip edited by 2202 and posted on Lin Ruyuan's account also had a high number of views. Then put a voting link here. And finally checked that Qin Zheng's mobile phone cannot watch Lin Ruyuan's live broadcast room. Perfect. With the help of 2202, Lin Ruyuan's account quickly became popular. And a paragraph of words appeared in major chat groups on the internet. I don't know who originally came up with this sentence. Anyway, Qin Zheng saw someone forwarded it in his work group chat, although it's not Qin Shihuang's birthday recently. There are no major festivals. And it's not close to 520,521. But the people of Lika next door said that we old Qin people don't love Qin Shihuang at all. This link will never have 200,000 people choose one to be Zheng Ji's wife. Zheng Ge was so angry that he cried in the Imperial Mausoleum. Now forward this sentence to your 5 group chats and click on the link to cast your precious vote. After forwarding and voting, Zheng Ge will find you and talk with you by candlelight at night. I have tried it. It's true. When he came to me in my dream, he also said thank you. This message has been withdrawn. Qin Zheng? Qin Zheng, why do you want to withdraw it? Li Si, sorry. Governor. My hand slipped. Li Si, kneeling with tears JPG. Qin Zheng, don't post this kind of nonsense in the work group. Send me the link in private chat. Li Si, okay. I will pay attention to QWQ next time. He was not interested in the content of this link. He only cared whether this kind of link that was uploaded so widely on the internet was a fraudulent link. And he would lose money if he clicked it. He couldn't help but frown when he thought of this. Although the people are living well now. The money they have saved is also hard-earned money. And they can't let fraudsters cheat them away. So he decided to click in and take a look himself. If it is a fraudulent link, he will directly notify the Public Security Bureau to investigate. Qin Zheng first glanced at the link. The URL was fine. It was a well-known large website on the internet. But in case the content inside was I am Qin Shihuang. Send money? He still tended to click in to see the details. Then he saw a great page and a line of words sorry. The blogger has blocked you. Qin Zheng? He felt something was wrong. He was using his own private account now. This account with the nickname, The World is United was rarely known by anyone. In reality, it was almost impossible for anyone to know that he was under this account. Then why was he blocked by a D-site blogger he had never met? He directly switched to the public account of Shi Province at the account switching place. And then clicked on the link. But still couldn't see it. Qin Zheng felt that there was nothing wrong with this. Why would a law-abiding citizen block him? The governor. And even his account that few people knew about. Qin Zheng was puzzled by this situation and directly called Li Si in the next office to come over. He wanted to try it with Li Si's account. As soon as Li Si came in, he said, Governor, I really slipped my hand just now. It was careless. So you admit that you slacked off on your phone at work? Qin Zheng looked serious. His brows were still furrowed. And he stared at Li Si with sharp eyes. Li Si aw this. QAQ. No. Please listen to his excuse. Forget it. Let me use your phone. Qin Zheng did not give Li Si a chance to quibble. And asked him for his phone. Li Si handed over his phone directly. Feeling guilty. I just used my account to log in to the website. But I couldn't open the address. The website prompted that I was blocked. Li Si. What do you think? Li Si. I used the D-site video to watch. Well, It may be that the blogger slipped his hand. Of course, there are other possibilities. But I can click on the link with my phone. And the voting options are quite normal. It's just a normal vote initiated by a young man. Seeing Shihuang click on the link, he shut up. He didn't forget that he chose one. But this was just a joke. He is not Nantung. Oh, Shihuang replied coldly, and followed the voting link to Lin Ruyuan's personal space. Everything inside was quite normal, except for the video about history and the old palace in Xianyang that was edited before. There was no other contribution. All the dynamics were not related to fraud. So he couldn't figure out why he was blocked. He then used his ID number to open a D-side account on Lixi's phone. But he still couldn't access the blogger space named Lin Ruyuan. Very good. It seems that his personal ID number has been blocked. Shihuang returned the phone to Lixi. Come over again after get off work. He was not used to doing other things during work. So he would wait until after get off work to deal with this strange phenomenon. And then discuss with Lixi and borrow his D-side account. Okay. No problem. Then Governor. I'll leave first. After seeing Shihuang nod, Lixi quickly left. He walked out of the office and closed the door behind him. He heaved a sigh of relief. After he and Shihuang were no longer in the same space, he began to complain in his heart, wondering why there was such a big difference in momentum between people of the same age. No wonder he is the governor and he is his subordinate. After 2 days of delay, Lin Ruyuan felt guilty. She looked up from her research and said to 2202 in the eyes of 2202, 2202. How long have I been late? It's been more than 2 days. Host. Should we broadcast live today? No hurry. No hurry. Urgent. Urgent. I am in a hurry. This is not urgent either. What do you see in my hand? It's the thesis. Host. 2202 jumped onto the table and walked around in front of Lin Ruyuan, stretching out his claws to grab her sleeve. So many worlds and so many emperors and ministers are waiting for you. Host. 2202 used his appearance as a little white fox to attack with the big eyes of Pika. But Lin Ruyuan was unmoved and ignored the poor 2202. She fanned the paper manuscript in her hand. Isn't this? I just talked about Yinghua last time. And it's not a good idea to start broadcasting right after that. The emperors and ministers probably haven't digested it yet. And this paper in my hand is about Yinghua. Isn't it more suitable? Okay. Okay. Host. You can broadcast anything. Just start broadcasting QAQ. I didn't say I wanted to broadcast it. 2202? But you can broadcast it. I'll give you this opportunity to benefit many world emperors. 2202? Lin Ruyuan clicked on the browser on the computer desktop with the mouse. Quickly tapped the keyboard and entered 3 words Yinghua biography in the search bar. You can broadcast this in the live broadcast room first. I've seen this TV series. And the script is okay. At least it respects history. I won't start the live broadcast of this world for now. Copyright is still a bit troublesome. You can study this paper. If there is anything unreasonable in the TV series, remember to explain it with my voice. You are a system. It shouldn't be difficult to synthesize my voice. Right? 2202 pressed the paper of the thesis with its little paw. And after much hesitation, it agreed. After all, it couldn't threaten the host. So it just turned a blind eye. By the way, remember to change the faces of the people in the TV series with AI, so that everyone can feel involved. Right? Its host is really good at finding a job for it. But there are people above it. What can it do? It just silently said in its heart, it is here to learn and communicate. It is here to learn and communicate. It is here to learn and communicate. 2202 CAC. Senior sister. Why is your child so difficult? Why did the main system send it? System space. The data of the main system fluctuated slightly for a moment, and soon disappeared. Ah. It is Shihuang's direction. Poor 2202. If it weren't for the consideration that it couldn't send a too smart or too stupid leader to avoid causing resentment, it wouldn't be 2202's turn to go there. People in different time and space found that this new sky curtain had an enlarged version hanging in the sky. And it started playing TV series at a fixed time every day. The emperors were not very interested in the TV series of Qin 3 Yinghua. But the common people, under their rule, watched it enthusiastically. They had seen the so-called TV series clips in other sky curtains before. But it was the first time they watched such a coherent TV series. This legend of Yinghua can be regarded as an entertainment project that enriched the people's spare time. The people who watched it most seriously may be the people of the Qin dynasty, because they noticed that the anchor of this TV series was explaining it on the side, and someone would correct it if it did not conform to historical facts. The moment Yingzheng saw Yinghua coming out, he was sure that this was Yinghua herself, his good granddaughter whom he had never met. Although this TV series is fake, Yinghua does look a bit like him. Yingzheng doesn't know what AI face changing is, but he also guesses that perhaps people in later generations have used some means. So the faces of the people in the TV series are very similar to their real faces. When the TV series introduced the background, he saw his youth flash by, and the exact same face made him more convinced that the real Yinghua looked like this. Yingzheng directly summoned the painter in the palace and ordered him to draw the appearance of Yinghua in the sky curtain. He turned his eyes slightly and looked at Fusu. Look carefully and learn well. Fusu, yes. Half a month later, Lin Ruyuan raised her head from the pile of materials with a little messy hair. She stretched her waist. The general historical materials had been sorted out, although she didn't read them all and only picked out some important ones. The image of Yinghua can be said to exist in her heart. This is a kind and loving emperor, but also a ruthless emperor. After reading the important historical materials, she fully realized the truth. You can't just look at one side of a person. You have to look at a person dialectically from multiple angles. Host. 4 episodes a day. The Legend of Yinghua is almost finished. When will you broadcast live? Calm down. 2202. Don't worry. I'll broadcast now. I'll go comb my hair and come right away. You're not lying. 2202 looked at the host suspiciously. Last time, he lied to it that he would come after eating spicy hot pot. But he never came back. It was the person he caught in the library of Xianying University. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, look at the papers on my desk. I have basically planned the content on the papers. I will definitely do it this time. Then I will post a live broadcast for you. Please go and reply quickly. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lin Ruyuan, the host of Your Love of Cuckoo. I am back again. Okay. Don't scold me in the comments. I will definitely not cuckoo next time. Believe me again. Actually, the host really has something to do. He has been studying Yinghua for so many days. If you are interested, you can pay attention to the journal history. My paper has been accepted. I should be able to meet you when the next issue is published. Some netizens asked why I couldn't write a paper in half a month. In fact, I have already written the submitted paper, but it is just missing some key historical materials. Half a month is enough for me to complete it. You will know whether I am lying or not when you buy a copy of history? Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. What did the host promise last time? It seems to be talking about gossip. Right? I know that you don't like to read popular science, so we will only talk about gossip in this live broadcast. But gossip is not. It must be true. First, let's take a look at the results of the last vote. In fact, I am not surprised by the result. It must be option 1. Lin Ruyuan opened the vote she posted, and her voice stopped abruptly. She was silent for a moment. Wait, how come option 1 has more than 1 million votes? How did it get voted? She refreshed the computer page several times. Is her traffic so large? Even with the help of the system, a few thousand votes is normal. Tens of thousands is because Zhengge is popular. 100,000 is simply a dream for the popularity of her live broadcast room. She silently called the system in her heart. And 2202 directly saved a picture on her computer desktop. Lin Ruyuan clicked it and smiled immediately. Qing Dynasty. Shihuang looked at the data displayed on the sky screen and curled his lips in disdain. Then he looked at the expression of the anchor. What else did he not understand? It was indeed fake. He said that how could a tyrant like Qin Shihuang be liked by so many people? How could a king without morality be loved by the people? In his opinion, it was as it was recorded in history books. And it was also as it should be that the people hated him deeply. This voting result was fake. Qin Shihuang burned books and buried scholars. His cruelty was too numerous to list, and he was called unrighteous *1. How could he get so many votes? Your Majesty is wise. How can the tyrannical Qin compare with you? Li Yu immediately flattered him. No matter what the emperor said, it was all right as long as he was right. Qianlong was secretly happy when he heard the flattery. Okay, no need to scroll through the comments. The host already knows why there are so many votes. Let me show you a picture. A screenshot of a chat appeared on the screen. The content in the chat box was exactly the passage that was popular on major social platforms before. And the voting link sent by Lin Ryuan was following that passage. Although it is not Qin Shihuang's birthday recently, there are no major festivals. And it is not close to 520,521. But the people of Lika next door said that we old Qin people don't love Qin Shihuang at all. And this link will never have 100,000 people choose one to be Zheng Ji's wife. Zheng Ge was so angry that he cried in the Imperial Mausoleum after hearing this. Now forward this passage to your 5 group chats and click on the link to cast your precious vote. After forwarding and voting, Zheng Ge will find you and talk with you by candlelight that night. I have tried it. It is true. When he came to me in my dream, he also said thank you to me. Lin Ryuan read this paragraph again, and then laughed. I don't know if Brother Zheng will cry when he lies in the Imperial Mausoleum because no one loves him. But I know that it is a blessing for Brother Zheng to have you, his descendants. She also asked 2202 to project an emoticon pack on the whiteboard behind her saying, do you want this blessing? Ing Zheng, I can't afford it. The people of the Qin dynasty also shook their heads quickly in their hearts. They didn't want this kind of blessing at all. They looked at His Majesty with sympathy. It was really pitiful for His Majesty to be made to cry in the Imperial Mausoleum by the rumors spread by his descendants. First set a small goal of 100,000, and then invest more than 1 million. We old Qin people are really. Whether Brother Zheng will cry or not, the anchor doesn't know. But I will cry to death. Phoenix Yufei, ha ha. It's absolutely unambiguous to say 100,000. There is only a portion of excess. There is no possibility of less. Hua de Duhuan, 666. Worthy of being the brave old Qin. This kind of vote is always competitive. 6. I've strayed off track again. Sorry. This time I'm really talking about business. I said before that we'd talk about the people who are dearest to our motherland. In addition to the majority of the Qin people, there is also such a kind of people in ancient times who are more likely to stand out, such as emperors or famous ministers. Last time when we talked about Zheng Ge and Qin 3, I already said that the motherland's favorite little baby is undoubtedly. But in fact, I want to say that if the motherland has a child who is more beloved than Zheng Ge, it must be all of us old Qin people. Phoenix Yufei, no problem. The old Qin people have the first place in the motherland's heart. Zheng Ge is the first. And the rest can compete for the third place. Zheng Ge, I love you. Ha ha ha, I agree. After all, the old Qin people also include Zheng Ge, ha ha ha. Why you choo choo. The title of this video has been decided. It is called Shocked. Qin Shihuang is not the most beloved child of the motherland. But Kahao Lu, you know the title of the video above. Before I start, I will nominate 2 emperors first. Because there is no doubt that the people who are the most beloved in the motherland during the time of Shihuang are all emperors with different surnames. So the ones I nominate this time are all from the time of Shizong. All of them are emperors with different surnames. Because of this restriction on emperors of different surnames, Li Shimin and Wu Zhao are all mentioned in the barrage. In official history, only these 2 emperors of different surnames have clear records of contact with the motherland. There are fewer records about the motherland later. Until the recent Global National Will Joint Conference, the motherland has appeared again. It is not that there are no people with ulterior motives who spread rumors that this is all a fake government, and that the real Qin is still sleeping. Then when Qin Yu appeared in her country, she was slapped in the face again. If Qin Yu is fake, then what is their national will for those who are scared by her and dare not speak? It seems that everyone has no doubt about the issue of the candidates. So let's talk about the gossip of these 2 emperors. Lin Ryuan became excited. In fact, these 2 emperors have one thing in common about the motherland: Xianying old palace and palace change. She said, you may not believe it, but I want to say that Wu was actually forced to change her palace, and was forced to have the name of orthodoxy. Phoenix Yufei, pig opponent said it well that tone. Zhao Zhao Yuming, goose. 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 Indeed. But it was rare to see old-fashioned people at that time. As for our heir Feng, as we all know, she competed for the job and took the initiative to let her father retire early. Tang Dynasty. Li Yuan, 6. Even if it were another world or another historical trend, he would not be at peace. He continued to force the emperor to abdicate. He really raised a good son. Li Yuan, who was already the emperor, did not want to talk. Tianmu had seen so many things, and each one had the Xuanwu Gate incident. followed by the Shihuang reign. He would be embarrassed if he did not abdicate. He wanted to see how his second son would rebel this time. Thinking of this, Li Yuan looked at the sky more carefully. But what shocked him more was that the emperor surnamed Ying actually gave up the throne. He had never seen or heard of such a strange thing before. Judging others by himself, as the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, he thought about it himself. It is impossible for him to make a will to preserve the Tang dynasty, as long as the emperor who came to power later did not change the name of the country. It would be orthodox. Wouldn't this encourage rebellion? It can only be said that the Qin Shi Huang of that world was really confident. Here again, I would like to thank Sheng Ge for the will before he left. In addition to extending the life of Qin, it also gave Qin the opportunity to become what it is today. Because there is a sense of happiness only when there is a comparison. So let me say something off topic. Those who have studied history should know that after Wu Zetian, the emperor did not have to be surnamed Ying or Li. If the emperor at this time was still a lifelong system, then after a few generations, a more strange system appeared. I would like to call this system the emperor takes turns. This year it's my turn. Although it looks very democratic and free. In the end, after all, it was still the imperial system. During this period, some people sat on the throne for a long time, while others had short ones. There were emperors who were forced to abdicate and went to the motherland to seek justice. But our motherland said, the way you came to the throne may be imitated by others. Then she sent them away. What did the motherland say when our Erfeng and Ah wanted to usurp the throne? When Erfeng usurped the throne, the motherland was worried about the casualties of soldiers caused by the palace coup. So she personally presided over a fair examination. He was the first and only emperor in our history who successfully usurped the throne through an examination. Ah has already succeeded in usurping the throne. But some ministers are dissatisfied. And the motherland personally came out to acknowledge the orthodoxy. These two things will be discussed in detail later. As for the emperor we talked about before, the motherland didn't want to pay attention to him at all, let alone administer justice. In fact, I think that sentence is also quite sarcastic. I don't know if you noticed it. Phoenix Yufei, ha ha. The motherland has detailed records of the few times that she really likes to be sarcastic. And looking back at history, the motherland has a good vision. Unlike the will of a certain country next door that was fooled by its own politicians and lost its way. This water friend. Don't be too harsh. After all, he is just a 200-year-old child. And it's good enough that his limbs can walk. Dragged down to decorate the street lamp, the anchor knows how to be mean. Love it. Lin Riyuan smiled but didn't say anything. She wasn't a kind person. So what's wrong with being a bit harsh? She continued. Let's talk about something serious. In fact, from all aspects of historical records, and in connection with what happened later. Don't you think the attitude of the motherland is very strange? Before, there could be no chaos in the country. When the emperor was rotated, they just watched them fight for the throne with a smile. As long as it didn't affect the civilians, they were free to do whatever they wanted. This period lasted for about 10 years, and it had a big impact on the economy. Later, everyone felt that this was not okay. After a few years, there was a peaceful evolution. And then, there was the current Great Qin People's Republic that everyone is familiar with. After the establishment of the new Qin state, the economy recovered rapidly, and until today, we are still the world's largest country. From the beginning to the end, I studied it all. And after judgment, these two were the last emperors favored by the motherland. The emperors who came after should be purely tools. I guess many emperors will cry out loud when I say this. Ha ha ha. Tang Dynasty. Wu Zhao sat on the throne and smiled. In the past, Tianmu said that she was plotting to usurp the throne. Although he spoke for her, it was just some personal opinions from the perspective of future generations. She even knew that she would be buried with Li Ji as the queen in the future. This was the first time that a national will recognized her legitimacy. Although she didn't know what the national will did specifically, it was not difficult to see that its status was equal to or even higher than that of Qin Shi Huang. Otherwise, how could the rebellion in the court be suppressed? She was a little curious about what her fate would be in this world. The ministers standing below had different expressions, and a few of them looked a little ugly. National will. Chewing these 4 words carefully, it is not difficult to guess the meaning and understand its high status. But they really didn't understand. Those future generations said so. Why would the national will agree to the act of usurping the throne? Wouldn't this put the country in chaos? It was too irresponsible. The same as the Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin was also looking at the sky curtain. When he saw this, his smile paused. When he saw his future daughter-in-law from another sky curtain, the descendants all had the same opinion. They admired and complained for her. But that was only what the descendants said after all. Today, a national spirit stood up for his daughter-in-law. Prisoner Su Jingye, agreeing with the act of usurping the throne is like disrupting the country. Is this national spirit too irresponsible? Su Jingye doesn't care now. Anyway, he has been caught and will die sooner or later. So he can say whatever he wants. Why you poked? Oh? Someone else cosplayed it. Then let you know that this is the difference between long-term pain and short-term pain. Isn't it more irresponsible to let a foolish person take the throne? Besides, our Awu didn't cause any loss to the country when she took the throne. At most, there were a few people who opposed her. This doesn't matter. Who is not a good emperor? Has Motor Vehicle Administration. My evaluation is that those who died were not ordinary people. It's none of my business. Besides, Emperor Ah did a good job. There was no one better than her at that time. So why should she settle for second best? The motherland was too wronged. I feel so sad. My friend, please don't speak so aggressively. It doesn't matter if you are just cosplaying. Su Jingye was really jumpy back then. The big opponent I want to talk about is him. He went to the old palace in Xianyang to ask the motherland to come forward to abolish Ah. At that time, the motherland didn't say anything. It was only when she was in the court that she was sarcastic. If I were Awu, I would laugh out loud on the spot. How could she have such a good opponent? Since we are talking about this, let's talk about some gossip by the way. Let's play a current TV series first. Do you remember the live broadcast of the motherland's appearance before? Thanks to the AI face-changing function, I picked a clip from a TV series and AI changed my face, which made me feel better. By the way, Allah's face was replaced by AI scanning ancient portraits. It should be 70% similar to the real person. To say 70% is a bit modest. Allah's appearance comes from the data package given by Qinyu. It can only be said that he is exactly the same as the real person. 2202 After Lin Ryuan finished speaking, she put the video on the whiteboard behind her. Although the costumes and scenes may not be very restored, just looking at the faces of the main characters, the comments were overwhelming. The 10,086th wife of the ancestor. Wow. The anchor skills are really strong. I thought they only looked a little similar. But I didn't expect that their expressions were also somewhat similar. Is this something that can be achieved with current technology? 2202. No. I did it. The scene moved. And Qinyu sat at the top seat. She looked up at the crowd standing below. Su Jingye, you have something to ask for. Why don't you speak up now? Replying to the ancestor, I think that the thief who ascended the throne, which is not orthodox. I asked the ancestor to uphold justice and revive the government. Qinyu had a gentle smile on her face, as if she was completely on Su Jingye's side. Tell me. Wu Xiao, who was sitting on the side, looked surprised and pretended to know nothing. In fact, she looked at Su Jingye as if he were a clown. She is the queen. But there has never been a tradition of the queen ascending the throne. Qinyu chuckled twice. What's wrong with the queen? With so many male heirs, how can it be the queen's turn? Oh, do you think that there were only princesses but no princes during the reigns of Qin 3 and Qin 7? These two were appointed by Zheng'er himself. If it is a princess surnamed Li who ascends the throne, I have no objection. Oh, is Li Yuan born by Yingxia? Qinyu smiled and covered her lips. When Li Ji was alive, there were two saints ruling the court. What's the problem with all Wu inheriting the throne now? Are you Li Ji and you disagree? Su Jingye was shocked and knelt on the spot. I dare not. The video stopped here, and Lin Ryuan's voice rang out. Of course, the dialogue recorded in the official history is not so complicated. The TV series has some artistic processing, but the general trend is correct. In the official history, the motherland asked Su Jingye, is Li Yuan surname Ying? But did not say whether Li Yuan was born by Yingxia. This is not true. Sahu, I always thought that the motherland really said this. Ah. There are people on the internet saying that Li Yuan is Yingxia's illegitimate son. Okay, ha. The above is so cute. If half of the TV series is believable, it's good. And if I remember correctly, the protagonists of this TV series are Wu Xiao and Li Ji. And it tells their love story. The historical suspicion is higher when it has something to do with love. However, except for the love part of this drama, the rest is actually similar to the official history. Phoenix Yufei, I heard that a professor from the history department was invited. Thanks, Professor. What several netizens said is correct. Except for the part about love. This drama is in line with the official history. It is not to the point of suddenly whitewashing a famous tyrant in history into a fool. And I am skeptical about this love story. After all, Wu was not even buried with Li Ji. She was buried in the imperial mausoleum with the specifications of an emperor. The more famous one is the inscriptionless stele. I don't want to talk about it because I think everyone knows it. From the history books, we can actually feel that there seems to be a lack of love between them. It is more appropriate to say that they are political partners. However, from the perspective of comrades, it is not impossible to ship them together. After all, they are really married. So it is not a weird CP. Speaking of weird CP, I really can't understand how Ingja and Li Yuan started to ship each other. Because they both abdicated before. Ha ha ha. Tang Dynasty. Wu Jiao paused. The other one was buried alone. If she could be buried with the specifications of an emperor, the specifications of a queen would not be attractive enough. It seems that the other her did not experience a coup in her later years. Otherwise, she would not have been buried peacefully with the emperor's specifications. However, she guessed that it was probably because female emperors were not uncommon in that time and space. And there was also the support of the national will. So the people below would not dare to move. Alas, she sighed. If only this world had a national will. Perhaps the history of this world would be different. Modern. Xinjiang, who borrowed Li Si's account and mobile phone, was also watching the live broadcast. It was lunchtime now, so he didn't have to worry about delaying his afternoon work. He was a little surprised. There was no need to block him just for this kind of content. And it was too strange that even his newly registered small account could be automatically blocked. When the motherland appeared on the screen, he was as surprised as everyone else at the host's technical ability. You know, even if there is AI face-changing technology now, there are very few people who can change it so flawlessly and even imitate one or two expressions. Not to mention that the face of the motherland is changed. Even if that expression can only be imitated 1 or 2 points. It has made the video more real. As if they were really watching a historical live broadcast. If there were no host explaining it next to him, he would have thought that the live broadcast was really a historical scene. After the Wu segment, it's our Erfing's turn. Ha ha ha. Lin Riyuan laughed awkwardly. You may not believe it, but the most consistent with the official history I found is actually a historical love drama. Well, because the segment I want to talk about is basically not filmed in official dramas. Because it is also a record of unofficial history. But as far as I know, the person who recorded this segment was a maid who worked in the old palace of Xianyang. Maybe because she worked as a maid, she is basically not recognized by researchers of official history. But those who have watched my last video should be able to guess that after the old palace of Xianyang was converted into a scenic spot, the motherland once went back. And there was also a painting that I talked about last time. I don't know if you noticed another detail. The sign recording the scene I want to talk about is only separated by a wall from the modified sign in the house. The scene I want to talk about is exactly the unofficial history recorded by the maid. So I personally think that the motherland admits that it is true. The reason for suspecting that it is fabricated due to identity issues no longer exists. Why do I say that it can only be found in this love drama? Because in this drama, our motherland is the second female lead. That is, the kind of female lead with the highest status in the whole drama. In other dramas, the role of our motherland is usually a guest appearance. And there has not been a real one made for the motherland. There are so many TV dramas about the first emperor. And there are all versions of the first emperor. This drama also appears in the Memories of the Motherland, starring a well-known male star. But as usual, I scanned the portrait of the first emperor and replaced his face with AI. The beginning of this drama is Ingja's abdication. And then a lot of background is explained. The scenes about the motherland are about missing Ingzheng in the last second, and quickly agreeing to abdicate in the next second. Do you have such a feeling? Sandstone, Aquaman? No. I mean that the love for the Ying family is all on Jinda alone. And it seems that there are no famous people with the Ying family in Xianyang after the abdication? It feels a bit depressed. Then our famous scene is here. The motherland also made a weird person this time. But unlike Ao, this time the person who was weirded was Li Shimin himself. The drama also gave a reasonable explanation. The camera moved forward, and Xinyu stood on the tip of the lotus, looking down at the koi in the pond. The scene turned, and a unique memory filter was covered, allowing the audience to clearly see that this was Qin Yu's memory. She was recalling the past when she and Ingzheng fed the fish here. And by the way, she decided on the names of Qin Yu and Qin Xing. Then the memory scene suddenly stopped. It turned out that someone broke in at the edge of the camera, interrupting the silence. Lin Ruyuan suppressed her laughter. Then we can see that the screenwriter's explanation is that the motherland was missing her white moonlight emperor at the time, and was interrupted by someone, and was in a bad mood. So Erfeng, who came in, was annoyed. This is not even recorded in the unofficial history. The maid only wrote that the motherland stayed in the pond, as if she was enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by lotus leaves, lotus flowers and koi. Qin Zheng looked at the person in the picture in surprise. The face in the memory was his own, and it was even exactly the same as him. If the painting he saw when he visited the old palace in Xianying with the motherland before was just a little similar to his student days, then it is not an exaggeration to say that the person in the memory picture made by the anchor now is him. Governor, this anchor is not just based on your face. It's too similar. Yes, it really is. Li Si listened to what the colleagues around him said, although he didn't dare to say it because of his previous criminal record. He nodded silently in his heart at this moment. It's really similar. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are the same person. Qin Zheng's mouth twitched and turned around. Have you finished your work? Ha ha ha. Isn't it still lunchtime? I'll do it in the afternoon. By the way, Governor, do you know this anchor? Otherwise, why is this anchor so? I think the temperament is not similar. You can see that this one in the TV series is obviously not as easy to talk to as our Governor Qin. Ha ha ha. Oh! Another colleague who was making a fuss looked at him with his eyes. I think you are flattering the governor and blackmailing him morally. Colleague A, how do you know? Qin Zheng listened to the noise silently, and continued to read. Forget it. It doesn't matter if we have a casual time after get off work. They talk about their things, and he watches his things. Stop talking, and be quiet for a while. Li Si stopped his colleagues from gossiping, although he wanted to join in. His qualities as a public official made him hold back. A group of people just stood there and continued to watch as if they didn't have their own computers, and exchanged glances with colleagues. Colleague A, why do I feel that the governor is particularly easy to talk to today? Colleague B, it seems that he was in a better mood when he saw the clip just now. I would be happy if my face was photoshopped onto the protagonist. Colleague A, you are a loser. Li Si, why didn't I see that the governor was in a better mood? Colleague A, is it because you were scolded by the governor last time? Li Si? Actually, when I just said that the role of Motherland is the second female lead in the play, you should have been alert. Do you feel that this is a bit like the routine of a romantic drama? She is his white moonlight, but she also has a white moonlight. It can pass the review. Maybe I am too suspicious, but when I saw the director's name, I really felt something was wrong. How could someone who always loves to shoot melodramatic dramas suddenly change his nature? Appreciate the famous scenes in the whole play. I remember that when Motherland appeared at the Global National Joint Conference some time ago, this clip was once again popular, and was called a scam. The reason is that how could Motherland do such a thing with her temperament? So after the efforts of the anchor, I changed the face of the AI. The video playback was stuck for a moment, as if 2202 was struggling whether to play it or not. But because it was just a TV series, and not the senior sister herself, the senior sister would not care. Otherwise, how could such a TV series pass the review? So it was played. The picture moved from far to near, and the camera followed Li Shimin. Qin Yu was wearing a light Lucian skirt, and the moon-white color was particularly conspicuous among the lotus leaves. She seemed to hear the movement in the distance, and turned around with a light tap of her toes, and floated ashore. She walked slowly towards Li Shimin with bare feet on the ground without being stained by dust. What I want to say here is that the moon-white Lucian skirt. I don't know what the director thinks. Qin has always respected the dark color since ancient times. Although white looks very white moonlight. Lin Ruyuan gave up halfway through. Forget it. Forget it. Although the clothes are not quite right, I know that the director has tried his best. After Li Shimin expressed a lot of his ambitions, Qin Yu listened to the latter with a half smile on his face, stretched out his hand, and lifted his chin with only 2 fingers. You are so filial. You even have to inform me in advance of the rebellion. Do you want me to say thank you? Ah, the director here. How did the performance come out? It's just, I can't describe it. There's a hint of rationality in the unreasonableness. After watching it, I felt like, my brain is going to grow out. I don't know if you noticed that because of the height difference between the two actors, the director deliberately let the female actress hang in the air for a little while, and also deliberately filmed her whole body. After watching it, the anchor thought that it was normal for the motherland to float. The director was thinking, and the lines were basically translated from the words recorded in the unofficial history. But I have to say that even if it's unofficial history, the distance between them is 10 meters. I always feel that the director has a tendency to shoot a large-scale melodrama, such as he loves her, but she doesn't love him but loves him. But he still restrained himself for the sake of approval. But just like in the drama, according to unofficial history, the motherland was indeed weird to Irving. But there is no record of the reason for her bad mood. As for our Irving, she is very eloquent and confident. However, after the mother of the motherland in the drama finished this paragraph, she looked at Irving's face, suddenly agreed, and proposed a 5-year fair exam in the dream. I really don't understand what the director is thinking here. If it is a serious historical drama, I might wonder if the mother of the motherland can see the aura of a person. Luck. So the people chosen every time are talented. But let's keep in mind that the director of this drama has always been a melodrama director. I thought about it. And if I think with the mind of a melodrama director, I boldly guess that Irving got the substitute script, and the original actors of this drama are compared. Are Ing Zheng and Li Shimin a bit similar? But please look at the historical portraits. These two don't look alike at all. The portraits of the emperors appeared side by side on the screen, and there were small words below to mark who was who. Judging from the ancient portraits alone, the two emperors can't be said to be exactly the same, but they can be said to have no relationship. There should be no similarities except that they are both famous male emperors. I can only say that the director is really brave. Lin Ryuing gave a thumbs up. Such a plot can pass the review. It is reasonable to suspect that the director has someone above him. The director who was watching the live broadcast. Nonsense. How is it possible? It was my talent that impressed the reviewer. Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin's pupils were directly shocked. In the eyes of the descendants in another world, he was actually a substitute for Ing Zheng. What kind of plot is this? No wonder the anchor in the sky curtain was also shocked. He himself was also shocked. Okay. Just look at the face-changing Ing Zheng. And he doesn't look like him at all. And when he saw Qin Yu in the picture lifting the chin of the person with his face, he always felt that this scene was familiar. What kind of action is this to choose a male favorite? I have to say that he was shocked. It's even more excessive than other sky curtains that kneel and suck breasts. Crossed out. Guanyin. I think it's best for this sky curtain not to talk about gossip. He didn't want to know how the descendants in the parallel world arranged him. Although he was able to rise to power in the Xuanwu Gate incident in a completely different history, this matter still made him a little proud. But this part really didn't need to be broadcast. Empress Changsun used her sleeve to cover her smile. Doesn't this prove that people in later generations love your majesty? Li Shimin, it's better not to have this kind of love. Ing Zheng, who was in the Qin dynasty, didn't think it was a big deal. The thoughts of people in later generations in the sky curtain have been strange for a long time. Besides, his image in the sky curtain this time was quite normal. It wasn't him who was being ridiculed. Ing Zheng, happy. If we really want to talk about reincarnation, I think our Western Province Governor Qin Zheng is more like him. You can see that their names are very similar. The host swears that if there is such a thing as reincarnation, even if Brother Zheng is reincarnated as the Western Province Governor, he will not be Li Shimin. Judging from his appearance, it is completely impossible for him to be Li Shimin. You will understand if I show you a few photos. In order to avoid being sued for infringement of portrait rights, I decided to show the photos of governors of all provinces. The fourth disaster. 6. The host knows how to avoid infringement. In order to avoid being sued for infringement by one person, I show all the photos of governors. Ka urge, this photo is not important. You can find it by searching on the internet. But the host is right to think so. Showing one is a rumor. And showing all of them is just a photo display. I learned it. The ID photos with blue or white backgrounds appeared on the whiteboard behind Lin Ryuin. First, more than 60 photos were displayed in 7 rows. After staying for a few seconds, they began to play in turn. Among them, the photo of Qin Zheng, which was the first one, stayed for the longest time. And there was an ancient painting next to it for comparison. Look! The anchor is really not lying. It really looks like him. The anchor himself was stunned when the AI face-changing synthesis was done after scanning the ancient painting. Daqin. The ministers of Daqin were shocked and looked at Yingzheng. They would never mistake this face. Although the current emperor no longer has the posture of his youth. Li Si, who has been with Yingzheng for a long time, recognized it at a glance. The short-haired and serious face is definitely Yingzheng himself. Li Si, your majesty. You still say that you are not immortal. Didn't the later generations in the next world say that the first emperor only lived for more than 400 years? How come there are still photos of him as a governor? Okay. Don't look at me with such eyes. You can see clearly. That is not me. Li Si and others, yes. That is the emperor next door. After Yingzheng finished speaking, he also had a doubt in his heart. Isn't this called immortality? To Han. Lu Bang lay on the newly made recliner, swaying and looking at the sky. He saw the face clearly. Memories from many years ago came to his mind. He had seen the first emperor before. If the face was older, it would be more similar. But soon, he lost interest. The first emperor of their world had died long ago. He was not the kind of person who pursued immortality. His philosophy was to enjoy life while he could. He was more interested in, look, that's you. He pointed to the sixth photo in the first row. The photo was still small and a little blurry. But it did not prevent Lu Bang from recognizing that it was his good queen LVG. Yeah, I saw it. LVG looked calm and did not say anything about her strange dress in the photo. TSK. Boring. Lu Bang glanced at LVG. Soon the big picture was released, and Lu Bang was amazed. The photo was so similar. Even LVG's expression was very similar. People's appearance is really a magical thing. If you have time to sigh about this, why not think about my previous suggestion? With her ability, is it strange to reincarnate as a governor? She herself would not think there was anything wrong. It was supposed to be so. Lu Bang's face darkened, and he pretended not to hear it. Anyway, he was thick-skinned. So if he didn't want to hear it, he would just pretend not to hear it. The host has a very scientific guess about this. It should be a genetic regression. If Yingzheng is really the reincarnation of the first emperor, why does the motherland still live in Luoyang and not move back to the old palace in Xianying? After running around for the Qin people for so many years, it's not too much to let the reincarnation of his son grow old. Ha ha ha. So, the host thinks that this is all coincidence. Just like no one in the world can live forever. It's all scientific coincidence. And the reason why Shingu could live so many years in history is because the human body's limit is there. If our science is more advanced, perhaps the average lifespan will be 400 or 500 years. If you are studying biogeneticism, remember to study it. Dugu Haodua, broadcaster. I believe it. Biology Guo, broadcaster. I believe it. And I have already fooled the instructor. It's just a guess. The one who fools the instructor should be careful. Lin Ryuan coughed. Then let's get back to the topic. Do you know how big the dream was at that time? It's basically the current territory. Because Erfing expanded apart after taking office. The current territory is wider than it was then. Both dreams are basically as big as the current Qin state. The middle of the dream is the scope of the Qin state at that time. And the surrounding circle is the small countries at that time. But now those small countries have been incorporated into the Qin state. This part is recorded in history because some of them couldn't survive, and requested to be incorporated into the Qin state. Erfing helped the poor for a long time at that time. Some were just cheap and invaded and were dispersed. But now everyone is a Qin person. There is no need to talk about this part. Such a big dream is of course the handwriting of our motherland. Although our motherland seems to be weird to Erfing, she still gave him the opportunity to prove himself. But this may also be due to the position of Erfing at that time. You can understand it by looking at the records of that year. I have to say 6 to Li Yuan. At that time, Erfing was similar to the current commander of the East military region. And unlike now, Erfing really had a private army under his command. And the South military region was still his good sister. However, when I saw this paragraph, I thought that Li Yuan was really bold to confer titles. Phoenix Yufei, so he stepped down later. Phoenix Yufei, the prince is sick. You should work hard. I am not surprised that history has developed this way. I can only say 2 words to Li Yuan. It's what he deserves. In the next 5 years of the dream exam, there will be no role for the role of the motherland. The main focus is on the love between Li Shimin and Empress Johnson. The director finally respects history, which is gratifying. I won't talk about the familiar plot of Li Yuan becoming the emperor. You can feel the favoritism of both sides. Li Shimin won because the exam hosted by the motherland for him was really grand. And Wu Xiao won because she was not treated weirdly. So who the motherland likes more between the two? Maybe only the motherland knows. But we can open a vote. Who do you think ranks third in the heart of the motherland? Lin Ryuan opened a vote quickly, regardless of the barrage in the live broadcast room. While you poked, although the motherland did not give Ah Wu a personal exam. Ah Wu has already succeeded in taking the throne and does not need to take an exam. So he has never been ridiculed. I think it is Ah Wu. Who agrees and who disagrees? Fixed point. Line and surface, 111. I agree. The motherland was really gentle when she defended Ah Wu. I envy her. If only I could meet the motherland one day. It would be great. Cac. Feng Wang Yufei, although I was ridiculed. The official history records that our Erfing is not much inferior. We are the good second sons loved by the motherland. While you poked, although. But, do you mean that he asked the historian to record that the motherland loves me? Trusts me. So she chose me to be the emperor? Fixed point. Line and surface, ha ha ha. It hurts. Damning. The princes standing under Zhu Yuanzhang all curled their lips inwardly. Isn't this just like Zhu Di changing history himself, and writing that his father's favorite was actually him? Ha. Covering one's ears, and stealing the bell. Zhenggu, I love you, although. But, is the eldest son Zhenggu? Sorry. Because filial piety was used by the motherland to describe it in a weird way before. I always think this description is also weird. Cac. Feng Wang Yufei, now that you say that. I also reacted. Sorry. Erfing. I just made a slip of the tongue. And now I take it back. Extras. Tips before watching. The timeline of the extras is a bit messy. Mainly because the author writes whatever he wants. If the emperors of different time and space really tried to summon the will of the country. 1. Daqin. It has been nearly a month since the last time I watched the live broadcast of the Sky Curtain. It was also a month ago that Ying Zheng ordered Li Si to carve a jade seal in the style of the jade seal in the Sky Curtain. On this day, Li Si finally completed the task assigned by Ying Zheng. Although he was just a supervisor, the words on the jade seal were also written by him. The handwriting on it was very similar to the handwriting carved on the jade seal in the Sky Curtain in his memory. The only difference was probably the degree of simplification of the font. But after watching the Sky Curtain for so long, His Majesty obviously intended to simplify the font again. Maybe there will be a simpler and more practical font in the future. Li Si used fine silk to pad the box and put the jade seal in. He had checked that there was no problem with the jade seal. And he planned to go to the palace to see His Majesty immediately. Ying Zheng met Li Si at the place where he usually handled official business. He also handled two matters while meeting Li Si. Li Si handed over the jade seal in his hand and explained the origin of the jade seal in detail. To sum up, he tried his best to reproduce the jade seal similar to the one in the Sky Curtain in a short time. But there may be slight differences in the details. It's okay. This is okay. You go down first. Yes. Seeing Ying Zheng dressed like this, Li Si also guessed a little. But they couldn't object to what the emperor decided. Ying Zheng opened the box and took out the jade seal after Li Si left. He did not change into casual clothes after leaving the court today, but still wore a solemn dress. Although it was not as solemn as the one worn during the sacrifice. It also attached great importance to today's matter. He held the jade seal and went out of the side door to his own bedroom. It was not that he did not want to be more solemn, but mainly that it would be too embarrassing if he did not get a response. When he arrived at his own bedroom, everything was ready. Ying Zheng held the jade seal in both hands and lowered his eyebrows slightly. Zheng invites Qin Zi to meet and talk. After waiting for a while, there was no movement. Only the breeze blowing into the room from the windowsill. Motherland? After all, Ying Zheng in this world is different from Ying Zheng in Qin Yu's world. His image of the will of the country is still Qin Yu's appearance. But he has never met the will of the country. He is a little embarrassed to think about secretly recognizing a mother in private. Ying Zheng gave up and stood there for a long time without any response. He wrapped the jade seal again and secretly put it in the secret compartment in his bedroom. Just as if nothing happened today. With his intelligence, he figured it out in just a moment. The world where the anchor in the Sky Curtain is located should not have records of the Sky Curtain. But there is national will. The world where he is located has the Sky Curtain, but no national will. This thought makes him feel more balanced. But it is still a bit sour crossed out. When Li Si saw Ing Zheng the next day, he activated his skill of observing words and expressions. He keenly discovered that the jade seal on the table of His Majesty was still the original one. And the new one he supervised had disappeared. He seemed to have discovered something. But smart people choose not to say. Li Si, I don't know anything. 2. Han. After reading the sky curtain, Lu Ji raised her eyebrows and looked at Liu Bang. Why don't you try to ask for the will of Han? Liu Bang almost rolled his eyes on the spot. At this time, it is not certain who will ask for the national will. What if Qin is not dead? Besides, why should he find someone to put pressure on him when he is a good emperor? As a person who sees things clearly, he has no obsession with immortality. And the anchor in the sky curtain has also exposed the fake. Immortality and the like are all fake. And even if he gambles with the will of the state, he does not think that the newly established Han dynasty, the will of Han, can bear this price. He has the sky curtain, does not care about the length of life, and can suppress the ministers in the court. It makes no difference to him whether to invite the will of the state or not. Lu Ji saw what Liu Bang was thinking, and she spoke with a slightly sarcastic tone. You don't need it. What about after you die? She has her own thoughts. After watching the anchor of the sky curtain telling history, she has long realized that the thinking of the will of the state is different from that of people. The will of the state pays more attention to ability, while people pay attention to gender. She also believes that even if there is the will of the Han dynasty, it will not be able to prolong Liu Bang's life. So she is particularly unscrupulous. There is no harm in trying it for her. Liu Bang's heart choked when he heard what LVG said. Since LVG was pointed out by others that she would kill concubine Qi and her son after Liu Bang's death, she let herself go. She either mocked him or mocked him every day. Liu Bang couldn't say anything when he looked at his young wife. He was already half buried in the ground. And the Han dynasty still needed someone to help him go on. The prince was too rubbish. Lu Rui would definitely be killed by LVG. And the other sons were also average. It was still the Queen LVG who had to suppress the meritorious officials. It's not that he didn't consider abolishing the prince and establishing Lu Heng. But the Han dynasty couldn't do without LVG in the early days. Once he died, he would take LVG with him. In a few years, the Han dynasty would probably be tossed to see him by those meritorious officials. In order for the Han dynasty to continue, he didn't plan to abolish LVG even if he listened to concubine Qi's complaints every day. Even after watching the sky curtain, when Lu Ji asked him to depose the crown prince and pass the throne to her after his death, he pretended not to hear it, and at most walked away with his sleeves swung, without any intention of deposing the queen. Perhaps guessing what Lu Ji wanted to say next, Liu Bang interrupted her directly. Let's try it. Liu Bang did not follow Ing Zheng's example to carve a new jade seal, but chose to use a ready-made one, because he had no hope for this matter. Similarly, he also chose to do this in his own bedroom, trying to ask the will of the state. On that day, only Lu Ji knelt beside him, and it was still a matter of face. Liu Bang rarely wore a heavy dress, holding the jade seal seriously, and did not smile frivolously. There was a small incense burner on the table in front of him. He imitated the anchor in the sky curtain, who prayed not to fail the exam and cram for the last minute, and lit 3 incense sticks. By the way, he was muttering in his heart, and Lu Ji was watching on the side, with an unclear expression, but a sarcastic smile at the corner of her lips. Han? Oh, it seems like there is no response. Then it's okay. Liu Bang, it turns out that every founding emperor needs to worry about the issue of succession. Bald head JPG? At least Qin was not called alive. Fortunately, Liu Bang comforted himself in his heart, and continued to have a headache. Small theater. Liu Bang, let's try it. Lu Ji, I will die if I try it. Liu Bang, it turns out that every founding emperor needs to worry about the issue of succession. Bald head JPG? Li Yuan, I think so too. Confidant JPG. Liu Bang, get lost. It is reasonable to suspect that you are showing off, and I have evidence JPG. Extra. 20 years later. Because of the invasion of aliens, the entire blue planet had to unite again, and all countries united to resist the invasion. Because of the technological gap between the two sides, only the national will of each country can cause damage to the enemy. The National Will Front Alliance was formed. After Qin, you crushed the attacking space fleet again and again. She finally understood why the rules of this world insisted on her splitting. She smiled. A big bad wolf mixed in among a group of lambs. Don't you have to find a way to control this wolf? And the talents born in this era, whether she accidentally influenced or the world rules did it to appease her, there is no way to examine. Anyway, she is not a person, country, who is content. At the last joint meeting, Qin looked at the many national wills sitting below. In the face of a great enemy, there is only a way to survive if we unite. I wonder if you can cooperate. As soon as this was said, the national wills below had different expressions, and many of them complained in their hearts whether this way of survival is for the other side or not. As for whether they are compatible or not, can they not cooperate? We will be at the disposal of the president. Then you should step down. Qin curled her lips and smiled. She raised her hand and pointed at the newly born Yongcheng while standing next to her. Yong has been with me for many years, and I believe it can prove that I am not intolerant of you. Originally, Yongcheng, played by System 3303, has already had a real will, and the newly born Yong will naturally not expose the lies of her motherland. She stroked the ends of her hair, which were either gray or white feathers, and said, Mother is kind-hearted. Otherwise she would not have asked for your opinions now. Just gather them together. After all, you are just made of Mother's broken hair. To be able to have this moment, I believe you all know some things better than me. Right? The rebellious forces led by Lick Estate certainly want to oppose. But so many years have passed, and some people/countries have seen the facts clearly. Lick Estate spoke calmly, as if it was a routine ejection, but humans do not recognize a country. Even if we downgrade ourselves to a regional will, and no longer call ourselves a country. In fact, we are still the will of the country. Yongcheng will said in a girlish manner, and in a brisk tone, you don't have to worry about this. Just agree to it, and leave the rest to reality. The scene was silent. There were no human reporters present at this meeting, and it would not be broadcast live to the world. Yongcheng naturally said whatever she wanted to say. Perhaps there would be a video backup of this meeting, but it would not be released in a short time. So when Yongcheng threatened the country, she was particularly brisk and did not think too much. Isn't it enough for her to have the support of the country behind her? Are you envious? If you are envious, then join. Qin nodded slightly, affirming what Yongcheng said. As long as she ensured that there was no problem with the national will, the human side would be up to them to discuss. With the talent reserves in the country now, she was too embarrassed to think about the possibility of losing. In the process of counterattack, the unity of thousands of years ago reappeared, and it was different from the last time that it split soon after unification. The complete form of Qin Xing that was fused this time was more stable, thanks to the previous rules for splitting her so many daughters and a few sons to work for her for nothing. Even when she was lying down and slacking off, Qin felt that she was more justified. Don't ask. Just live with daughters and sons to do it for her. She will enjoy it. And harass the rules by the way. Rules could only be transmitted by consciousness in the past. But now they can speak to her in Qin language intermittently. Qin raised her eyebrows in surprise. Oh, you have studied foreign languages for so many years? The chaotic rule group trembled. Yeah. Don't be angry. It's my fault. I shouldn't repeat the facts. Where were you just now? You can continue. The rule group. You force integration. It's not in line with morality. Now, separate. I have no morality. Don't kidnap me. Qin saw that the rule group wanted to speak, and added, Hello. I don't have quality either. After blocking the rule group and pinching it with its fingertips pointing at her and trembling. Qin smiled. Modern society is really good. Her yin and yang skills have returned, and she has also learned the latest network terms. It's really not bad. And Qin looked at the chaos with a strange look. She relied on the fact that the rule group itself could not violate certain underlying rules. When a virus is so big that the universe can no longer ignore it, then she is an indispensable part of the universe. In addition, she also has cooperation with the system space. Her attitude towards the rule group is really presumptuous. Is there a possibility that we will all fight in the interstellar space? And I will change the Milky Way to the Qin system. What can you do to me? Even if Qinxing is now divided into multiple countries. What does it matter? I don't care. Recalling that the aliens who came to invade before called the Qin people, later changed back to Qinxing. Qin assumed that the aliens scolding the Blue Star people were scolding the Qin people as garbage. Qin smiled and said to the rule group, out of the Qinyu system. It is not certain who is garbage. Don't you think? Seeing that Qinyu still wanted to escape from the Qinyu system, the rule group was indeed a little panicked. The general tone of the entire universe is actually science, and the national will is relatively idealistic. He is actually struggling. Qinyu finished speaking and waited leisurely. She found that this rule group actually liked to compromise last time. For example, when she wanted to break the sky, he agreed to her to go up the roof and tear the tiles. After a while, as expected, the rule group no longer mentioned the division, but just talked to her about the great truth that long-term division will eventually unite, and long-term unity will eventually divide. Qinyu, then it is united now. The rule group choked, and he and Qinyu discussed whether they could not leave the Qinyu system. If they released the Qinyu system at this time, would he have to be named Qin? The technology developed in other star systems is indeed much stronger than that of Qinsheng. But the national will is fundamentally different from technology. It can be said that Qinsheng's first-level new shell gave birth to a full-level boss. And it is a species that has never appeared in the universe. Okay, I promise you. But what I'm doing now is just a long separation and a reunion. Don't bother me about this anymore. Qinyu agreed quickly. Of course, it's okay not to leave the Qinyu system. At most, the Foreign Propaganda Department will issue a notice to change their name to the Qinyu system. And then she will take action. The rules group reluctantly agreed not to interfere with the law of long separation and reunion, and sent this annoying guy back to Qinsheng. After Qinyu went back, she changed her words to Qin Zheng and the others. She meant to occupy the unowned territory first. And as for the owned ones, just take revenge on the aliens who scolded her before, and forget about the rest of the aliens. She also loves peaceful galaxies. After all, they only use the will of the country and the will of the city to strike down the dimension. Qinsheng's technology is really not very good. It takes time to digest the good things, and slow development is the best choice. All the senior executives of Qinsheng have expressed their understanding. They will hold a meeting later to formulate a detailed strategy based on this idea. As for work, it is of course not Qinyu's turn. With a smile on her face, she hummed a song happily and prepared to turn on her computer to have an exciting break-up kitchen. And by the way, she broke up with her daughters, who loved playing games again. Before Qinyu touched her beloved computer and logged into her Steam store account, she saw someone waiting for her in her office. That person looked familiar. If you look closely, isn't it the reincarnation of her first son? Hey, Captain, don't you want to work overtime? Qinyu jokingly abbreviated Qin Zheng's current position, and muttered in her heart, this unfilial son will not drag his old mother to work overtime. Thinking of Qin Zheng's overtime intensity, she suffocated for a while. Why? There are such people in the world. Shock. Does anyone dare to go to the labor department to complain about the captain? The captain took the lead 996007. Waiting online. Very urgent. After Qin Zheng respectfully greeted, Qinyu finally knew why he took the time to block her in his busy schedule. He asked, am I the same person as that person in history? By the way, he also handed over a file bag he carried with him. After Qinyu took it and opened it, it was amazing. This was done after collecting evidence. Do you have to be so rigorous? Qinyu, Zhenger. You are really... I am crying. When she rarely appeared in a fixed occasion, Qin Zheng just had a short gap to chat. For a moment, Qinyu felt that being elusive was the right choice. A fixed residence is good. Don't live there next time. This question is difficult for me to answer. You have to ask yourself. So don't embarrass your motherland. Okay? Thank you, Mother, for telling me. Qin Ning's eyes were firm. Although Qinyu did not answer this question directly, this attitude was enough for him to guess the truth. I am who I am, no matter who I was in my previous life. I just need to do well in this life. Qinyu nodded with satisfaction. As expected of her first good son, her mentality was free and easy. So Mother can solve the doubts for Zheng. Which of us is more important to Mother? Qinyu's expression remained unchanged, and an expression appeared in her heart. The smile gradually disappeared. At this moment, the two figures overlapped together. She seemed to see the person who was the emperor thousands of years ago. However, she was not moved at the moment, and wanted to give Qin Zheng a 6. Do you want to see what you are asking? Aren't both of you yourself? After a person loses his original memory, is he still the same person as before? This kind of philosophical question is for philosophers to think about. What does it have to do with her? An innocent galaxy? She quickly complained in her own discussion group and the discussion group of Group 3303 and Group 2202. Was he like this before? He was obviously not like this in his previous life. What did the reincarnation do to him? System 3303. Senior sister. Didn't you say that human psychology is dynamic and changing? We can't assume a person's state in the next moment based on his state in the previous moment. Qin Yu? Are you stupid? After failing to seek help from outside the field, Qin Yu could only face Qin Zheng with an unfathomable expression. She smiled calmly. The world is changing in 1,000 ways. How can we compare the present with the past? After that, she walked up and patted Qin Zheng on the shoulder very seriously. Thoughts are progressing. And the times are calling. Work hard and make progress every day. Qin Xing needs your KPI. And Qin Yu's system also needs it. After saying that, Qin Yu ran away. As long as he ran fast enough, he wouldn't have to answer such embarrassing questions for the country.